Chapter 11:17. Just now, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs were still at daggers drawn, but as soon as the long hair appeared, they immediately became very tacit. Except for Purple Eyebrow Daozu, who was holding the holy whip, who remained motionless, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs immediately chanted the name of Buddha. The wheel floating behind heart-guarding Buddha's head glowed with a thick bronze halo, firmly protecting Purple Eyebrow Daozu's chest. The other 6 Buddhist patriarchs pressed their palms on the back of heart-guarding Buddha. The power of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs was connected as one, and the light emitted by the wheel suddenly soared 100 times, enveloping the entire city of Liangzhu. Meanwhile, the 8 Daozu roared in unison. In a flash, they arrived above Liangzhu and stood in the positions of 8 trigrams. Each of them pulled out a long sword that shone with a cold light and a fierce aura. As they raised their hands, the 8 swords flew up into the air and turned into 8 giant swords that were more than 100 miles tall in the blink of an eye. The light of the sun, moon, and stars was absorbed into the long sword, and at the edge of the sword, countless twisting, wriggling talismans could be seen flickering. With an enormous explosion, 16 streaks of sword light shot out from the tip of the sword, following an extremely profound trajectory as they chopped a circle around Violet Brows. The long hair first collided viciously against the azure light unleashed by the 7 Buddha ancestors. The light was shattered, and the wheel was knocked flying into the skies. The long, straight hair began to twist like a startled snake, but the tip of the hair continued to stab relentlessly towards Tao Father Violet Brow's chest. In the blink of an eye, 16 beams of sword light tore through the void silently, spinning and cutting around Purple Eyebrow Daozu 9 times. A series of tearing sounds could be heard as Tao Father Violet Brow's hair was ripped to shreds by the sword light. A startled cry rang out from behind Violet Brow, patriarch a few dozen meters away, and a twisted black figure suddenly appeared. His face was ashen, and he had a hint of green in it. It seemed as though he had just been completely drained of energy by hundreds of women. There was a transparent sword mark on Xianxia's chest. Just now, a sword chi had pierced through his chest, causing him severe injuries. Not long after, the big wound was healed, but Thousand Head's face looked worse. It was almost translucent. Thousand Head's face looked even worse. It was almost translucent. Thousand Head's face looked even more awful. It was almost translucent. Zimei Daozu waved the god-whipping whip casually, bringing a yellow light down on Qianshou's head. As the whip lashed out, the entire Pangu world quaked. People who witnessed the whip lashing down felt like they saw countless suns, moons, stars, breezes, drifting clouds, mountains, rivers, flowers, insects, fishes, and all kinds of natural phenomena striking to the thousand-headed man. The 6 celestial emperors of the celestial court had already determined that a single strike from the deity striking whip could draw upon the power of the heavenly Tao. Tao Father Violet Brow's casual strike was already twice as powerful as the full power strike he normally unleashed when controlling a Grand Miss Supreme Treasure. At the first stage of the Tao integration stage, Zimei Daozu's casual strike could double the destructive power. This was simply unheard of. At the very least, if he used the god-whipping whip to deal with the Wahuang clan and the 18 saints of the Holy Alliance, even the Wahuang clan, who had cultivated the Panga true body, would not dare to take Zimei Daozu's strike head-on. The power of this whip was enough to completely annihilate the physical body of a Tao integration stage mighty figure, and even their divine sense might be severely injured. All the Tao integration stage saints in the Empress Hua Palace who witnessed this whip cried out in alarm at the same time. Thousand-headed man, who bore the brunt of this whip, was so frightened that he cried out involuntarily, "What a ruthless method! Heh, I can't let you confer the deity thrones no matter what. Spirit puppet, what are you waiting for?" A silver spiritual light suddenly appeared above thousand-headed man's head. Zimei Daozu's powerful whip lashed down solidly on the head of this silver light. It was a silvery figure that looked as if it was cast from mercury. There was not a single hair on his body, and his body was extremely clean and smooth, as if he could really be used as a mirror. The god-whipping whip lashed down, and his body exploded into countless bean-sized silver droplets that splashed in all directions. However, after flying less than 1,000 feet away, these tiny silver droplets quickly flew back through the air. With a whistling sound, these tiny silver droplets quickly fused into one and reformed into the strange humanoid figure called Spirit Puppet. Zime Daozu put away the god-whipping whip, gasped, and shouted in a low voice, "Spirit Puppet, the world breaker? Aren't you supposed to be imprisoned in the raging thunder nether abyss?" Thousand-Headed Man chuckled. He shook his head gently, and countless slender strands of hair floated in the air behind his head, wriggling like countless poisonous snakes. He laughed shrilly and said, "Of course I was the one who went to release him. Hee, I didn't expect this world to have the power to fight back. Last time, who was it that almost completely annihilated this body of mine and almost sent me back to that damned soul-storing coffin?" The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs looked cautiously at Thousand-Headed Man and Spirit Puppet, but no one answered his question. Of course, they would not tell Thousand-Headed that it was very likely that Pangu himself had sent him flying. Anyway, if it was not the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs, they would not bother to answer any questions. Thousand-Headed squinted at the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs. He licked his lips greedily and murmured in a low voice, "What a fragrant and sweet flesh. Although you're a little weak, you have your strengths. Wait until I devour your bodies, suck your souls dry, and destroy this damn small world. Then, I'll take your original spirits as my collection. That's really a wonderful thing." The 7 Buddhist patriarchs released the wheel to protect themselves, not daring to be careless. The 7 of them had once fought with Thousand-Headed in the chaos, and they had suffered a great loss. Just now, the 7 of them had joined forces to release the wheel to protect Mate Daozu, but it was defeated by Thousand-Headed with just a strand of his hair. Thousand-Headed's strength seemed to have improved a little, which made them even more cautious. The 8 Daozu guarded the positions of the 8 trigrams, wholeheartedly presiding over the sword formation. 16 sword lights flew across space. They could strike Thousand-Headed and the Spirit Puppet at any time. The 8 Daozu knew that no matter how deadly a strike was, it was useless against the Break World beings. They could only keep hurting the Break World beings and weaken their power. Then, they could suppress them again. The Daozu's faces looked conflicted. Releasing Thousand-Headed was just one step in the Daozu's plan. They wanted to use Thousand-Headed to threaten the Buddhas and scare the Wahuang clan into giving in. To be honest, if it was just Thousand-Headed, the Daozu were confident they could seal him again. After all, the 9 Daozu's power was not like the Chaos Demon Gods in the chaos of the past. Even Pangu, who led the Chaos Demon Gods to fight the Break World beings, was not as strong as any of the Daozu. Thousand-Headed had released the Spirit Puppet, which was also suppressed. That gave him a headache. The Spirit Puppet was like sticky candy that could not be killed. In a fight, it was more difficult to deal with than Thousand-Headed and Huan Yan. Of course, Thousand-Headed and the Spirit Puppet's power had not recovered yet. Even if they worked together, the 9 Daozu would only need to wait until the God Sealing ceremony was complete. Then, they could use Pangu's sky power to suppress them. But Thousand-Headed came at the wrong time. He and the Spirit Puppet came here before the God Sealing ceremony was complete. That was going to be troublesome. Under the threat of 2 Break World beings, the 9 Daozu did not dare focus on the God Sealing ceremony. The 7 Buddhas had the power to block the attacks of 2 Break World beings, but how could they entrust their own safety to the 7 old bald thieves? The Daozu were not that stupid. If they really focused on the God Sealing ceremony and relied on the 7 Buddhas to protect themselves, Thousand-Headed and the Spirit Puppet could easily injure the 7 Buddhas. Then they could take the opportunity to devour the 9 Daozu brothers. The 7 Buddhas and the 9 Taoists focused on Thousand-Headed and the Spirit Puppet. The powerful beings from the Tao League and the Buddhism League also focused on the two dangerous and scary enemies. The powerful beings from the two Taoists and the two Taoists had prepared their strongest defensive treasures and held their most lethal ones in their hands. As long as their masters gave the order, over 100 Tao breaking and thousands of Tao reasoning realm powerful beings from the Buddhism League and the Tao League could join hands and crush Thousand-Headed and the Spirit Puppet. Among everyone present, only the Master and Shouju Esteemed were rolling their eyes. They did not pay attention to what was happening. Thousand-Headed and the Spirit Puppet laughed coldly. Their laughter was hoarse, unpleasant, and bone-piercingly cold. It made the hair of the powerful beings from the Tao League and the Buddhism League stand on end. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to them, a tiny watermark was rapidly moving across the ground. The black watermark was tens of thousands of times thinner than a strand of hair, but it was shockingly long. It moved as fast as a stream of light and quickly reached the bottom of a Buddhist League venerable. This watermark was like a venomous snake that was about to devour someone. It pierced upwards at lightning speed, fiercely stabbing into the tailbone of the world venerable. The extremely long watermark instantly entered the venerable's body, causing him to stiffen and his expression to change. The spinning lotus swastika in his eyes paused for a moment before returning to normal. Two watermarks flowed out from the venerable's ankles and quickly spread toward the powerful beings from the Buddhist League on both sides. In just a few breaths' time, 7 venerables, 63 ancient Buddhas, and 38 Buddhas had their bodies invaded by the watermarks. The watermark seemed to have lost its sense of measure. One of its watermarks shot straight toward the Master. The black watermark was like a cobra as it pierced towards the tailbone of the great venerable. The supremacy, who was observing his surroundings with shifty eyes, had a change of expression. He abruptly pressed his palm downwards. With a loud clang, golden light shot out from the great supremacy's tailbone like a rocket shooting into the sky. The powerful impact sent the great supremacy hundreds of feet into the air. His tailbone was in so much pain that it felt like it was struck by lightning, but the watermark was so dizzy that it failed to stab into his body, which was extraordinarily tough. He threw his head back and roared furiously. Which despicable villain is this? How dare you attack my private part? The 7 Buddhas and 9 Taoists turned around at the same time and saw the black watermark that disappeared in a flash. The faces of the 7 Buddhas fell instantly. Huan Yin, you despicable villain! How many of our disciples have you harmed? They roared at the same time. Thousand-Heads and Spirit Puppet transformed into a gust of wind and drifted away at the same time. Only their strange laughter could be heard. I won't rest until I die. I won't rest until I die. This world of yours must be destroyed. Wait quietly. Wait for the day your soul disappears. Chapter 11:18. Xianxia and Huan Yin vanished without a trace, while the bizarre water trail let out a wild, ferocious laugh. Then, it darted toward the crotch of an Arhut who was closest to it. The Arhut let out a terrified roar. Then his body stiffened, and in the blink of an eye, a bizarre smile appeared on his face. The Arhut let out a few hissing laughs, then said in a low voice, "Old Baldies, tell me, how many of your disciples are clones of me, Huan Yin? Come on, come and destroy this clone of mine. But if you can destroy one of my clones, can you destroy the thousands of clones I've left among all your disciples?" The faces of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs turned extremely unsightly. The 9 Daozu retracted their sword formation and unleashed a great sheet of golden light and purple mist to protect all their disciples. The faces of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs twitched, looking 100 times uglier than a filial grandson who had lost his parents. The water trail came from one of the Buddhist disciples, so it was obvious that many of them had become Huan Yan's clones. The Buddhas, who were usually wise and decisive, had their minds completely blank. They stared in astonishment at the many disciples of the Buddhist League, who had the same ugly expressions on their faces. Their bodies were trembling like old men in their twilight years, and they looked so pitiful. Anyone who was infected by Huan Yin would have their soul and primordial spirit completely devoured by Huan Yin. Then, Huan Yin would secrete a new soul and primordial spirit. However, it would no longer be the original Buddhist disciple, but a clone of Huan Yin. However, Huan Yin had such a terrifying innate divine ability. After he devoured someone's soul, Yuan Ling, he would obtain all the memories of that person. The appearance of his clone would be no different from the original person. Years ago, before Pangu created the world, Huan Yin had already caused great casualties to the Chaos Fiend gods. Huan Yin had an extremely strong desire for the souls of living beings in Yuanling. He had once hunted everywhere in the primal chaos and devoured the souls of living beings crazily to develop clones. Later on, one of the Chaos Fiend Celestials, a powerful Fiend Celestial who was proficient in soul control and manipulation, took action. He used a powerful Dharma artifact he found in a certain ruin in the Chaos world that specifically targeted souls. Finally, he lured out all of Huan Yin's avatars and killed them. In the end, many Fiend Celestials joined forces to suppress Huan Yin. However, the Fiend Celestial who had subdued Huan Yin had already died in the scheme of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs. Not only that, he had died without leaving behind even his bones. Several of his direct descendants had also been wiped out by the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs. The powerful instrument that was specially used to deal with souls was also missing in the fierce battle. How could the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Taoist priests find such a natural enemy with a face illusion? Some of the Buddhist disciples must have become Huan Yin's doppelgangers. But how many doppelgangers did he possess? 10? 100? Or more? Did he infect ordinary arhats and bodhisattvas, or Buddhas whose loss would make the 7 Buddhist patriarchs grieve? Could he have even infected the revered ones? The hearts of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs were bleeding. The Huahuang clan's ambush had just cost them dozens of revered ones, and now another batch of elite disciples might have been infected by Huan Yin. It was like carving out a piece of flesh from their hearts. The 9 Daozu's expressions were unsightly as well. Purple-browed Daozu said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, please decide quickly what to do. If the Buddhist League can't tell if someone has been infected by Huan Yin," Buddha guarding heart laughed coldly and scolded in a low voice, "Are we going to kill all of these disciples just because we can't tell if they have been infected by Huan Yin? Huan Yin, tell me the truth. Have you infected any of the Tao League's disciples?" The Arhat who was possessed by Huan Yin laughed strangely and said, "Yes, of course. How could there not be any? Not only have some of the Tao League's disciples become my clones, but there are also a few great sect leaders among them. He, for example, Grand Magus Lao AI. You like to wear red pants, don't you?" Lao AI's face turned pale with fear. "Master," he cried out hastily, "I am not possessed by that fiend." The 9 Tao fathers glanced suspiciously at Swanee. Violet Brows didn't say a single word, then casually lashed out with his whip, smashing it against Swanee's head. Lao AI gave a muffled grunt as he was knocked unconscious by the whip. Tao Father Longbrows casually pointed his finger out, sending out a strand of purple energy that was as thin as gossamer threads into Tao Father by Mion's 7 apertures. In the blink of an eye, it had circulated through all the vital acupoints in his body, completely sealing off all his cultivation base. Dei, who was standing off to the side and rubbing his tailbone with all his might, suddenly laughed and said, "Why are you making everyone so anxious? Why don't you just pull down your pants and look at the tailbone of those who are possessed and those who are not? Those with scars on their tailbones must have just been possessed. As for those without scars..." Before Dei could finish his words, the expression of the Arhat who was possessed by Huan Yin changed abruptly. Among the Buddhist disciples, many revered ones, ancient Buddhas, and Buddhas who were turned into clones by Huan Yin trembled slightly, and their Buddhist light shone brightly at the same time. The brightness of the Buddha's halo on the surface of their bodies was extremely low. It was like the flickering light of a firefly's tail under the sun. It was simply insignificant, but in the eyes of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs, this tiny fluctuation of Buddhist energy was even more striking than 1,000 suns suddenly appearing in the dark night. They attacked at the same time. Immense immortal energy and Buddhist energy turned into invisible chains, sealing these revered ones who had Buddhist energy ripples in their bodies. The Arhat that was infected by Huan Yin roared in anger. "Great E-Supremacy, I, Huan Yin, will fight you to the death." The E-Supremacy rubbed his tailbone and sneered as he gave the Arhat a huge middle finger. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs had a strange expression on their faces. The problem that gave them such a headache was solved with just a few words from Dai. Daozu and Buddhas felt a little embarrassed, but at the same time, they heaved a long sigh of relief. Just now, their divine senses had swept across the many Buddhist and Taoist disciples present. Sure enough, there was a nearly invisible black spot on the tailbone of those who had experienced a strange change in their Buddhist energy. They had used their Buddhist energy to heal this black spot. Tao Father Violet Brow grinned as he glanced at the Grand E-Exalt, then laughed dryly. "Grand E-Exalt, your body truly is powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that Huan Yin chose the wrong person, she probably would have already succeeded on your body. No one would know how she managed to invade the bodies of these Buddhist disciples." The Arhat who was possessed by Huan Yin trembled with anger. There were so many powerful clones, and he didn't even have the time to absorb their powerful essences into his body. If he could replenish the essences of so many clones, he could recover at least half of his cultivation base when he destroyed the sacred world. Although it was only half of his cultivation base, it was more than enough to wreak havoc in Panga world. He hated it. Never in his dreams did he expect to encounter a freak like Dai Supremacy. How do you think his tailbone was born? Huan Yin had never failed in invading others' tailbones in all these years. How could there be such a freak like the Great E-Supremacy? His tailbone was actually so tough that not only did Huan Yin fail to enter his body, he even managed to expose the crux of the matter, causing all of his clones to be destroyed. Huan Yin was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. If his cultivation base was higher and he hadn't used up so much essence, he would have been able to invade Dai Supremacy's body no matter how tough it was. However, Huan Yin had worked hard for nothing. Not only did he not benefit from the clone's essences, but he also lost a part of his main body's essence. After all, controlling so many clones consumed his main body's essence. Seeing the Arhat's exasperated look, Dai Supremacy laughed out loud. We don't have to be afraid of this guy anymore. When we meditate, we'll find a sturdy treasure to cushion our buttocks. Wahahaha. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Dai Supremacy's words. If Huan Yin could withstand it so easily, how could he have lost so many chaos demon gods back then? Huan Yin had chosen the wrong target this time and suffered a great loss for no reason. The 9 Daozu mumbled softly. 1,000 heads and spirit puppets had disappeared without a trace. Huan Yin had been imprisoned, so they had to finish the great god investiture ceremony as soon as possible. The expressions of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs were extremely ugly. They looked at the Buddhist disciples who had black spots on their tailbones. It was clear that Huan Yin had succeeded in getting her hands on them. It was as though 10,000 mice were grabbing onto their hearts and gnawing on them. It was an indescribable pain. Another batch of core disciples who had worked so hard to protect during the apocalypse of heaven and earth had fallen. What a pity for their cultivation bases. Sighing, Buddha Guardian will slammed his palm down. The infected, revered era, ancient Buddhist patriarchs and Buddhas turned into ashes at the same time. At the same time, hundreds of fist-sized relics flew out of their bodies. Buddha Guardian will pondered for a moment, then threw all the relics to Dai Supremacy without saying a word. Clearly, Dai Supremacy had exposed Huan Yan's scheme with a single sentence. These relics were his reward. All the Buddhist disciples present cried out the name of Buddha at the same time, and some of their masters and seniors who had just been infected burst into tears. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs surrounded the imprisoned Arhat with hostile expressions. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs chanted the name of Buddha while the 9 Daozu sneered. The Arhat sighed softly, then shook his head and said, "Good, good, good. Last night, the disciple of great Taoist Bayan, whom I possessed, was killed by a sword beam. I was planning to reap some benefits today, but I didn't expect to be seen by that fool again. But next time, there won't be such a good thing." The Arhat golden body quickly disintegrated into a puddle of sticky black liquid. Huan Yan's voice came from afar. "Next time, I'll be fully prepared. Hee, this world is going to collapse, and you can't stop it." Her tone changed, becoming extremely ferocious. "Hey, Dei Supremacy, I'll definitely turn you into my clone next time. Cultivate well. I'm waiting to slowly enjoy your essence chi. Hee, all of you must be on guard against me at all times. Who knows, one of you might become my clone next time." The expressions of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs, as well as all the divine gods present, fell. Huan Yan's departure would bring them endless troubles in the future. Even if it were a Tao-breaking expert, who could be on guard against thieves all day long. Chapter 11:19. Back on Panga continent, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs had banished Thousand Heads, Ling Wu, and Huan Yan, the 3 breakers, and continued with the investiture of the gods. There were so many gods of the 3 realms that needed to be conferred, and so many positions that needed to be coordinated, as well as unusual beings such as Supremacy and Esteemed Shoujua. Without 3 to 5 months, how could the gods of the 3 realms be conferred? The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs did not have the energy to pay attention to what was happening in other places, and they even forgot about the Daoyuotian Palace of Tao Origin, the home of the 9 Daozu. Above the 33 heavens, the supreme Daoyuotian. Bright light filled every corner of this boundless heavenly realm, and the vast and ancient palace of Tao Origin was supported by a boundless purple mist. In front of the tall palace gate stood a pair of Taoist boys and girls. The boy was dressed in a moon-white robe, while the girl in a pink one. Both of them were full of energy, and although they were dressed like Taoist boys, their cultivation bases were at the peak of Gold Immortal Realm. The boy's name was Xian, and the girl's name was Yu. Both of them were taken in by Daozu when he founded the Tao League. Xian was a piece of jade, and Yu's origin was even stranger. She was actually a feather with the strongest intelligence of a chaotic divine bird. Both of them had a very strange background, and they were in the business of receiving guests in the palace of Tao Origin. Therefore, after so many years and being considered as Daozu's close subordinates, their cultivation bases and magic power had stagnated after they reached the peak of Gold Immortal Realm. The 9 Daozu had brought all the almighty experts of the Tao League to Panga continent for the investiture of the gods. Only a few servants were left in the palace of Tao Origin. Xian and Yu were happy and unfettered. Sitting on the threshold with their legs crossed, they were happily discussing the prosperity of the Tao League after the investiture. In terms of seniority, they were older than many of Daozu's first disciples, and the 2 little Taoists were also full of affection for the Tao League. When it came to the glorious future of the Tao sect, both of them were overjoyed, beaming with joy. While they were chatting happily, a cold wind suddenly blew over. The boundless purple chi that supported the Tao Yuan Palace suddenly dimmed, and the huge Tao Yuan Palace trembled a few times. The 2 little Taoists shivered and looked up in panic, just in time to see 3 evil-looking men standing in front of them. In the middle was an evil man with a pale face that was almost transparent. Behind his head, there were many long strands of hair dancing. The strands of hair piled up together like a bunch of wriggling, poisonous snakes. It was World Breaker Thousand Heads. His forte lay in sucking people's blood essence. Aside from Tao integration stage sages, anyone who was struck by his hair could have their blood essence sucked dry and perish. On the left side of Thousand Head was a silver white man. He looked like a handsome man, but he was completely naked. He did not even have a single strand of hair on his body. That was the spirit puppet, a world breaker. His god powers were weird. No matter what kind of god power or flying sword treasures you used, it was hard to hurt his body. Even if you broke him into countless little droplets, he would still recover. Spirit Puppet had a god power that could change. He was good at turning into all kinds of flying sword treasures. As long as it was a treasure that had hurt him once, he could turn it back into the exact same thing. It was very powerful. The face to the right of Thousand Heads was covered in a gray mist. It was blurry, and the face could not be seen. That was Huan Yin. He was good at controlling the soul of Yuan Ling. He loved controlling countless clones to stir up fights. Among the 13 world breakers, Huan Yin did not kill many people. It was only a fraction of Thousand Heads, but the number of people who died because of him was 10,000 times more than the number of people Thousand Heads and the other world breakers had killed. Xian and Feather looked at the 3 world breakers in shock. They could feel the evil, cold air coming off of them. Xian trembled and said, 3 friends, no, seniors. Can I ask why you have come to Dao Yuan Palace? The 9 old men are out on business. There is no one in the palace. Thousand Head pursed his lips into a strange smile. He slowly bent down and pinched Xian Fun's fair and tender cheeks. He said softly, what an honest child. Sigh. I've discovered that ever since I went on a killing spree in the Saints' world, I've become especially fond of slowly torturing these handsome and good-looking children to death. Can the 2 of you give me some time? Before his voice trailed off, Feather raised a crimson flying sword. It was like a wave of water, and it was going to stab Thousand Head's ribs. The flying sword pierced through Thousand Head's body and came out the other side of his body. Feather shouted, what kind of monster is this? How dare you come to Dao Yuan Palace and cause trouble? Brother, are you not going to sound the alarm? When the old man left the palace, he set up a sky restriction. How can an outsider come in? Xian, who was being pinched by Thousand Heads, was shocked. He performed a hand sign and was going to sound the alarm. Xian Shou's face darkened. Countless strands of hair behind his head suddenly pierced forward with an ear-piercing sound. Xian Shou's small body was suddenly covered in dense black hair. His small body suddenly withered. Not long after, there was only a piece of human skin left. It floated to the ground. Seeing his friend of many years die, Feather screamed. The crimson flying sword was going to stab Thousand Heads. Thousand Heads shook his head. Xian Shou shook his head and allowed the flying sword to randomly stab his body. He gently reached out to hold Feather's little face and said in an extremely gentle voice, what a cute little girl. Unfortunately, I'm not very interested in women. If Xianxia was here, you would have a lot of fun. Little girl, I'm afraid you would be tormented by him for a long time. Feather's expression changed. Before she could escape, Huan Yan's face shrouded in gray mist suddenly flashed with 2 balls of deep light. Feather accidentally saw the 2 balls of light. She was stunned, and her hands moved uncontrollably. Slowly, she reached out her hand and grabbed her own neck. Then, she tore open her own neck and chest, crushing all her internal organs, blood vessels, meridians, and meridians. Only then did she poke her finger into the space between her eyebrows, smashing her immortal soul into pieces. So beautiful! Huan Yin chuckled softly. Such a beautiful face and such a hideous, mangled body. Beautiful to the extreme. Countless strands of hair shot out from Thousand Heads' back and wrapped around Feather's body. In the blink of an eye, all her blood essence was drained. Thousand Heads sighed and said, you've wasted at least 60% of your energy essence. Why bother? The spirit puppet snorted coldly and said discontentedly, cut the crap. We're here to kill people. Let's just kill our way in. With a sway of his body, the spirit puppet suddenly disintegrated into countless silver liquid beads. The dense liquid beads rolled forward and quickly seeped into the palace of Dao Origin. As the headquarters of Dao League, the palace of Dao Origin had been set up by the 9 Daozu with countless formations and restrictive spells. But in front of the spiritual puppet, these arrays and restrictions were useless. Like flowing mercury, the liquid droplets invaded the palace of Tao origin, penetrated into the core of these arrays and restrictive spells, and pulled out all the immortal stones, energy stones, and all the magical treasures that were used to guard the bases of these arrays and restrictive spells. As I expected, the formations used by these people are not beyond the range of the formations used by the sages in the sacred world. It is too easy to break these formations and restrictive spells. It only took the spirit puppet the time to finish a pot of tea to completely destroy all the formations and restrictive spells in the dozens of courtyards of the palace of Tao origin. He sneered and criticized the Daozu's formations. After that, countless liquid beads flowed back and reformed into his body. While stroking a strand of hair, Thousand Heads laughed sinisterly and said, "Of course, all the living beings in this world are merely the spiritual projections of those powerful living beings in the sacred world after they were destroyed. All their understandings of the heavenly Tao came from those living beings in the sacred world. How can their knowledge and understanding surpass those dead ghosts of the saints' world?" Taking a deep breath, Thousand Heads said in an intoxicated tone, "I can smell the fragrance of flesh and blood. It's sweet and rich, and I'm getting excited." Huan Yin giggled and said, "The flesh and blood are yours, but the soul, Yuan Ling, is mine. Spirit puppet, go around and kill all the living beings here, except for the few we need." Thousand Heads gave a few strange laughs. Countless strands of hair shot out from the back of his head and pierced in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the palace of Tao origin was wrapped up by layers of hair. With a sway of his body, Huan Yin transformed into countless strange black water streaks that pierced in all directions. After that, miserable howls of terror rang out everywhere in the palace of Tao origin. The spirit puppet snorted disapprovingly. His body disintegrated once again, but this time he did not transform into countless liquid beads. Instead, he transformed into several thousand 3-feet-long whips, lashing them in all directions while glowing with a bright yellow light. As the spirit puppet unleashed its full power, the palaces and pavilions in the palace of Tao origin collapsed one after another. The Taoists who were hiding in these palaces and pavilions were all smashed to pieces by the whips. Xianxia's hair absorbed the blood and flesh of the dead Taoists to its heart's content, while Huan Yin happily absorbed the souls of the dead. The Taoists who worked in the palace of Tao origin were at least golden immortals. In the huge palace of Tao origin, there were more than 100,000 Taoists who worked in the palace of Tao origin, such as those who lit fires, carried water, planted herbs, concocted pills, washed and cleaned, brewed tea, and guarded the door. All the Taoists were killed by the spirit puppet. Thousand Heads and Huan Yin absorbed the souls without restraint, and their faces quickly turned much better. As they killed and devoured, the three of them gradually arrived at the backyard of the palace of Tao origin. In a great hall in the backyard, Liu Bang, Xiao He, Han Xian, and a group of his trusted subordinates were being suppressed by a spirit talisman. Seeing Huan Yin and the other two walk into the hall, Liu Bang hurriedly shouted, "Master, save me! Master, save me!" Huan Yin let out a few weird laughs. He shook his head and softly scolded them for being trash. Then he looked at the soul puppet. The spirit puppet's body shook, and dozens of liquid beads flew out from its body. They circled around the spirit talisman a few times and destroyed it. 15 minutes later, the palace of Tao origin had become a land of death. Thousand Heads and the other two led Liu Bang and the rest out of the palace of Tao origin. The spirit puppet casually shot out a silver light, and the palace of Tao origin silently collapsed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into countless yellow sand and dust that scattered with the wind. Chapter 1120. Outside the chaos, amidst the nebula, Wuxia and his company stood on the back of Nine Tails, looking at the extraordinarily beautiful starry sky with a smile on their faces. The planet where Carefree Heavenly Realm was located had been driven far away by the Stardust Tide, and it was now covered with huge mushrooms. Furthermore, after being trained by Wuxia, these mushrooms had barely formed sentience and were branded with a spiritual mark by Wuxia. They had become the best gatekeepers of carefree heavenly realm. Who would have thought that such a tiny, carefree, heavenly realm was hiding in the boundless nebula outside the chaos? Let's go back and find the ancient sacred palace. Wuxia waved his hand and laughed heroically. Our foundation is here. Even if Panga World is destroyed, it has nothing to do with us. Whether we can eat and drink well in the ancient sacred palace or be a coward, it all depends on our luck. After a long time of work, Wuxia had finally gained complete control of carefree heavenly realm. Ordinary humans, longbow people, heavenly ghosts, and the dragons brought by A.O. Buzin had each occupied a vast and fertile land in carefree heavenly realm. The Underhand sect became the only immortal sect in carefree celestial realm, and those demons who used to recite poems and compose essays, as well as the arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, had all become disciples of the Underhand sect. An old Taoist, clad in a green Taoist robe and a large overcoat woven from white crane feathers, stood in front of Wuxia. His face was simple and unsophisticated, and he was shrouded in a clear mist. He bowed deeply to Wuxia and said, "Just go. With me, in charge of carefree heavenly realm, nothing will go wrong." This old Taoist was a new incarnation of Wuxia, apart from Dei supremacy and Reverend Xianxia. Wuxia called him Recluse Carefree, and from now on, everything in carefree heavenly realm would be managed by him. Hermit Carefree's cultivation base was almost the same as Wuxia's, but his magical power was much weaker. His magical power was about the same as that of a 9th-tier primordial immortal who had just stepped into the realm of Tao reasoning, which made him the weakest among all the supreme experts. However, Carefree Sky Realm did not have any natural or man-made disasters. If Carefree Sky Realm was given enough time, he would be able to slowly cultivate his magic power up. There were countless natural treasures in Carefree Heaven Realm. The White Rat Demon had harmed too many ancient almighty beings in the past, but now they had all fallen into Carefree's hands. Wuxia left behind a clone to guard the Carefree Heavenly Realm, so he naturally had nothing to worry about. But as he was going to the chaotic world to do all kinds of dangerous things, he could not give him too much of his magic power. So he could only give him the magic power equivalent to a 9th-tier primordial immortal, which was more than enough to deal with all kinds of things in Carefree Heavenly Realm. After all, the cultivation base of a peak-level Tao-breaking expert was more than enough to kill any Tao reasoning expert, even if he only had the magic power of a 9th-tier primordial expert. Slapping Carefree on the shoulder, Wuxia gave a long roar and stomped heavily on Ninetail's back. Ninetails, who had been eating and drinking happily in Carefree Heavenly Realm these days, transformed into a beam of light and sped away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Carefree bowed deeply in the direction where Wuxia had gone, then straightened his body, narrowed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Pass down my decree. From today on, all the gods and demons of Carefree Heavenly Realm are to cultivate in seclusion. Do not waste any time, and try your best to improve your cultivation base and magic power. Every year, I will give a sermon and teach them the supreme great Tao. Those who have made the most progress in their cultivation within a year will be rewarded with all kinds of rewards." The few disciples of Underhand sect standing beside Carefree cupped their fists and bowed respectfully, then disappeared into the stardust together with Carefree. The planet where Carefree Heavenly Realm was located had been driven far away by the stardust. If Carefree did not catch up with it, it would take him a long time to find Carefree Heavenly Realm. Wuxia and his company returned the way they came. Through the natural formation formed by the 5 Black Death Stars, they returned to the chaos. He was not in a hurry to return to Panga World. Instead, he brought them back to the chaos. Dei Reverend and Reverend Xianxia had been maintaining a spiritual connection with him all the time. Panga World was in a great mess now. The palace of Dao Origin had been torn down, and the 9 Daozu were hunting down the divine breakers with shining swords in their hands. He was not in the mood to join the fun. Jihao told Princess Zhonglu and the others about what had happened in Panga World. They all laughed out loud, gloating over the disaster that happened to Buddhism and Dao. Xianxia sighed as she laughed. It was a pity that she was not in Panga World. Otherwise, she would have fought against Thousand Head and the other world breakers. She wanted to see who was stronger, the world breakers, or she, the formless sky devil ancestor, who was fiercer. Chatting and laughing along the way, they had long entered a remote area in the chaos. Back then, Pangu created the world, and this was the place where chaos monsters often appeared. In Wu Qi's previous life, Yuan Ling was familiar with this place. In other words, Pangu created a world in the place where chaos monsters lived. This was the reason why chaos monsters often visited Pangu World after it was created. However, the place Wu Qi and his people entered was a remote area in the chaos. This place didn't produce anything, nor did it have any living creatures. Back in the ancient time, no chaos monsters were willing to wander in this place. This place was filled with violent primal chaos auras, extremely unstable chaos stars, and countless strange and dangerous places. Along the way, Wu Qi and his people encountered at least 30 chaos galaxies that were forming in the chaos. However, these galaxies, which had been forming for countless eras and were about to be formed, were immediately blown up by chaos powers that came from an unknown source. These billions of miles in diameter chaos stars, which were tens of thousands of times larger than the stars in Pangu World, exploded. Once they exploded, the power generated by the explosion was great enough to destroy the entire chaos space, which was tens of millions of times larger than the diameter of a star. Wu Qi and his people encountered over 30 exploding chaos galaxies like this on the way. The explosive waves generated by the explosions were countless times more terrifying than the most powerful thunder magic of Wu Qi and his people. Every time, Wu Qi and his people would be tortured to death. The few weakest ones would have died long ago if Wu Qi hadn't risked his life to save them. Dangerous. This is too fucking dangerous. While gasping for air, Ao Buzin grimaced in pain as he smeared a bottle of disinfectant powder on a foot-wide wound on his chest. A faint layer of black flame lingered on the bloody wound. The sticky flame looked like melted glass, quietly burning on Ao Buzin's muscles. A strange aroma of grilled meat suffused the air. Goldhorn, Silverhorn, and Catfish were drooling and twitching their noses, greedily staring at the few pieces of dragon meat on Ao Buzin's chest, which were obviously cooked. Just now, they narrowly avoided the explosion of a star, but the terrible shockwave sent them flying far away. They felt the sky was spinning, and even Wu Qi had no idea where he was. Right at that moment, a tiny meteor the size of a thumb came whistling over at a terrifying speed and coincidentally smashed onto Ao Buzin's chest. Fortunately, Ao Buzin's instinct to avoid danger was far faster than his reaction speed. Immediately, 3 layers of black dragon scales emerged on his chest, and he met the meteor head-on. The result was what everyone saw. The half-foot-thick dragon scales on Ao Buzin's chest were smashed to pieces, and the muscles on his chest caved in into a basin-sized pit. Although the meteor was also smashed to pieces, the bizarre black flame in the meteor still lingered on Ao Buzin's chest, burning him and making him emit a strong smell of grilled meat. If she did not know that Ao Buzin's cultivation base was far stronger than hers, perhaps she would have leaped onto Ao Buzin's chest and gnawed on the dragon meat, which was at least 3 to 4 kilograms of cooked dragon meat. Glaring fiercely at Catfish Flood Dragon and the others, who were drooling and staring at him with hostile eyes, Ao Buzin pulled out a short sword and cut off the cooked dragon meat on his chest. Gnashing his teeth in anger, he threw his head back and gave a loud howl into the sky, then opened his mouth and swallowed all the roasted meat. while chewing on his own flesh. Oh, Buzin smiled at the unsightly faces of the others and said, I never thought Lao Tzu's meat could taste so sweet. Io, what the hell is this thing? Why does it hurt Lao Tzu so much? Wuxia collected a few fragments of meteorites from A.O. Buzin's chest and examined them carefully, then nodded and said with a smile, So, this is what you were looking for? Do you still remember the incident that stirred up a storm in those years? Do you remember the marriage of Azure Sparrow God to Black Bat Fiend? Her head was suddenly smashed in front of everyone, and half of her body was burned to ashes by a black flame. What Wuxia was talking about was a very famous unsolved case among the Chaos Fiend gods. Azure Sparrow God, who was famous for her beauty and singing voice, was married to Black Bat Fiend. As a result, she was killed on the spot by an unknown attack in front of everyone. Black Bat Fiend was a famous overlord among the Chaos Fiend gods. When he saw that the beauty was about to fall into his hands, but was suddenly killed by a dead beauty, he lost his temper and brought his men to hunt down the murderer. As a result, he caused a great bloody storm among the Chaos Fiend gods and killed at least tens of thousands of them. But judging from what happened today, it was not some evil Chaos Fiend god who killed Azure Sparrow God, but this little meteor that came out of nowhere. Just now, Wuxia didn't see the trajectory of this little meteor clearly. Its flying speed was at least hundreds of times faster than Wuxia's fastest flight light. If this thing was made by someone, then that person's cultivation must have reached an unimaginable level. If this thing was born naturally, then what kind of dangerous place could give birth to such a terrible thing? With the defensive power of A.O. Buzin's dragon scales, even 3 layers of dragon scales were smashed in one blow. This attack was almost comparable to a full blow from Wuxia. This time, everyone came to find the ancient sacred palace, but Wuxia barely retained a little impression of the ancient sacred palace. After all, in his previous life, he had secretly followed the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs to the ancient sacred palace, and he had forgotten the specific way. He would just treat it as a sightseeing tour along the way. Now that such a strange little thing had appeared, Wuxia was very interested in its origin. Although the risk of sightseeing in the chaos world was a little higher, when Wuxia called out, everyone followed him excitedly and flew in the direction where this little meteor came from. After flying forward at full speed for 7 days and 7 nights, a strange scene suddenly appeared in front of them. Chapter 1121. A strange, twisted slit appeared in the chaotic airflow. It was a black, spiral-shaped slit, less than 10,000 miles wide, but no one could tell how long it was. It went all the way down from the top of the crowd. The slit was so crooked that it went beyond the limit of Wuxia's divine sense. When the crowd saw the slit, they instinctively unleashed their divine sense, trying to find out its end. But soon, their expressions changed. Catfish Flood Dragon and Lord Xianxia were close to body cultivators, so their divine sense was not very strong. Not only could they not find out the end of the slit, but neither Wuxia nor Xianxia could tell how long it was, which was very frightening. By now, Wuxia's divine sense could easily cover the whole Pango world, but he could not find out how long this dark slit was. Both Wuxia and Xia's faces turned a little blue, and they shook their heads at the same time. In the primal chaos, there were all sorts of strange and bizarre places of natural danger, and this place was obviously one of them. Some broken bricks and tiles were slowly floating in a spiral-shaped black crevice that was slowly rotating. Among them were green bricks the size of a human head and densely covered with exquisite patterns, magnificent stone pillars that were tens of feet in diameter and over 1,000 feet in length, and some exquisite metal components. These metal components were cast into the shapes of beautiful flowers, birds, insects, fishes, and all kinds of humanoid creatures. Each of them glowed with a soft light, and the raging, chaotic airflow could not get close to these broken bricks and metal components. Obviously, there used to be a magnificent building here, but someone or some force had destroyed it, leaving behind these broken bricks and tiles. Judging from the look of it, these broken buildings were sinking downward along the track of some force, but a strange force was filling them, which forcibly opened up such a beautiful spiral slit in the chaotic airflow. Countless wreckage slowly rotated and sank down along a fixed trajectory. Above the crowd, countless debris floated in the bottomless black slit, and under their feet, countless debris was also drifting in the bottomless black slit. "What is this?" Ao Buzin asked subconsciously. He reached out his hand and grabbed a handful of debris in the distance. In the blink of an eye, a 10-feet-tall statue of a naked girl, glowing with a golden light, was pulled over from the void. Naturally, his hands found their way to the towering breasts of the exquisite statue of the naked woman. Then, he gave them a couple of obscenities and laughed. Hee, it's still warm. Hee, it's a little soft and springy. While speaking, Ao Buzin's face turned extremely weird. While standing beside him, Wuxia and the others had goosebumps all over their bodies, staring at the statue in horror. It looked like a statue made of metal, but in fact, it was emitting an extremely faint aura of life. This statue of a naked woman, who was in an incomparably beautiful dance pose, seemed to have been forcibly transformed into a metal statue by a powerful being with great magic power. However, the divine arts and magic power of the great divinity were incomparably terrifying. The statue of a naked woman actually maintained a certain amount of life force. Although it was made of metal, it had a bit of flesh and blood attribute. Her life didn't end. She was just sealed inside the statue. Subconsciously, he reached out his hand and touched the arm of the statue a few times. As Ao Buzin had said, the statue was warm to the touch, and it had a soft elasticity to it. It was as if he was touching the flesh and blood of a beautiful woman, not a metal statue. However, with his spiritual power, he found that this statue was just a piece of metal. The only difference was that her internal organs, meridians, and blood vessels were no different from those of a living human being. There was even a thick and heavy liquid flowing slowly in her blood vessels like mercury, and there was even a very subtle spiritual fluctuation near her brain. Amazing! What incredible method! Looking at this statue, Wuxia shook his head in amazement. Ao Buzin swallowed his saliva. He stared at the statue maliciously and murmured in a low voice, turning a body of flesh and blood into metal. TSK, it can be done with some evil spells, but it can still maintain the elasticity of the skin and the life force. But to still maintain the elasticity of the skin and the breath of life, just how powerful is this ability? Shaking his head, Ao Buzin put the statue into his spirit space, then smiled at Wuxia and asked, "Master, do you think this girl can give birth to a baby? Will the baby we give birth to have a body of flesh and blood or a body of metal?" TSK, the strength of her body is really scary. Just now, I tried my best to rub her chest, but didn't leave any mark. If the crystallization of love between her and me can have such a strong body. TSK, hugging a metal statue and groaning with all his might. A few beads of cold sweat broke out on Wuxi's forehead. Subconsciously, everyone took a few steps back, cautiously staying away from Ao Buzin. Only this perverted dragon could do such a thing, couldn't he? Sowing seeds all over the world. He didn't even let go of a metal statue. Although this was a metal statue with life aura, the plot was too strange. Just imagining it in one's head would send chills down one's spine. Laughing dryly, Wuxia left Ao Buzin and ignored him. He quickly scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. Fortunately, although there were still a few similar statues around, they were either missing arms or legs and had lost their life force, or they were male statues. Ao Buzin had no interest in men. Shaking his head, Wuxia pointed up. Immediately, the group of people rose into the air and quickly flew upward, following the debris that was slowly falling down from above. Along the way, Wuxia kept casting divine powers to help the group speed up. After flying upward for more than a month, a mass of light finally appeared in front of them, and in the light, a huge building that was slowly disintegrating. The building covered a large area, tall and luxurious, and its style was similar to the temples in the Acropolis of Athens that Wuxia knew. The building measured tens of millions of miles in both length and width, and contained countless palaces and pavilions. Just by looking at the ruins and the exquisite carvings on the stairs and stone pillars, one could tell how luxurious this building must have been in the past. But now, such a huge building was slowly disintegrating like sugar sinking into hot water, disintegrating from all directions. The speed of disintegration was very slow. Wuxia estimated that in about a year, the surrounding buildings, which were about a foot wide, would disintegrate into pieces. Judging from this, the original scale of this building was even larger, but as time went by, its area had been shrinking. Wuxia had no idea how long it had existed here, or how large its original area was. However, Wuxia had a bold guess. Perhaps this magnificent palace was built by those powerful creatures in the Holy Realm, and after the Holy Realm was destroyed, this building was lost in the chaos. After the Holy Realm was destroyed, countless chaos fiend gods were born in the chaos, and after that, Pangu created the world. After that, countless eons had passed. This building slowly disintegrated in the chaos. If Wuxia and the others had not accidentally come to this place, perhaps even if someone was lucky enough to come to this place many years later, they would not be able to see this splendid ancient building again. Sighing slightly, Wuxia felt sorry for those powerful creatures in the Holy Realm and for the once glorious civilization of the Holy Realm. Wuxia glanced at this tens of millions of miles in both width and length, which still had many, more or less, well-preserved buildings. Then, he carefully activated the heaven refining cauldron and released a stream of light, enveloping the entire building. The light released by the cauldron was still hundreds of thousands of miles away from the building, when a dim light, which was hundreds of times thinner than a fine silk, flashed across the air and disappeared. Not good. Wuxia only saw a few twisted spell symbols flash within the dim light. "Oh no!" he shouted out loud, then saw the light suddenly roll back and violently bump into the heaven refining cauldron. If the light released by Wuxia was a stream, then the light that rolled back had become a vast ocean. The boundless light bumped into the heaven refining cauldron. Wuxia felt that his internal organs were twitching, as if all the pre-world energies in his body were being squeezed out. 5-colored blood spurted out from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, while his divine soul suffered a piercing pain. He was nearly sent flying out of his body. Tens of cracks appeared on the cauldron. Looking at those cracks, Wuxia even wanted to die. In his previous life, it was with this cauldron that old man Yuan Ling built his reputation as the #1 grandmaster in alchemy and artifact crafting. But now, the cauldron was nearly completely destroyed by the backlash from the light. Hastily, Wuxia retracted the cauldron back into his body. Sensing the mournful cry coming from it, Wuxia felt like weeping, but no tears came out. To go for wool and come home shorn. Only God knew how much time and effort it would take for Wuxia to fully nourish this cauldron. Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia cried out in alarm. They rushed to Wuxia's side in a panic, placing both of their little hands on Wuxia's back and injecting an enormous amount of energy into Wuxia's body. Silently exercising the scroll of stealing, Wuxia helped Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia to ease the pain in his body. Clenching his jaws tightly, he stared fixedly at the ruins and sneered. He said in a low voice, "I was careless and suffered a great loss. After all, this might be a ruin left behind by the sacred realm. I was too careless, too arrogant. Let's stay here for a little longer. Be careful, and see if we can find some benefits from this place." Seeing that Wuxia was severely wounded just by trying to collect the ruins, Ao, Buzin, and the others became extremely cautious. They stared at the huge ruins in front of them with vigilance, as if they had seen some wild beasts. Everyone knew that this ruins was many times more powerful than any wild beasts, but it was also a good place for them to train themselves. If they could not conquer a ruin that had been disintegrated for countless years, How could they go to the ancient sacred palace, which was a well-preserved ruin of the sacred realm? Taking a deep breath, Wuxia pulled Wuchang out from the heaven-refining cauldron and threw him towards the ruins. Wuchang let out a furious roar and flew toward the ruins at top speed. Chapter 1122. With a shrill howl, Wuchang was thrown hundreds of thousands of miles away by Wuxia. After being imprisoned in the heaven-refining cauldron for so many days, Wuchang had been in a daze. However, he was, after all, an extraordinary man. After being pulled out of the cauldron by Wuxia, he immediately found himself in the chaos. He knew about the dangers of the chaotic world. After all, he was once the chief oracle of the great alliance of human clans, so he naturally knew a lot of things passed down from ancient times. Wuxia grabbed him, threw him out, and casually sealed all his cultivation base. No matter what Wuxia was going to do, he just kept rushing forward like a stone marble. Cold sweat gushed out from every pore of Wuchang's. Was he thrown out of the chaos like a stone marble? What was in front of him? Was it the nest of those ferocious, chaotic creatures? Was it a terrifying natural stronghold that could kill a zenith heaven golden immortal in an instant? Or was it some other terrible place that he could never escape from? An unknown fear made Wuchang scream at the top of his lungs. His scream was so unpleasant that Wuxia had to cover his ears with his hands. Didn't this guy claim to have an immortal body? Wuxia squinted his eyes, covered his ears, and said with a proud smile, "What else could be more suitable as a tool to explore the way? Anyway, he won't die, so there's no risk. At most, he'll suffer a little. Even if he accidentally dies. Well, if he dies, then he dies, right? What's worth?" The people around Wuxia nodded in agreement. As a man with an immortal body, if you don't sacrifice yourself to explore the way, then who will? They did not have the slightest pity in their hearts. They laughed and watched Wuchang fly across the void while screaming. Soon, they arrived at the place where the heaven-refining cauldron's fresh air was bounced back. In the void, a very thin and faint halo flashed, and 6 twisted runes flashed slightly. Wuchang's body suddenly froze, and then he quickly flew towards Wuxia. If the speed at which Wuxia threw Wuchang was 1, then the speed at which Wuchang was bounced back was 100, or even 1,000 or 10,000. The dreadful speed brought with it a dreadful power. Wuchang's body was still intact at first, but in just a fraction of a second, when he was less than 100 miles away from Wuxia, his body could no longer withstand the terrible counterforce. His whole body disintegrated with a boom, turning into minced meat and a mist of blood that sprayed toward Wuxia and the others. Wuxia hurriedly raised the sky-covering flag of chaos, and a large cloud of black mist enveloped everyone. The black mist overlapped and formed a tough barrier, blocking Chang's broken flesh and blood. A big half of the black mist that was transformed from the sky-covering flag of chaos was shattered as well, and the flag itself was nearly harmed. What a strong counterforce! The power contained in every drop of Wuchang's blood and flesh was no weaker than a full-strength strike launched by an ordinary Tao-breaking being. That was enough to destroy a star area in Pangu world. Translator's thoughts, Yinamon _ finally. The crowd realized how frightening the counterforce was that Wuxia had withstood just now. Fortunately, his fleshly body was ridiculously strong, or else he would have been beaten to the same state as Wuchang. Fortunately, the sky-shrouding flag of primordial chaos was able to block Wuchang's blood. The viscous blood wriggled wildly in the void. Gradually, the blood gathered together and reformed into a huge ball of blood. Shrill screams could be heard from the blood ball, and soon, the blood ball began squirming intensely. In a quarter of an hour, Wuchang reappeared in front of everyone, with a pale face. Countless dirty words were about to come out of Wuchang's mouth, but Wuxia grabbed Wuchang's throat before he could say anything. Wuxia grinningly said to Wuchang, "The immortal body is indeed worthy of its reputation. Elder Wuchang, please try again." Those 6 spell symbols were very mysterious, and I haven't memorized them all yet. As for what those spell symbols can do, you have to try them a few more times. Wu Chang let out a long, shrill cry, but Wu Qi had already thrown him away. This time, Wu Qi had used a little bit of the divine ability of the fiend god of strength from the Inferno Hell Fiend scripture, throwing Wu Chang with a greater force, and at least twice as fast as before. In the blink of an eye, Wu Chang howled miserably as he was bounced back by the light curtain again. This time, Wu Chang's speed was twice as fast, and the force of the rebound was also twice as strong. As soon as Wu Chang was bounced out, his body turned into a pool of blood and flesh that sprayed out in all directions. Wu Qi had produced the sky-veiling flag of chaos and another evil treasure, the soul shield of bone. The two supreme treasures of primal protected everyone at the same time, and only then were they able to block the blood and flesh that Wu Chang reflected back. The sky-covering flag of chaos was still intact. After all, it was a primordial treasure that Wu Qi had refined with his blood and life essence. However, the Ghostbone shield, which was obtained from Daozu's evil treasure, was slightly damaged. At least 3,000 white bones on the shield, which was made up of tens of thousands of tiny spirit bones, were shattered by Wu Chang's flesh and blood. After all, Wu Qi did not seriously refine these evil treasures, and he only took them out for temporary use. Naturally, their power was not as strong as the sky-covering flag of chaos. Looking at the damaged Ghostbone shield, everyone could not help but click their tongues in amazement. The restriction in front of them was indeed mysterious and unpredictable. It could actually reflect flesh and blood with a terrifying power that was enough to destroy a primordial treasure. At the same time, they were also surprised by Wu Chang's strong vitality. This guy actually condensed another blood ball, and in just a quarter of an hour, he once again condensed into a human form. This time, before Wu Qi could strangle his neck, Wu Chang shouted loudly, "Bastard rascal! How dare you bully me like this? You!" Ao Buzin strangled Wu Chang's neck with both hands, so that he could not say another word. Ao Buzin gave Wu Qi a simple and honest smile and asked, "It seems like those 6 runes are really mysterious and unfathomable. I've read them twice just now, but I've only remembered the appearance of 2 of them. It seems that I have to throw this guy out a few more times. This time, let's see what I can do." Wu Qi nodded with a smile on his face, then produced 2 more evil supreme treasures and prepared them. Grabbing Wu Chang's neck, Ao Buzin spun him dozens of times as if he was throwing a hammer. When Wu Chang's neck was about 3 feet long, Ao Buzin let out a loud laugh and threw Wu Chang out. Wu Chang let out another sharp and long roar, and his body was once again thrown towards the restriction tens of thousands of miles away. Light flashed, and the 6 spell symbols flashed again. This time, Wu Qi and the others all concentrated on memorizing the appearance of the 6 spell symbols and the flow of the light inside them. Wu Chang howled miserably. This time, as soon as he touched the barrier, he was turned into a puddle of blood. Then, accompanied by a loud boom, a great amount of blood shot whistling toward the crowd. Every drop of blood, which was the result of Wu Chang's broken fleshly body, tore through the void and came in front of Wu Qi and the others like thunderbolts. This time, the 2 defensive ultimate treasures, the ghost-skinned green spirit flag and the myriad poison mystic light shield, were shattered by the reflected blood. Even the black mist spurted out by the sky-covering flag of chaos was shattered by 70%, and the sky-covering flag of chaos was almost hurt. However, the group of people also found that the more strength they used to throw Wu Chang, the longer the restriction would appear, and the longer the 6 spell symbols would appear. Therefore, the group of people could remember the shapes of the 6 spell symbols and the flow of the energy inside them more clearly. When Wu Chang's body reformed, Wu Qi and the others discussed for a while. Then, the group of people laughed and stood in a strange formation of the 8 trigrams. This time, no one threw Wu Chang. Instead, everyone's magic power was gathered in the formation. Everyone's magic power was transformed by the formation, and turned into a huge force that wrapped Wuchang up and shot him out. This time, the power that Wuchang carried was at least 100 times greater than when Wu Qi and Ao Buzin threw him out alone, and the speed was much faster. The thin restriction flickered violently, and the restriction lasted in the void for a breath's time before slowly dissipating. This time, Wuchang was not reflected back, because his body was exploding and shattering crazily in the restrictive formation. In just a blink of an eye, he had turned into a plume of thick, blood-red smoke. Even the plume of smoke was quickly cut into pieces amidst the blinking light of the restrictive formation. All the power of the restrictive formation was used to deal with Wuchang, and not a single bit of it leaked out to attack Wu Qi and the others. After a breath's time, a wisp of bloody smoke gathered in the void, and then slowly turned into a sticky ball of blood. Soon, Wuchang, who had an ugly expression on his face, was formed again. This time, Wu Qi could not help but clap his hands and exclaim, "It's indeed an immortal body. It's really powerful. Oh, Wuchang, you're really the best cannon fodder in the world." Wuchang knelt weakly in the void. He trembled as he looked at Wu Qi and the others. Suddenly, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Kill me, please kill me. What kind of damned restriction is this? Why? Wuchang's face twitched, and his eyes turned white. Sticky white foam kept coming out of his mouth, and he looked like he was going insane. Wu Qi could not help but be curious. Did the restriction really make Wuchang suffer so much? Why did he look like he had been tortured in the 18 levels of hell for countless years, and his whole body was about to collapse? That was strange. He had been imprisoned by the Celestial Court for so many years, but hadn't he always been full of energy? Shaking his head, Wu Qi produced the sky-veiling flag of chaos and pulled Wuchang back. "If we could kill you, we'd definitely give you a quick death," he said with a smile. "But look, we can't kill you now either. You have an immortal body." Ao Buzin gently patted Wuchang's cheek and said with a smile, all right. What's the point of crying when you're a man? Now that things have come to this, just accept your fate. Aren't we just asking you to test the enemy's restriction? You make it look like your mother died. Do you have to be so miserable?" Laughing strangely, Ao Buzin grabbed Wuchang and asked, "Who is interested in throwing him again?" Lord Xianxia took Wuchang from him with a smile on his face, then turned to Wu Qi and said, "An immortal body is a supreme treasure. With such a stone to explore the way, what formation can stop us? This is a treasure." The crowd burst into laughter, and Wuchang was thrown out again. Chapter 1123. Kill me. A long and shrill cry shook the heavens and the earth, but no one paid attention to it. Wuchang, who was on the verge of death, lay weakly on a piece of white cloud. His eyes were unfocused as he stared at an unknown spot in the distance. Some parts of his body were charred as if he had been struck by lightning. Some parts of his body were covered with a thin layer of ice, as if he had been frozen by ice and snow. Some parts of his body were bloody, as if he had been bitten by wild beasts. Some parts of his body were fragmented and sticky, as if someone had pounded them and glued them back together. Although he had an immortal body, every time he recovered his body, he would consume a portion of his essence qi. If his essence qi was used up, Wuchang would have to wash his hands and absorb the spiritual qi from the outside world to replenish his body. However, at this moment, Wuchang was in the midst of chaos. There was violent, chaotic spiritual qi all around him. Among everyone present, only Wu Qi, Ao Buzin, Princess Zhonglu, and Xianxia could absorb and use this chaotic spiritual qi. For the others, absorbing the chaotic spiritual qi was like taking a huge poison. They were courting death. Not only could Wuchang not absorb the chaotic spiritual qi to recover his essence qi, but he also had to continuously consume his essence qi to isolate the chaotic spiritual qi from his body. He was already severely exhausted, and now he was continuously consuming his essence qi. He could only feel his vision turning black, and it seemed like he could not hold on any longer. However, Wu Qi was not in the mood to help Wuchang heal. To Wuqi, a half-dead Wuchang was more reliable than an energetic Wuchang. Along the way, he had relied on Wuchang to explore the way, but Wuchang had also tried to escape several times. Once, he had even escaped millions of miles away with a part of his essence qi. Fortunately, Wuqi was vigilant and captured him alive. Since then, Wuqi had been more careful in using Wuchang. He had been even more careful in letting Wuchang traverse the mines all the way here. Seeing that there was only one last and most complicated restriction left, Wuqi was racking his brains to break it. The ruins that were slowly collapsing had a total of 13 restrictive spells. The outermost restrictive spell was the one that had caused Wuqi so much pain. It was a restrictive spell composed of 6 runes. Through Wuchang's conscientious exploration, the mystery of the 6 runes was fully grasped by Wuqi. Then, Wuqi used the primordial runes in the Book of Ancient God to build a complicated forbidden breaking formation, completely breaking the forbidden breaking formation that had almost exhausted its energy. After that, 11 more restrictions appeared one after another. Each rune was more complicated than the previous one, and also more powerful. However, with the experience of breaking the first restriction, and with the help of Wuchang, the best pathfinder in the world, Wuqi spent a lot of time and energy to finally break all 11 restrictions. Now, it was the last restriction. There were a total of 360 different runes in the first 12 restrictions. Each rune had a magical effect that could seize the heaven and earth. These runes were more profound and powerful than those in the Book of Ancient God. For example, one of the runes that controlled the power of thunder. When Wuqi had fully grasped it, he could casually strike out a thunderbolt, which was more powerful than the hundreds of primordial runes that were related to thunder and lightning in the Book of Ancient God. The last restriction in front of him was a combination of 360 different runes. It contained all the natural forces of earth, water, fire, wind, thunder, water, and electricity. All the natural forces merged into one, turning into a thick and sticky light fog that shrouded the surroundings. If someone accidentally stepped into it, he or she would be lost in the light fog or crushed to death by the light fog. It was indeed an extremely powerful restriction. However, Wuqi had already understood the mystery of the 360 runes in the first 12 restrictions. When these runes were combined together, it was just a little bit more variation. After using Wuchang to explore the way several dozens of times and carefully exploring all the runes, Wuqi finally unraveled the last layer of restrictive spell. A bright light shone in front of them, and the disintegrating ruin immediately appeared before their eyes. As soon as the restriction was broken, they were looking at the huge ruin at a close distance. Suddenly, they heard a loud whistling sound, and a fierce, strong light shot up along the spiral-shaped black crack. Along the way, countless debris was knocked away by the strong light. Before Wuqi and the others could react, the strong light had already hit the bottom of the ruin. With a muffled sound, the ruin trembled violently. Some stones of different sizes at the bottom of the ruin were shattered by the bright light. Countless stones were suddenly accelerated to an unimaginable speed, flying in all directions with a faint black flame. Wuqi and the others happened to be floating above the ruin. Therefore, those stones only shot in all directions, but none of them shot at Wuqi and the others. Is this the origin of the stones? Wuqi finally understood the origin of the mysterious stones that killed the Blue Sparrow deity and wounded Ao Buzin a few days ago. The light that shot up along the spiral-shaped track was very strange. Presumably, there were other secrets hidden under the black crack. But now, the huge ruin was right in front of them, and they could figure out the origin of the light later. The most important thing now was to explore the ruin. He grabbed Wuchang, who was at his last gasp, and threw him forcefully into the ruin. Along with a muffled sound, Wuchang bumped into a stone pillar at the edge of the ruin, which was about 30 meters thick and thousands of meters tall. The stone pillar was green and looked like a translucent glass, with countless patterns of flowers and plants carved on it. Wuchang bumped into a long line of patterns of grass. The patterns of grass were small and delicate, with a large number of bumps sticking out of the stone pillar. When Wuchang bumped into the patterns of grass, his body was hooked by a protruding blade of grass. Puff, puff, puff. Wuchang suddenly let out a strange breathing sound. He breathed deeply, and around his body, a strong, visible spiritual power appeared. As he inhaled, a huge whirlpool appeared, and a large amount of spiritual power surged into his body. In the blink of an eye, Wuchang, whose face was pale and covered in wounds, suddenly had a healthy glow on his face. His wounds healed quickly, and even his dry skin turned red. When Wuchang's injuries healed and his energy recovered, the spirit qi around his body suddenly disappeared. It was as if the spirit qi had been an illusion. The group of people was stunned for a long time, staring at Wuchang from tens of miles away. Wuchang, who was also confused, stared at Wuqi. After a long time, he murmured to himself, "Don't ask me why. Those spiritual qi, I was thinking that I needed a lot of it, and it just appeared out of nowhere. When I recovered, I didn't need it anymore, and it disappeared." Ao Buzin was stunned for a while. Then he murmured to himself, "Is there really such a good thing?" Shaking his head, Ao Buzin turned into a beam of light and landed on the top of the huge stone pillar. He closed his eyes and murmured, "I don't need any spiritual qi for now. Beautiful women with long legs and big breasts. Beautiful women with long legs and big breasts. I don't need any clothes. Beautiful virgins with long legs and big breasts. Come out now. Come out now." Wuqi's eyeballs almost popped out of his eye sockets. He stared at Ao Buzin in shock. Right next to Ao Buzin, beautiful women with long legs and big breasts kept popping out one after another. All the women were of different shapes and sizes, and their faces were not the same. However, all of them were so beautiful that they could topple cities and countries. All of them were exuding a strong sense of lust, staring at Ao Buzin like a female cat that had taken too many drugs that it should not have on a spring night. Ao Buzin, who was murmuring to himself, slowly opened his eyes. He was stunned for a while. Then he grabbed the big breasts of a beautiful woman with red hair. He carefully rubbed the breasts, then threw his head back and roared, "Merciful Buddha, this is a paradise for men, a paradise for us real men." Ao Buzin threw his head back and laughed, his saliva spraying out of his mouth. Goldhorn and Silverhorn's eyes lit up at the same time. They swooped down and sat cross-legged on a large pillar next to Ao Buzin, then murmured, "Meat, so much meat from dragons. So many living dragons lying on the ground for us to eat." In just a blink of an eye, 2 divine dragons, 10 miles long and plump, appeared next to the brothers. 2 giant dragons with beautiful and dazzling pale golden scales and exuberant blood essence lay sprawled on the ground. Their huge dragon eyes were fixed on Goldhorn and Silverhorn while they bared their most vulnerable abdomen as if they were ready to be tasted by Goldhorn and Silverhorn. "Ah, I like this place." Seeing that the things that Goldhorn and Silverhorn dreamed of were right next to them, Catfish Flood Dragon sprang impatiently to the front door of a dilapidated hall. "Meat, delicious meat. I don't care what race they are, as long as they're made of meat. I'm not picky. Ha ha ha." Catfish Flood Dragon's strong appetite had stimulated her spirit. Her eyes had turned into a frightening green color, while pieces of fresh, bloody demon beast meat kept popping up around her. Catfish Flood Dragon breathed a sigh of satisfaction, grabbed a piece of meat from an unknown demon beast that weighed more than 500 kilograms, and stuffed it into her mouth with an indescribable feeling of being touched. Wuqi and Princess Zhang Li were struck dumb. What the hell was this ruin? Why did they feel a frightening divine force in this place that could make anything come true? The beautiful girl standing next to Ao Buzin, the 2 great dragons standing next to Goldhorn and Silverhorn, and the meat next to Catfish Flood Dragon. No matter how hard Wuqi examined them with his divine will, they were all living beings, real entities and not phantoms. 2 beams of light flashed as Gold Feather and Silver Feather rushed to the side of Goldhorn and Silverhorn. The sisters narrowed their eyes and murmured quietly for a while. Then, two heavenly dragons with light silver bodies appeared beside them. The sisters transformed back to their true forms, opened their mouths, and bit off the necks of the two sky dragons, then began to devour their blood and flesh. On the top of another stone pillar, Audiobook was impatiently casting all kinds of restrictive spells around him. He could not wait to put his arms around these beautiful girls, who perfectly met his aesthetic standards, and have sex with them for 30,000 rounds. Wuxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After a brief moment of pondering, he carefully landed in the ruins. Narrowing his eyes, Wuxia tried to recall something in his memory, then reached out his hand and murmured in a low voice, "Myriad Spirit Cauldron, the original spirit treasure of Pangu World. Myriad Spirit Cauldron, come out, come out." As Wuxia murmured, a large square cauldron slowly emerged in front of him. But when the cauldron was about to take shape, a loud pop rang out, and the cauldron disappeared abruptly. All the others had their dreams fulfilled, but the Myriad Spirit Cauldron in Wuqi's dream did not. Chapter 1124. Everything on the huge stone pillar was shrouded in a dense mist. Apart from Audiobook's heavy panting, no one could see what was going on inside. Only the occasional cries of a cat, which sounded like the cries of cat, could make people guess what was going on inside. Goldhorn, Silverhorn, Goldfeather, and Silverfeather were gorging themselves. Dozens of dragon bones were piled up haphazardly next to them, and large chunks of dragon meat were being swallowed by them. It was obvious that their bodies were undergoing some mysterious changes. With the replenishment of a large amount of true dragon meat, their bodies were becoming stronger and more psychic. Goldhorn's and Goldfeather's bodies had turned into half-energy gold, and so did Silverhorn and Silverfeather. Their bodies had turned translucent, as if they were formed from light mist. Clearly, their bodies were undergoing a rapid reaction with the energy of heaven and earth, and their divine abilities and magic power were undergoing a rapid transformation. The same was true for Catfish and Lord Xianxia. They kept forming a huge number of divine beasts around them, plucking out their essence and devouring it. Their physical strength and magic power were growing rapidly, and their bones were crackling like popping beans. It was obvious that their physical strength was growing crazily. Princess Zhonglu was hovering in a 5-colored cloud, constantly absorbing a large amount of innate energies of 5 elements, purifying and transforming them into her own chaotic divine energy. Xianxia, on the other hand, was laughing wildly as she devoured the pure souls that kept emerging from around her. Each of them was at least as strong as the immortal soul of a peak-level gold immortal, and with every soul Xianxia devoured, her aura grew stronger. Everyone had obtained endless benefits here. As long as they could think of something, it would immediately appear. Only Wuqi's Myriad Spirit Cauldron failed. Just when the cauldron in Wuqi's mind was about to take shape, Wuqi's divine soul suddenly went into a trance, and the huge cauldron disintegrated with a boom, turning into billowing natural energy and scattering in all directions. Wuxia was blasted away by the Myriad Spirit Cauldron, and he almost vomited blood. Strange, everyone has gotten what they want, including the incomparably precious innate energies of 5 elements. So, why did the Myriad Spirit Cauldron fail? Wuxia pondered for a brief moment, then frowned and gave it another thought. Accompanied by a low rumble, a huge 3-legged cauldron slowly appeared in front of Wuxia. The cauldron's entire body was shimmering with a clear light, exuding a strong, innate aura. White true fire kept gushing out of it, as if it could refine the entire world. The heaven-refining cauldron, the life treasure of Elder Yuan Ling in Wuqi's previous life, actually appeared in front of Wuxia out of thin air. After a long while, Wuxia took out his heaven-refining cauldron, which had cracked because of the counterforce of the restrictive spells. Except for the dozens of glaring cracks on its surface, this heaven-refining cauldron looked no different from the original one. Carefully, Wuxia sent his divine sense into the heaven-refining cauldron in front of him. It was indeed the heaven-refining cauldron. Be it the aura, or the quality, or even the countless restrictive spells left in it by Elder Yuan Ling, everything was the same. After pondering for a brief moment, Wuxia slowly pushed the heaven-refining cauldron over his head towards the cauldron in front of him. Softly, he recited the controlling spell of the heaven-refining cauldron, while his hands kept changing incantation gestures. At the same time, the two cauldrons sprayed out the milky white Yuan Ling true fire. The white flames blended with each other and gradually merged into one. The flames dragged each other and produced a strong suction force. Slowly, the two cauldrons merged into one. Soon, a brand new heaven-refining cauldron appeared in front of Wuxia. All the cracks on the cauldron were gone, and everything went back to normal. However, this new heaven-refining cauldron was at least twice as powerful as Wuxia's original spirit treasure. In terms of materials and other aspects, everything was much stronger than before. Even the temperature of the Yuan Ling true fire inside the cauldron had been raised by at least 2 times. Curiously, Wuxia waved a finger towards the white flame. Along with a sizzling noise, the skin and flesh on his finger were instantly burned off. The heaven-refining true fire, which was made from his primordial spirit, actually burned his physical body. Wuxia's heart missed a beat, then he was wild with joy. Apparently, this was because the power of the Yuan Ling true fire had skyrocketed, and he still couldn't control it freely. Even his strong physical body couldn't withstand this flame. If it were anyone else, they would have been burned into ashes within a moment, wouldn't they? Remaining silent for a while, Wuxia decided to go all out. One heaven-refining cauldron after another appeared in front of him, and he kept merging them with each other. After 36 times, an enormous heaven-refining cauldron, tens of thousands of meters tall, could no longer shrink, no matter how hard Wuxia incanted a spell or cast a spell. The white flame released from the cauldron instantly raised the surrounding temperature, scaring everyone except Wuxia and forcing them to flee in panic, appeared in front of Wuxia. The power of this cauldron had reached an unimaginable level. Wuxia could barely control it by activating all of his soul power, just like a 3- or 5-year-old kid trying to control a fierce horse. Wuxia's entire body was soaked in cold sweat, and he felt powerless. He clenched his teeth tightly and continued to inject one controlling spirit art after another into this ridiculously powerful heaven-refining cauldron, barely preventing it from suffering any irreparable damage. The heaven-refining cauldron was a supreme grand mist artifact. Now, when more than 30 heaven-refining cauldrons merged into one, its power didn't just increase by more than 30 times, but by nearly 100 times. This had exceeded the limit of Wuxia's ability to control it freely. The flame that was crazily shooting out from the cauldron's mouth made Wuxia feel a sense of fear. The feeling was like a father looking at his son, who had gone insane and became a man with extraordinary strength. Although Wuxia could still sense that the Yuan Ling true flame was the prime true flame refined from his divine soul, he could barely control it, and could not control it as freely as before. Gnashing his teeth, Wuxia threw a supreme grand mist artifact, the soul-slaughtering green light, which he obtained from Daozu, into the heaven-refining cauldron. Along with a loud, sizzling noise, this evil supreme grand mist artifact was burned into a wisp of green smoke by Yuan Ling's true flame, without leaving any residue. After being tossed around by Wuxia, the heaven-refining cauldron had completely surpassed the grade of the so-called supreme grand mist artifact, reaching a level that even Wuxia could not understand. Perhaps, the heaven-refining cauldron now looked like some of the treasures in the holy world. Perhaps those real saints in the holy world used powerful treasures like the heaven-refining cauldron. With a twisted face, Wuxia kept incanting incantations and spitting out 36 mouthfuls of blood essence in a row. Only then did he retract the heaven-refining cauldron into his body. Panting, he wrapped the heaven-refining cauldron with his divine soul and barely suppressed it. Then, he tried to nourish it with his divine soul and communicate with it, hoping to regain the feeling of being able to control it as easily as he did in the past. All the people crowded around him, asking him what happened just now in astonishment. Just now, the heaven-refining cauldron suddenly exploded, sending a white flame soaring into the sky. The surrounding temperature rose crazily, and even the supreme Grand Mist artifact was instantly turned into a wisp of green smoke. The terrible heat made everyone flee in panic. Apart from the others, A.O. Buzin was the only one who was in a sorry state. He flew into the sky with his bare buttocks, looking 10,000 times worse than anyone else. Therefore, A.O. Buzin was the angriest of them all. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws, asking Wuxia what he had done. Thoughtfully, Wuxia told everyone what he had just done. The myriad spirit cauldron did not succeed, but the heaven-refining cauldron, which Wuxia knew every detail about, was successfully formed. Wuxia had a speculation. It was true that people could form all kinds of objects according to their will, but they could only do so when they were the objects they were most familiar with. For example, A.O. Buzin was very familiar with women. Goldhorn, Silverhorn, and Goldfeather were very familiar with the body structure of dragons. Catfish and Lord Xianxia, the two foodies, were very familiar with the body structure of all kinds of divine beasts. Yuan Xing and Tu Xiaobai were very familiar with the aroma and taste of various spirit fruits. As for Princess Zhonglu, she had completely mastered the innate 5 elements energy. As for Yixia, as the ancestor of the invisible heavenly fiends, she could clearly analyze any soul. They were very familiar with the objects they wanted to form, so they were able to form the objects they wanted in the ruins. But Wuxia had failed to form the myriad spirit cauldron, because apart from its appearance, Wuxia knew nothing about it. The heaven-refining cauldron had been refined by Lord Yuan Ling for countless years, so he was familiar with every detail of it. Therefore, he was able to successfully condense the heaven-refining cauldron. Not only that, he had condensed dozens of heaven-refining cauldrons in a row, but he had also fused them into one, turning them into a supreme Grand Mist artifact whose power far surpassed that of a Grand Mist artifact. As Wuxia explained, he reached out his hand again. The myriad spirit cauldron gradually appeared in front of him. But after a while, just as the myriad spirit cauldron was about to take shape, the cauldron suddenly shattered with a bang. The spiritual energy that gushed out from the cauldron blasted everyone away. After that, Wuxia recited a spell in his mind, and a sky-veiling flag of chaos slowly took shape in front of him. Then, he produced the one he had refined himself. The two flags were exactly the same. He used a mystic art to fuse the two flags into one, and the power of the sky-veiling flag of chaos instantly doubled. My guess is right. The things that can make one's wishes come true must be the things that one knows best. Wuxia recalled some information he had learned from Pangu. Those mighty saints in the real sacred realm had this ability. They could create all kinds of treasures and races out of thin air, and they could create all kinds of things with just a thought. That was how interesting this ruin was. This was merely a ruin, yet it already possessed such a frightening power. It was hard to imagine what the real sacred realm was like before the world destruction. Looking at the crumbling ruins around him, Wuxia breathed out a long sigh and said, "With our current knowledge and experience, we still don't know how this divine ability works. But don't bring those women out again. Make good use of this place and improve your overall strength." In Yuan Ling's nether realm, there is a rainbow divine lotus that I've always been reluctant to consume. A single lotus can improve the cultivation of each of us by 10 eons. The eyes of the people standing around Wuxia shone instantly. Even Princess Zhonglu stared at Wuxia with their eyes wide open. A single lotus could improve the cultivation of each of them by 10 eons. Then, if they could produce 800 or 1,000 lotuses in this place, wouldn't the biggest weakness of Wuxia and his companions be eliminated? Their cultivation was not weak at all. and the only thing they lacked was energy. Wuxia smiled. It was such a shame that no one had come to this ruin for so many years. Chapter 1125. The relic quaked intensely, and the violent sphere of energy surging up through the spiral-shaped crack struck the relic once again. Everyone was already used to this. Every 3 to 5 months, or as short as 7 to 8 days, this ball of energy of unknown origin would attack the ruins. Every strike would cause some damage to the relic, but compared to the relic, which was over 10 million miles squared, the damage was negligible. It was just that the pebbles released by the massive energy might cause some unlucky souls to bleed or die. Apart from that, there was no other harm to this massive energy. Sitting on the roof of a great hall near the core area of the relic, Wuxia burped with difficulty, staring at the 3-feet-tall pile of 7-color divine lotuses in front of him. The colorful petals and stems were translucent, as if streams of light had been flowing in them. A faint aroma spread out from them, and the strong energy vibration could be clearly sensed even from hundreds of thousands of miles away. This kind of lotus was the only one in Yuanling's nether realm. But because they came to this relic with the knowledge of Yuanling, Wuxia generated over 10,000 of these lotuses and distributed them to the others. Yuanling's nether realm had also grown over 10,000 of them, and Wuxia had even opened up a lotus field in Yuanling's nether realm. 3 years had gone by unknowingly. He had devoured thousands of rainbow divine lotus flowers, and his magic power and cultivation base had been greatly improved. He might not be as powerful as the group of Tao-fusing cultivators in Pangu world, but no Tao-breaking cultivator could be as powerful as Wuxia. The 7-colored divine lotus was fragrant, beautiful, and contained an extremely great power. As long as one swallowed it, the great power contained in it could be gently transformed into the power of 10 Tao tribulations. Nevertheless, this lotus had many benefits, but its taste could make people collapse. It was sour, spicy, bitter, and all kinds of horrible tastes that could make people suffer were contained in it. However, in order to take effect faster and better, Wuxia had to chew it carefully and swallow it. Every time Wuxia swallowed such a deadly treasure, the terrible taste that rippled directly from his divine soul almost drove him crazy. This smell that almost drove him crazy lasted for thousands of times. Wuxia even thought that he had gone mad. Otherwise, how could he endure it for so long? However, sensing the immeasurably great power contained in his body, Wuxia gnashed his teeth and grabbed another lotus. While burping with a stinky smell, he knitted his eyebrows and thrust the lotus into his mouth, then began chewing loudly. The strong medicinal liquid tumbled into his stomach, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a rolling hot current that spread throughout his body. It was as if a bomb had exploded inside his body. The boundless ocean of magic power inside his body rippled like huge waves. The purple-golden magic power swept across his entire body and was absorbed by the innate chaotic divine soul in his spiritual sea. Then it was purified and turned into primordial purple airflow. Because of the constant growth of his magic power, his divine soul had also skyrocketed thousands of times over the past 3 years. He could now freely control the newborn heaven refining cauldron, the newborn sky veiling flag of chaos, and dozens of other supreme artifacts of primal he had carefully selected. The power of all the supreme treasures had been enhanced by the unique refining method, and each of them had been enhanced to a realm completely different from that of ordinary supreme treasures of primal. At least, with the strength of Wuxia's fleshly body now, any of them could easily smash him to pieces. This horrified Wuxia. Apart from Pangu and Empress Hua, the strength of his fleshly body was now the strongest in Pangu world. Even if a supreme artifact of primal hit him, it would not cause him any serious injury. However, in this relic, these treasures had been continuously merging with each other, and now they could actually pose such a direct threat to Wuxia. Back then, How powerful were the people from the Holy World? Compared to them, how weak was the current Pangu world? All these had cast a dark cloud over Wuxi's heart. He could only try his best to improve himself and strive for a slim chance of survival in the endless danger. The more he touched these things that might be related to the Holy World, the weaker Wuxi felt he was, and the more danger lurked in every corner. Without enough power, how could he protect himself and the people around him? Slowly chewing and swallowing another lotus, Jihao's body had already become numb because of the strange smell, and his soul was a bit stiff as well. However, during the past 3 years, apart from swallowing the 7-color divine lotus to improve his power and cultivation, Wuxi had been studying the 360 spell symbols. Since the ruin was so marvelous, it was obvious that the restrictive spell that could protect it from the periphery was no trivial matter. He had personally experienced the power of these 360 runes. Each of them contained endless secrets and could unleash an incredible force. Different from the ancient divine characters recorded in the ancient divine book, those were the characters used by divine gods who were born after Pangu created the world. Every single character pointed directly to the origin of the world, to the core of the great Tao. However, both the origin and the core represented the origin of Pangu world, the core of Pangu world. These 360 runes were magnificent, and they exuded an ancient aura. They carried an inviolable divine might. Compared to them, the divine characters recorded in the ancient god book were like stars vainly trying to compete with the sun. They were not on the same level at all. Wuxi had already forgotten all divine characters recorded in the divine book. Instead, he focused all his attention on these 360 spell symbols. Although he had personally cracked the restriction laid down by these runes, he had only used the runes themselves to crack the restriction laid down by the runes. It was as if there was a door there, and he had used the key left on the door to open it. However, he knew nothing about how to make the door or how to forge the key. By now, Wuxi only had a basic knowledge about how to make the door. He had been analyzing the method of making the door and the key and studying all kinds of magical principles. During the past 3 years, due to the improvement of his power, his soul had been thousands of times stronger than before. Therefore, his analyzing ability had improved tremendously as well. Before, these 360 spell symbols were quite difficult to understand, but now they were crystal clear in his eyes, containing endless mysteries. For example, from a simple spell symbol that represented light, Wuxi sensed the boundless light and heat. The limit of light was white and nothingness, which could destroy everything. That scorching hot and violent power even made Wuxi feel endless terror. The power contained in these spell symbols was terrifying. Every single spell symbol had its own world, its own natural law. Once the divine characters in the divine book were activated, they merely borrowed the power of the great Tao of nature. However, every single one of these spell symbols represented the power of the great Tao itself. Every single one of these spell symbols represented a unique natural law. For example, the light spell symbol. When it appeared, all the power in the surroundings would be repelled by it, incinerated, and melted by it. Especially the power of darkness and evil that opposed the light. It would use the most tyrannical method to completely destroy them. He had the cultivation techniques of many almighty experts of the Buddhist League. And the light of the Buddhist League was also a supreme divine ability that could purge darkness and evil. But compared to the light that erupted from this light rune, the power of this rune was purer, more domineering, and more repellent. Even when the Buddhist light touched the light and heat released by the light rune symbol, it could only be devoured or destroyed. This was a power of a higher level than the Buddhist light. If the Buddhist light was a surging river that possessed endless power, then the rune symbol represented the source of the river, the boundless ocean. The river would either merge with it or be repelled by the ocean, causing it to vanish. Wuxia could sense that after several dozen upgrades, his heaven-refining cauldron and the chaotic sky-concealing flag had been imprinted with energy of a higher level and more original level similar to the rune symbol, which was why these newly born treasures possessed such terrifying power. He had a bold guess. This ruin should have been the residence of a great expert in the saint's world, and the rune symbol was comprehended by that great expert. It was a concrete manifestation of the peak power of the saint's world. Before the saint's world had been destroyed, the people who lived in the ruins could drink all sorts of drinks when they were thirsty, and delicacies could be found everywhere when they were hungry. If they wanted to indulge in extravagant pleasures, women and men could appear at any time they wanted. Everything they wanted could come true. It would not be an exaggeration to call this place a paradise of dreams. If the 360 runes were left behind by the saint's world, it was only natural for them to possess such overbearing and original power. Wuxia thought about the mysterious palace where Thousand Head and the other 13 world breakers had stored the immortal soul seal. The runes outside the palace were so deep that Wuxia could not understand them. Wuxia had only memorized the patterns of the runes, and his soul had almost been shattered. That showed the runes outside the palace were even higher level. Perhaps they represented the highest level of power in the saint's world. Pangu already has that power. Wuxia thought about what Pangu had shown him. Pangu could easily draw the runes. Although Han Sun had 360 runes, these runes were a lot worse than the ones he had seen. Days went by, and when Wuxia had been staying in the ruin for the 7th year, a tremendous change suddenly took place in his body. He had completely comprehended all 360 runes, and the power of his divine soul had skyrocketed 100 times in an instant. Strong energy gushed out of the ruins and poured directly into his body, turning into a power that was even more mysterious and unpredictable than the primal purple energy. It was not just the spirit power that entered his body that changed. Even the Hongmeng purple air in Wuqi's body, which was as vast as the sea, was changing. The new power was not fixed. It was like a fine diamond dust. It carried a lot of light that flowed through his body. At that very moment, Wuxia had transformed into a huge light bulb, emitting a bright light that illuminated the surroundings. The entire ruin was illuminated by the light he emitted. Wuxia felt like he had been stuck at the Tao breaking level for a long time. He suddenly had a breakthrough. But his god soul did not merge with the sky path of some world. He seemed to have entered a state that was similar to the Tao fusing level, but it was different. He had reached the peak of the Tao breaking level, but his understanding of this level was not like the Tao fusing level. Chapter 11:26. A completely different feeling. Whether it was his transcendence energy, his body, or his divine soul, everything was different. Wuxia clenched his fists tightly. His body was as soft as cotton, yet as hard as iron. The degree of toughness was beyond his understanding. He took out a primordial supreme treasure, the white bone arrow, which he had obtained from Daozu. Then, he casually struck it with his palm. Although he felt a sharp pain in his palm, a few hair-thin cracks appeared on the white bone arrow. With a body that was strong enough to contend with a primordial supreme treasure, Wuxia took a deep breath. Suddenly, a bright light shot out from his eyes. Wherever the bright light passed through, the ground of the ruin would suddenly grow into a large patch of flowers and plants. Lush flowers and trees grew vigorously, and the solid ground had turned into fertile and soft soil. A rich floral fragrance wafted in the air. Some bees and butterflies appeared out of nowhere, circling around the flowers. Vaguely, the clear light bursting out of his eyes seemed to possess a divine ability that could make one's wish come true. Although it could not materialize anything too powerful, ordinary flowers, grass, trees, insects, fishes, birds, and beasts were not a problem. His divine sense spread out from between his eyebrows like a ripple, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire ruin. It was very different. It was a completely different feeling compared to the previous divine sense exploration. In the past, when he used to scan with his divine sense, it was like a ripple skimming across the surface of an object. If he wanted to investigate the internal situation of an object, he would have to use his divine sense to penetrate into the object. But now, once he released his divine sense, it was like his divine sense was a part of an external object. Without any sluggishness, it blended into everything it passed by. Every flower, every grass, every tree, every stone, every detail of their structure, everything was reflected in Wuxi's divine soul. Even the white bone arrow in Wuxi's hand, its material, its structure, and the various arrays and restrictions in its core, everything was reflected in Wuxi's eyes. Wonderful! With a light touch of his finger, the white bone arrow shriveled instantly. The energy essence of this evil supreme treasure was sucked clean by Wuxi, especially when Yuan Ling, who was about to take shape in its core, was easily grabbed out by Wuxi and devoured by him. The tremendous energy merged with Wuxi's mutated divine soul, making it expand once again. This feeling was like the vault door of a bank was wide open in front of a thief, and he could easily plunder the wealth in it without any effort. Wuxi suddenly realized that after reaching this realm, the power of many of the techniques in Scroll of Stealing had increased by countless times, and he could even plunder the energy and souls of supreme, primal treasures for his own use. Not only the transformation of his fleshly body and divine soul, but the transformation of his magic power shocked him even more. All the almighty experts in Panga world believe that the primordial purple energy was the highest grade of energy in the world, the supreme existence in the chaos. But the primordial purple energy Wuxi had cultivated had now transformed into a purer, stronger, and more magical power. In front of this strange power, which was sparkling and translucent like diamonds and stardust, the primordial purple energy was as fragile as tofu under a steel knife. After pondering for a moment, Wuxi exercised a mystic art in Scroll of Stealing. With the primordial purple energy in his left hand, he condensed a Kunwu sword with the primordial purple energy in his left hand, and an identical one with the new power in his right hand. He gripped the hilts of the two swords and gently swung them against each other. Along with a clear, cracking noise, the Kunwu sword in his left hand, which was transformed from the primal purple chi, was easily cut into two, while the Kunwu sword in his right hand was not even scratched. After pondering for a moment, Wuxi closed his eyes and devoted himself to the transformation of this new energy. His divine soul, which had grown thousands of times stronger, was rapidly devouring the primordial purple energy in his body, constantly transforming it into this unknown, brand new power. Wuxi had a realization that his current level of cultivation should be the same as those Tao fusing saints. But he had embarked on a different path, a path that was completely different from the cultivation system of Panga World. The source of this brand new power came from the 360 runes and the 13 layers of restrictive spells on the periphery of this relic. Perhaps this was the most orthodox cultivation method in the sacred realm. Wonderful! What a great fortune! Wuxi sighed. His divine will gently penetrated the entire relic, and the aura he sensed from it made Wuxi realize how lucky he was. The self-protection measures of this relic were very tight, and there were definitely more than 13 layers of restrictive spells on the periphery. There were even all kinds of restrictive spells that could conceal auras and traces. During all these years, no one had ever discovered this relic precisely because of those restrictive spells. However, too much time had passed, and this restrictive spell had been breaking down over and over again, weakening the ones on the periphery. Perhaps, when Wuxi and his friends approached this place, the relic revealed itself from a void, and that was how Wuxi and his friends came to this place by accident. Otherwise, even though this was a remote area of the chaotic world, it was impossible for no one to pass by this place. How could such a magical relic remain undiscovered? The light released from Wuxi's body startled Princess Zhonglu and the others, who were also cultivating in the surroundings. Along with a beautiful melody, Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia came to this place hand in hand. Seeing the strange light release from Wuqi's body, Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia opened their eyes wide in surprise. Princess Zhongli's perception was the sharpest, and she could clearly sense that Wuqi had become incomparably terrifying at this moment. Although Wuqi had a close relationship with her, Princess Zhongli still felt that Wuqi was extremely terrifying at this moment. It was the instinctive fear of creatures at the bottom of the food chain towards creatures at the top of the food chain. Just like the current Xianxia, she even hid behind Princess Zhongli. Her perception was not as sharp as Princess Zhongli's, but her instinctive intuition was more powerful than anyone else's. Xianxia instinctively sensed that Wuqi had become some kind of incomparably powerful existence, an existence that was trillions of times more powerful than the invisible heavenly demons from the outer realms. How could such a powerful existence exist in this collapsed, chaotic world? Ao Buzin rushed over, laughing. He looked at the glowing Wuqi and said, "How did you become like this?" Wuqi glanced at Ao Buzin and pondered for a moment. Xianxia crooked his finger disrespectfully and said, "What's your cultivation base now? Attack me with all your strength." Ao Buzin looked at Wuqi in surprise and said with a frown, "It's been so many years, and I've recovered all the cultivation base of my previous life. Also, with the help of the 7-colored spirit-containing lotus, my cultivation base is 100 times stronger than it was in my previous life. Do you really want me to attack you with all my strength?" A cold gleam flashed across Wuqi's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Just try it. My cultivation base has broken through, but it's not the realm of Tao fusing. I haven't fused with the heavenly Tao of any world. I seem to, I can't tell what kind of feeling this is. Attack me with your fist. Attack me with all your strength. Then try your weapon and the divine ability of your dragons." Ao Buzin was a suspicious man, so when Wuqi said that, he dared not attack. He tilted his head and looked at Wuqi, frowning as he slowly flexed his fists and said with a smile, "Do you really want me to punch you? TSK, well, TSK, why don't you change it to someone else?" While he was chattering, Catfish Flood Dragon laughed out loud. She gave a loud cry and charged forward like a bolt of lightning, punching both her fists heavily on Wuqi's body. When Catfish Flood Dragon's fists approached, Wuqi carefully retracted the flame on his body and took the 2 heavy punches with his bare body. A muffled thud rang out, as if an iron hammer had struck a thick leather. Catfish Flood Dragon had a strange expression on her face as she gave a soft snort and staggered back dozens of steps. Her body spun rapidly, and she almost fell to the ground. Nothing happened to Wuqi, and Wuqi did not even feel the force of Catfish Flood Dragon's punches. But her fists were red and swollen, and her knuckles were broken into dozens of pieces. Catfish Flood Dragon snorted lightly and said, "Too hard. I can't break it. I've been fooled." Ao Buzin was taken aback. He gave Catfish Flood Dragon's red and swollen fists a glance, then suddenly sprung up into the sky, throwing his head back and letting out a long cry. His body spun rapidly like a windmill. Then he thrust out his leg and kicked brutally at Wuqi's face. Ao Buzin's leg smashed solidly on Wuqi's face, but Wuqi's facial muscles did not move at all. Instead, Ao Buzin's leg was bent at a 90-degree angle. Amidst the cracking sound of bones breaking, Ao Buzin howled miserably in pain. Shaking his head, Ao Buzin sprung up into the sky, transforming his body into a 100 miles long, pitch-black dragon. He opened his mouth and sprayed out a sticky, pitch-black flame, which poured down towards Wuqi's head like a waterfall. It was the true flame of Dragon Core, shot out by Ao Buzin after activating his Prime Dragon Core. Not only was its temperature extremely high, comparable to Wuqi's Yuanling True Flame, it also contained a terrible poison, which made it one of the most vicious things in the world. Wuqi raised his head and looked at the true flame of Dragon Core, shot out by Ao Buzin. Deftly, He performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and the rune that represented light quickly took shape before the gesture. Next, a dreadful white light, which made everyone's eyeballs hurt and almost burned their eyeballs into charcoal, surged out from the rune. The black flame released by Ao Buzin twisted in the white light, turned into a puff of white smoke within a blink of an eye, then was quickly swallowed up by the white light. When Wuxia released the rune gesture, everyone except him had drawn nearly 1,000,000 miles back. Everything around him, including those buildings and broken tiles in the remains, was covered in a strong white light. The white light seemed to merge with these buildings and came out from the core of these buildings and broken tiles. Except for the white light and Wuxia himself, nothing else existed in the surroundings. The people who had drawn far away stared at Wuxia as if they were looking at a ghost. Ao Buzin murmured to himself, "Are you kidding me? What kind of magic is this? Even the world-purifying Buddha fire of Buddhism is not as powerful as this. It's completely unreasonable." Apart from that white light, it's as if no other existence is allowed. It's as if everything will be engulfed and assimilated into that white light. What kind of damn spell is this? Shuddering violently, Ao Buzin counted on his fingers and said, "Sir is already at the peak of the Tao breaking realm, but he forced me to retreat with just one move. Even my strongest natal dragon fire is no match for him. Has he really broken through? TSK, if not the Tao fusing realm, then what realm is it?" Among the people, only Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia were smiling, especially Xianxia, who held her head up proudly and said with a smile, "This is the demon king chosen by Xianxia. He is indeed the one and only demon king in the world. Except for the color of the light, who else can be stronger than Xianxia's demon king?" Princess Zhonglu patted Xianxia's head with a smile. The two of them looked at Wuxia, who was in a daze in the distance, and sighed contentedly at the same time. Chapter 11:27. With that, Wuqi's test of his current strength came to an end. At the same time, the other people's crazy cultivation in the past few years came to an abrupt halt. In Ao Buzin's words, when he cultivated to the peak level of the Tao-breaking realm, he was very happy. It was like a man who had climbed to the top of a mountain after a long and arduous trek, surrounded by boundless scenery. But when Wuxia suddenly broke through the realm of Tao-breaking, it was like Ao Buzin was standing on the top of a mountain 100 miles high and was enjoying the scenery, when a mountain 10,000 miles high suddenly appeared not far away in front of him. Wuqi's breakthrough was a great blow to everyone. It made Princess Zhonglu and the others temporarily lose the motivation to continue cultivating. But the past few years had also brought them great benefits. Wuqi's current realm was unknown, while Princess Zhonglu, Xianxia, and Ao Buzin had all firmly possessed the power of peak-level Tao-breaking realm. In particular, their magic power was more than 10,000 times stronger than a few years ago. Now, even if they were to face the top revered ones and sect masters of the Buddhist League and Tao League, they would not be afraid of them, be it in terms of divine abilities, magic power, or pure magic power. Moreover, each of Princess Zhonglu and the others had condensed extremely powerful magical treasures, which had gone beyond the scope of ordinary supreme artifacts of primal. If any almighty experts of the Buddhist League or Tao League dare to cause trouble in front of them, they would definitely be courting death. As for Lord Xianxia, Catfish, and the others, including Tu Xiaobai, who had the weakest cultivation base, had all broken through the realm of Tao breaking. Lord Xianxia and Catfish, who had been taught by Ao Buzin the mystic arts of Zulong, had even reached the first tier of Tao breaking realm. Gold Horn, Silver Horn, Gold Feather, and Silver Feather, the 4 dragon pythons of fire and ice, had the mystic arts and divine abilities passed down in their bloodlines, and their cultivation bases were not weaker than Lord Xianxia and Catfish. In contrast, Tu Xiaobai and Yuan Qing, the 2 demon immortal disciples Wuxia had deliberately kept by his side, were the weakest, but they were also extraordinary. The seven-color divine lotus was a heaven-defying cheat. With it to improve their magic power, Wuxia and the others had gained great benefits. On the third day after Wuxia and Ao Buzin had fought, they had carefully explored every corner of the ruin, then gathered in the center of the ruins, the tallest and grandest great hall. With a wave of his hand, a waterfall of light, about 1,000 feet in circumference, appeared out of thin air. The panoramic view of the ruin was displayed in the waterfall, and everyone could see a ball of very strong light flickering right under the great palace where they had stopped. Wuxia pointed his finger at the ball of light, and it spread out abruptly. The panoramic map of the ruins vanished, and a huge stone chamber, about 100 miles in circumference, emerged amidst the waterfall of light. Over the past 3 days, Wuxia had thoroughly explored the inside and outside of the ruin with his divine sense. There was nothing of value left in the ruin, including spirit pills, spirit herbs, magical treasures, and the like. The only thing worth noting was the strange stone chamber under the Great Hall. All the mysteries of the ruin should be in this chamber. In the center of the chamber was a huge pool, about 40 miles in circumference and about a mile deep. Now, there was only a shallow layer of water, about 10 feet deep, rocking and swaying in the vast pond. The surface of the water glinted with a gleam that looked like diamond dust, and it looked a little like the strange and unknown force in Wuxi's body. Besides, Wuxia noticed that as long as the people in the ruin activated their spirit power and created something, the ripples in the pool would be lowered by a level. If it was an ordinary fruit, the water in the pool wouldn't be consumed at all, but if it was a chaos supreme treasure like the heaven smelting cauldron, the ripples would be lowered significantly. After a few attempts, Wuxia finally confirmed that this pool was the key reason why the ruin was so magical. The ruin itself was nothing special, except for the materials used to build it, which couldn't be found in Pangu World. Nevertheless, these rare materials weren't valuable either. They were only beautiful and bright, and could contain all kinds of natural powers. These materials were naturally excellent for building caves, palaces, and mansions, but apart from that, they didn't have any other uses. In the stone chamber under the hall, a large number of transparent crystal pipes connected every corner of the ruin, and were thickly covered in all kinds of spell symbols. Wuxia tried in every corner of the ruin. Whenever he thought of something in his mind, a certain amount of water would surge out of the pool through the pipes and quickly reach to Wuxia. Jihao told the others about his discovery. Curiously, they all reached their spirit powers down into the hall. Nevertheless, their spirit powers were way weaker than Wuxi's. Except for Princess Zhonglu, who could barely sense a scorching hot and tremendous sphere of power down in the hall. The others couldn't sense anything at all. Ao Buzin began to grumble. This is strange. The bottom of this great hall is made of solid rocks. How can there be any stone chamber? Shaking his head, Wuxia waved his hand towards the floor of the hall, and a piece of floor tens of feet in circumference disappeared. Then Wuxia pointed his finger out and opened up a tens of thousands of miles deep path in the hall. Bringing the others, Wuxia rode a cloud into the path and descended all the way down. Not long after that, a bright light shone out from down below. They had arrived at the stone chamber. It was a 100 miles wide stone chamber. The walls, floor, and ceiling were densely covered with countless spell symbols. Some of them were exactly the same as the 360 spell symbols that Wuxia had studied thoroughly, but there were also some that he had never seen before. Wuxia memorized these spell symbols that he had never seen before. Meanwhile, Ao Buzin had long leaped to the side of the pool and reached out his hand curiously. Suddenly, a large hand made of dark mist reached out and grabbed at the ripples in the pool. Ao Buzin just wanted to get some samples of the water in the pool to see what was new. But a bright light flashed on the surrounding walls, and a thunderbolt struck down from the sky. Ao Buzin howled miserably as he was knocked flying tens of miles away by the thunderbolt. In a haste, 3 layers of thick dragon scales emerged on Ao Buzin's body to protect his vital parts. But The power of the thunderbolt was ridiculously strong. It shattered all 3 layers of dragon scales, and half of his body was cooked by the thunderbolt. The group of people stared at A.O. Buzin, who struggled to his feet from the ground in a sorry state. Although this fellow was bold and reckless, his life was extremely tough. His body was scorched black, about an inch thick of skin and flesh had been burned to ashes by the thunderbolt, and most of his upper body was roasted into cooked meat. But he was still alive. Catfish Flood Dragon murmured to herself, "A scourge can live for 10,000 years. This saying is true. If I were to suffer such a strike." She shuddered violently, as she dared not to imagine what it would be like if half of her body was roasted. Don't let the fertile water flow to outsiders. With his whole body emanating the aroma of roasted meat, A.O. Buzin grabbed the roasted dragon meat off his body and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. The ferocious scene made Wuxia turn his head away. Who had ever seen such a ferocious man who could swallow his own meat without batting an eyelid? It was true that this perverted dragon was a little outrageous, but he was indeed a great scourge in the primitive universe. Very few people under the heaven could compare with him in terms of his ferociousness. After swallowing all the roasted dragon meat, A.O. Buzin threw his head back and let out a long and sonorous cry. A strong dark mist rolled out of his body, and his flesh and blood began to grow back quickly. In just the time to finish a pot of tea, his wounds were fully healed. He spat on the ground in a sorry state, clenched his teeth, and yelled at Wuxia, "The master of this place is so stingy. I just wanted to see what is in this pool." How could he be so stingy? Before A.O. Buzin's voice could fade away, the whole ruin shook violently again. Everyone understood that the strong light coming from down below had once again slammed into the ruin. Over the past few years, they had been meditating in different halls of the ruin and did not notice anything strange after the strong light crashed into the ruin. But today, standing beside the pool, they could clearly see that as the strong light crashed into the ruin, countless tiny transparent transistors in the stone chamber burst into a blinding light at the same time. Tens of thousands of transistors, each as tiny as a hair, sprayed out a sticky liquid that looked like crushed diamond dust, pouring into the pool amidst a pleasant, tinkling noise. When the strong light crashed into the ruin, the water in the pool, which was originally about 10 feet deep, suddenly increased to about 30 feet deep. Obviously, if no one consumed a lot of energy, the pool would be filled up in less than a year. Looking at the gradually rising water in the pool, Wuxia nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "It seems that the restrictive spell in this ruin is not as simple as it looks. If this ruin is not disintegrating, it seems that the water in this pool can constantly replenish itself." After pondering for a moment, Princess Xianxia said with a smile, "If this is the case, doesn't it mean that as long as the ruin is not destroyed, the energy in this pool will never be exhausted?" Everyone's eyes lit up. If they could take this pool, wouldn't they be able to obtain endless benefits? Wuxia looked around, then nodded to the crowd with a smile and said, "I'm afraid we can't restore the restrictive spell here. If we want to take it, we'll have to take the whole ruin with us. Besides, this pool is only a container to store the magical energy. The truly powerful treasure is the tool that can constantly replenish the energy in the pool. Let's find a way to take this ruin first, then go down and see what kind of rare treasure has such power." Everyone praised in unison. Wuxia looked at the pool and frowned. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the pool. Everyone was shocked, but then they saw a huge hand, which was made of a strong light that looked like the powder of shattered stars, shoot out of Wuxia's palm and reach the surface of the water in a flash, grabbing a fist-sized water droplet with ease. This time, the restrictive spell and the surroundings did not react at all. The group of people who were shocked just now all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Wuxia grabbed the water droplet and played with it for a while, then opened his mouth and swallowed it. That's right, it was the same as the strange and brand new energy in Wuxia's body. but it was not as pure as the energy in Wuqi's body. If the energy in Wuqi's body was alcohol, then the water in this pool was at most 30 degrees white wine. After looking thoughtfully at the restrictive spell around the stone chamber for a while, Wuqi said with a smile, "Come, let's think of a way to take this ruin, lest it slowly disintegrates here. What a waste of God's gift." The group of people laughed in unison, then rode their clouds and rushed out of the tunnel. Chapter 1128. Everyone stood in the chaotic void, looking at the relic in the distance, which was over 10 million miles in both length and width. The huge ruins were collapsing from the corners, collapsing at an extremely slow pace. It was like an old man with one foot in the grave. The life force of this relic was slowly fading away. Wuqi stood right above the relic, wrapped up the entire relic with his spiritual sense, and slowly reached out his hands towards the relic. Wuqi's body suddenly swayed. With his current strength, he could play with the sun, moon, and stars like they were marbles. However, although the size of this relic was not as big as many slightly bigger stars, its weight was really amazing, especially when Wuqi touched the relic. The originally ordinary-looking palaces suddenly flashed with a large number of runic lights and a counterforce, which almost suffocated Wuqi, roared towards him. Holding his breath, Wuqi tried his best to resist the impact of the invisible energy, which came like a landslide or a tsunami. His clothes were ripped to shreds by the invisible force. Blue veins bulged all over his body, and all his magic power surged out, forcibly dragging the relic towards the spirit space inside his body. Along with an ear-piercing explosion, clear cracks appeared all over the relic. Obviously, the relic's body couldn't bear the tremendous force exerted by Wuqi. The runic lights flashing on the palaces burst out with a strong light at the same time, which shook Wuqi and made him vomit blood. Then, these runic lights dimmed down at the same time. Wuqi breathed a sigh of relief. It was done. The defensive mechanism of this relic was really powerful. If the relic was still in its original state, he wouldn't have dared to collect it so rashly. However, the relic, which was on the verge of collapse, couldn't resist Wuqi's collection and was obediently put into his pocket. Smoke and fire erupted from every corner of the relic, and the relic, which was tens of thousands of miles in length and width and tens of thousands of miles in thickness, was slowly pulled into the world inside Wuqi's body. The heaven refining cauldron, which had been gradually refined by Wuqi over the past few years, smashed into the core of the relic under Wuqi's control, releasing an immeasurable power to suppress the relic, which was on the verge of collapse. The Yuan Ling True Flame, with an astonishingly high temperature, swept across the entire area, melting the cracks all over the ruins and forcibly repairing the ruins once again. As soon as the relic entered Wuqi's body, it began to slowly absorb Wuqi's magic power. It gave Wuqi the feeling of a withered seedling that was about to die being put back into a fertile paddy field. This ruin actually gave off an aura similar to that of a living creature, desperately absorbing the energy that could save its life. As Wuqi's magic power continued to fuse into the ruins, the crumbling areas at the edges gradually stopped. Instead, some of the palaces at the edges, which had already cracked, gradually recovered to their original state. Seeing that the relic was going well, Wuqi laughed delightfully. He gave a resonant shout and waved to Princess Zhang Lu and the others, who had been watching from a distance away. Then, they transformed into streams of light and flew downwards. Moving down through the dark, spiral-shaped cracks, Wuqi collected all broken bricks and tiles on his way. These bricks and tiles all fell from the collapsed ruins, and after Wuqi took them back, these bricks and tiles began to merge back into the ruins. Moving down through the dark, spiral-shaped cracks, Wuqi collected all broken bricks and tiles. These bricks and tiles fell from the collapsed ruins, and after Wuqi took them back, these bricks and tiles began to merge back into the ruins. With his current power, Wuxia could teleport himself to a distance of nearly 100 galaxies in Pangu world within a single flash. That ball of white light was very soft. It was a kind of weak softness. The flickering light was like a beating heart. It gave people the feeling that this ball of white light was alive. But at this moment, Flash was very weak, like a burly man whose body had been pierced with 70 or 80 transparent holes. At this moment, he was only relying on his tyrannical vitality to struggle at death's door. But at the moment, it was very weak, like a muscular man whose body was punctured by 70 to 80 holes, struggling to survive with its strong life force. The white light was the end of the black spiral gap. It was slowly sinking down like a drowning corpse into the endless abyss of the sea. The white light was the end of this black spiral-shaped crack. It had been spinning down slowly, sinking into the bottomless ocean like a drowning corpse. The white light sparkled from time to time. Sometimes it was strong, sometimes weak, as if it could die out at any time. However, according to Wuxi's spirit power, the chaos power seemed to have lost some of its purest energy after swirling in the white light. Although the amount was not much, the purest part of the chaos power was indeed absorbed by the white light. Just like a sugar cane that was put into a juicer, the sweet sugarcane juice was left behind, while the dregs were sprayed out. While Jihao was looking at this sphere of white light, he heard a muffled buzzing noise. Next, a dazzling sphere of light spurted out from this sphere of white light, swiftly rising into the air through that spiral-shaped slit. Along the way, Wuxia and the others had seen tens of such bright lights. Sure enough, it was the treasure shrouded in this white light that was replenishing the energy in the pool in the ruin. Wuxia signaled the others to stay far away from the white light, while he himself carefully formed a hand seal, which could be used to activate an escape art at any time, and cautiously approached the white light. After circling around the white light, which was about 10,000 feet in diameter, Wuxia was shocked to find that neither his primordial Dharma eyes nor his spirit power could see through this white light, and he had no idea what was inside it. It was a very exquisite and powerful restrictive spell, and the thing inside the white light was very powerful. After pondering for a while, Wuxia covered his left hand with a faint magical power that looked like diamond dust, then carefully pressed it towards the white light. Before Princess Zhonglu, who was standing behind Wuxia, could say watch out, she saw the spot where Wuxi's palm met the white light suddenly burst out with a blinding light. The white light disappeared without a trace, and in its place, a magical item with an extremely beautiful design, so splendid and splendid that it could not be described with words. This magical item was divided into two parts. The top part was a beautiful, slim neck bottle. The bottle was about 1,000 feet tall. Its entire body was transparent, without any impurities. It was a very clear bottle, without any mixed colors, yet it seemed to contain all the colors in the world. It was an indescribable beauty, and yet it was a luster that could almost immerse one's divine soul into it. Soft and clear, a faint light was slowly lingering on the bottle. If one carefully stared at the bottle, which seemed to be thousands of times thinner than the wings of a cicada, one would find mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and stars in the faint, rotating light pattern. It seemed to contain everything in the world, but at the same time, it seemed to contain nothing at all. Below the bottle, the lower part of this magical item, was a magnificent lotus throne. Countless layers of lotus petals spread out in a comfortable manner. Every single lotus petal was bent into a beautiful, soul-stirring arc. All the lotus petals gave people a feeling that they were wholeheartedly guarding the bottle above them. Streams of clear light slowly spread out from the petals, while the chaos power was constantly absorbed by these petals. The essence of the chaos power was purified and gradually merged into the bottle above the lotus throne. The bottle and the lotus throne were integrated into one. The huge lotus throne and the bottle did not have the slightest impurities. The lotus throne supported the bottle and rotated extremely slowly. When the other side of the bottle was turned towards Wuxia, Everyone saw the two characters that no one could understand on the bottle. The two characters were faintly floating in the bottle. The characters were twisted like earthworms, and the strokes were so complicated that people did not know how to identify them. At first glance, the two characters seemed to be scribbled messily, with 7 or 8 twisted strokes. Looking at it carefully for a second time, the characters seemed to have more than 10 strokes, looking a little magnificent and simple. The more he looked at them, the more he felt they were extremely complicated. In the end, even Wuxia felt like stars were flashing before his eyes. It was as if these two characters were formed by several tens of thousands of strokes. They were not just two characters, but two enormous runes, two three-dimensional formations formed by countless mysterious and indescribable runes. Wuxia had the strongest spirit power, so he saw the most things from the two characters. He was also the first one to vomit blood. Then Princess Zhonglu, Xianxia, Ao, Buzin, and the others. Everyone who had been staring at the two characters for a long while vomited blood. Even Nine Tails, who was only interested in food, stared at the two characters for quite a while, then vomited a mouthful of green blood to over 10 miles away. It was only 2 words, but it had made Wuxia and his companions, who were considered the strongest experts in Panga world, cough blood together. These 2 words were truly miraculous. Ordinary words could not describe their existence at all. Characters from the holy world? Wuxia gave a bitter smile, then turned around and gave a long sigh to the others and said, "It seems that this is the name of this treasure. But these 2 characters from the holy world have actually made us vomit blood. How powerful is the holy world? How powerful are the people living in the holy world?" The others all shook their heads. Chi-Chi sighed as well. It was just an inscription on a magical item. Fortunately, Wuxia had just given them a big blow. Therefore, when facing such a blow, their mental endurance was still pretty good. He breathed out a long sigh. Carefully, he filled his palm with energy, then quietly pressed it onto the extraordinarily beautiful magical item. The enormous treasure quaked slightly like a living creature. Then a satisfied sigh came from the core of the treasure. Just like in the ruins, this treasure began absorbing the power provided by Wuxia. The feeling of weakness that Wuxia felt when he could die at any time gradually disappeared, and the treasure suddenly came back to life. Wuxia pressed his palm tightly against the magical item. He could feel a subtle ripple of energy flowing into his body from the magical item, as if it was trying to find out how strong he was. After a whole 3 days and 3 nights, a helpless sigh came from the core of the treasure. Suddenly, Wuxia understood the sigh of the treasure. When a dragon is trapped in the shallows, it will be played by a shrimp. All right, I will do as you wish today. Wuxia was infuriated by the message sent by this magical item. What was the meaning of this? Are you a dragon? Am I a shrimp? However, he didn't have the energy to think too much, because the tide-like information surged into his soul. This splendidly shaped treasure was named Spirit Gatherer. It was the greatest treasure of a small sect in the holy world, a real holy treasure. It had witnessed the destruction of the sacred world with its own eyes. Chapter 1129. Right at this moment, the World Breaker showed up. This was what Ling Ju remembered, the cause and effect of the destruction of the holy world. In the holy world, there was no complicated classification of power like in Pangu world. Over there are only 4 grades. In Wuqi's spiritual ocean, countless lights and shadows sparkled, and a great deal of information emerged. That was everything Ling Ju knew about the holy world. Those powerful beings in the holy world created countless worlds. Perhaps in a piece of sand on the roadside, a world created by an unknown powerful being was hidden, and countless living beings lived freely in that world. They also created countless strange species. The number of living beings in the holy world was at least hundreds of millions of times greater than that in Pangu world. Because there were too many powerful beings who were extremely bored, They even used the species they created to make all kinds of bets. Therefore, more and more living beings were created by them. Finally, someone began to notice that something was not right. The 7 mighty experts gathered together and combed through the tragic war that had lasted for dozens of eons, and were shocked to find that there seemed to be someone manipulating everything behind the scenes. Just as they were carefully investigating, the culprit who had triggered the war, Huan Yin, was finally forced to reveal her true face. What surprised Zhu Ling the most was that the founding disciples of the Blue Nightmare Palace often went to battle in groups. However, only those who went to battle rarely returned. Occasionally, 2 or 3 of them would return, but they were the unlucky ones who had been forced back to the mortal level from the original level, without an arm or a leg. In the Holy World, any original level disciple was qualified to establish his own sect, his own force. Then, a plague spread everywhere, and the horrible plague spread across the entire Holy World. Not only the mortals, even the original level and the spirit ancestor suffered a mental breakdown and died after being infected by the plague. At last, the plague even spread to the saints. At last, the plague mutated and recombined, and even the most powerful beings could not withstand it, and their powers were greatly weakened. Later, Ling Zhu heard that a great war broke out among the hundreds of most powerful saints in the Holy World, and the war directly involved the 7 most powerful beings. Later, the 7 most powerful beings joined the 3 sides of the war, and the flames of war swept across the entire Holy World. The spirit ancestor had relied on spirit gathering to establish that ruin and establish a faction. The spirit gathering artifact had always been stored in the ruins that had originally been called the Blue Nightmare Palace, but it was still a powerful sacred artifact personally crafted by the sage. His spiritual will had always been paying attention to all sorts of changes in the vicinity of the Blue Nightmare Palace. To his surprise, he discovered that the origin energy of the saint's world was growing weaker and weaker. The life force of the various living beings in the saint's world was growing weaker and weaker. In the Blue Nightmare Palace, where spirit gathering was located, the spirit Alpha, who created the Holy World's blue lynx and thousands of other cold-blooded crawling creatures, was summoned to kill world breakers at the last moment. Before he left, the ancestors sealed up the entire Blue Nightmare Palace. He even went as far as to use up the origin energy of spirit gathering to seal the entire Blue Nightmare Palace into a spatial crack at the edge of the saint's world. It was an indescribable world. Just like Pangu had said, the true experts of the saint's world all had the great power to create something from nothing and achieve anything they wanted. They could create a world as they pleased. With a thought, they could create countless stars in space. With a thought, they could destroy trillions of star systems. Their spiritual seas formed an ocean, and the world was like a boat floating on this ocean. Everything depended on their spirits to exist. The collapse of the saints' world lasted for a whole aeon. Then, everything turned to nothing. After all the disciples of the Blue Nightmare Palace left for war, tens of thousands of years later, the saints' world collapsed. Spirit gathering clearly remembered the terrifying scene of the saints' world's sky disappearing piece by piece, the ground disappearing piece by piece, and all living beings howling as they were sucked into the chaos. Spirit gathering was a sacred artifact. It was a sacred artifact that had luckily survived the destruction of the saints' world. Even more powerful existences could create all sorts of human-like races and powerful beings like dragons and divine beasts. They were called the Spirit Alpha. In other words, they had the right to create all sorts of powerful races that could reproduce and develop for a long time. They were the ancestors of all living beings. However, a sacred artifact like spirit gathering could grant even an ordinary human being the power to achieve anything he wanted. Even in the saints' world, a sacred artifact like this was rarely seen. Spirit gathering was one of the hundreds of most powerful saints in the saints' world. But because of something, this saint owed a Spirit Alpha a favor, and therefore he gave spirit gathering to this Spirit Alpha. The war went on. 1 year, 2 years, 1 yuan hui, 2 yuan hui, 1 cultivation tribulation, 2 cultivation tribulations. To be exact, how long had the Saint world existed? Even those top-grade powerful beings in the Saint's world didn't want to waste time on this question. By now, Pangu world had existed for nearly 1,000,000 cultivation tribulations. However, in the eyes of those powerful beings in the Saint's world, this long period of time was nothing more than a blink of an eye. Slightly more powerful beings were the ones like Wuxia, who had formed the most important power in the Saint's world, the Holy Power. They were called the Originators. They could create flowers, birds, insects, fishes, and all kinds of ordinary weapons, but they couldn't bring too great a change to the world. In the Saint's world, everything existed in reality, and everything was illusory. Unlike Pangu world, everything in Pangu world was constant and followed a certain pattern, while the great Tao of nature was orderly and stable. But in the Saint's world, the rules could be changed, the great Tao could be broken, and the great Tao could be trampled on. In the Saint's world, in some places, only men could get pregnant, and women could be strong and combative. Perhaps, in some places, human beings had their feet rooted on the ground, while flowers, grasses, and trees were as lively as the people in Pangu world. More likely, one could see countless enormous, transparent jellyfish slowly swimming in the sky. The ocean was in the sky, and the ocean formed the sky of that world. All other terrestrial creatures had to carefully live under the ocean, which wasn't very high. Beings of this level were indeed the most powerful beings in the Saint's world, but among them, there were also 7 who were the most powerful. They were the 7 supreme experts of the Saint's world, the 7 most powerful saints. The 7 supreme races they created were also the 7 most powerful organizations in the Saint's world. Only when all the other races in the Saint's world worked together could they fend off the 7 terrifying races. Then, they gathered the power of the entire Saint's world to hunt the world breakers. However, the world breakers had strange powers, and they had all kinds of strange tricks. The Saint's world could not kill them, and instead, the world breakers' world was about to collapse. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. Everything was destroyed. A rain of blood fell from the sky, and fire rose from the ground. As a result, the cultivation of the disciples of the spirit ancestor progressed at a tremendous pace. After an unknown number of years, the disciples of the spirit ancestor produced a large number of original creations, one after another. In the Saint's world, the originators were the backbone of a sect. The number of originators determined the true power of a sect. The disciples worked hard, and the power of the sect grew. The spirit ancestor was about to break through the bottleneck and become a real saint. The lowest level of existence was a normal creature that did not have the ability to create something out of nothing. It did not matter if they were weak like mortals or had the power of a Deluo Xianxia. As long as they did not have the ability to create something out of nothing, they were called ordinary. They were the ordinary people of the Saint's world. They were like ants in the mud. They could only rely on powerful beings to survive. A vast amount of information flowed into Wu Qi's soul. The huge amount of information almost made Wu Qi's soul explode. This was all the information Spirit Ancestor had seen and heard in the Saint's world for countless years. How long had Spirit Ancestor existed in the Saint's world? Even Spirit Ancestor himself had forgotten this number. He could see the fire burning in the water. He could see the fish dancing in the fire. He could see the races that were born against the flow of time. In those races, babies were the fathers of adults, and old women called babies ancestors. You could even see the star dancing in the sky like a happy little bee. The light emitted by the star was not warm, but bone-chilling. From time to time, it would even erupt a few ice storms, freezing the nearby planets into ice lumps. There were very few existences of the highest level in the Saint's world. In the vast Saint's world, there were probably only a few hundred of them. They had the ability to create anything and destroy everything with a single thought. Even saints like the Spirit Ancestor and the Originator could be created and destroyed with a single thought. Terrifying existences like that were the true saints of the saints' world. Normally, they would have a powerful, symbolic race. This race would definitely be the most perfect, most powerful creature that they had personally created. They would often refer to themselves with the name of this race. No one knew how the battle broke out. It was as if hundreds of trusted disciples of the saints had suddenly started killing each other. Moreover, they had attacked each other without any reason. Many people were completely annihilated, thus triggering a large-scale, chaotic battle. When the 7 elites were involved in the fight, the war was out of control. After Huan Yin appeared, the other 12 world breakers appeared. Even the weakest of them, Thousand Head, had become very strong after absorbing the flesh of countless creatures that had died. He was not as strong as the 7 elites, but he was not far off. In the beginning, the war was only between the races created by the saints and the 7 elites. Later, they joined the fight. The 7 elites killed each other and destroyed half of the saints' world. The surging spirit tide destroyed 90% of the worlds in the saints' world. Some unknown elites that had been living in seclusion since ancient times appeared. They were angry that the world they had worked so hard to create had been destroyed, so they joined the fight. Spirit Ancestor had the power to create things out of thin air, but if Spirit Ancestor used his god powers to create things out of thin air, it would cost him his original holy power. With Gather Spirit, Spirit Ancestor did not need to do it himself. If his students lacked something while they were practicing, they could just imagine something in the vicinity of their sect, and the item would appear out of thin air. All it would cost was Gather Spirit Ancestor's holy power. The saints' world was magical. It was very beautiful. It was a place that the creatures outside could never imagine. Chapter 1130. Like a dragon in the shallows, like a tiger in the plains. I'm a holy relic personally made by the great Saint Meng Mei. How could it fall into the hands of a mere creator? There was a thumb-sized, lotus-shaped, colorful light rolling and rocking between Wuxi's brows, and it was letting out a resentful cry that sounded like the cry of a resentful girl from the depths of a palace. You're even a newborn who has just obtained the holy power, a little bird that has just hatched from the egg. With the destruction of the Holy Realm, Shurgai was also greatly damaged, and the Blue Nightmare Palace was almost destroyed. Even though Shurgai had the ability to gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, after the destruction of the Holy Realm, he could not extract much holy power from the chaotic aura. He did not even have enough holy power to sustain his daily needs, let alone recover from his injuries and maintain the stability of the Blue Nightmare Palace. If Wuxia had not run into him this time, Shurgai would probably have perished together with the Blue Nightmare Palace after a while. In other words, Wuxia had run into him and channeled a strand of holy power into him. Shurgai was so hungry that his eyes were green. He hesitated for a long time between the dignity of the holy relic and the life of the holy relic, and finally chose his own life. He absorbed Wuxi's holy power and fused it into his own core, converting it into the holy power he needed to heal his injuries and maintain his survival. From then on, Wuxia was his master. After all, a holy relic was no different from an ordinary living being, except that its appearance was a little different. In reality, Shurgai was a living thing. Since it was a living thing, it paid particular attention to the concept of milk being mother. Now that Wuxia had holy power, he was Shurgai's nanny, and Shurgai could only listen to him obediently. Hearing Shurgai's bitter complaints, Wuxia scolded him impatiently. So much nonsense. Why don't you spit out all the holy power I gave you, then find a cesspool and throw you into it? Shurgai immediately shut his mouth and used his most passionate and flattering voice to shout, "Master, your light is enough to illuminate the entire chaos. You are the chosen one. You will definitely restore the glory of the holy realm. Ah, give me another strand of holy power. This junk tastes terrible." Apart from the various primordial treasures Wuxia had plundered from Daozu and the Buddha, he had given a few to each of Princess Zhonglu and the others to protect themselves. The rest were gathered near Shergai. Shergai was devouring the primordial treasures and extracting the various spiritual chi and substances he needed. After all, the Grand Mist artifact were formed from the projections left behind by the Saint artifacts when the Holy World was destroyed, and the spiritual gathering treasures could benefit a lot from them. But how could the things he had painstakingly refined be compared to eating? In Shergai was Ling, Shergai, and Shergai? Shergai a hell. God, a god, a god. Shergai was so noisy that Wuxia felt a headache coming on. Helplessly, he transferred a strand of holy power to Shergai, and in return, Shergai immediately began flattering him. It had to be said that flattery was very popular in the Holy Realm, and the disciples of Blue Nightmare Palace treated their patriarch the same way. Shergai had stayed in Blue Nightmare Palace for God knows how many years, and had learned all kinds of flattery. After all, Shergai was a product of the profound and unfathomable Holy Realm. Shergai's flattery had almost reached the realm of Tao, and was much more brilliant than those in Pangu World. Even though Wuxia knew that Shergai was flattering him, he still felt as if his bones had become a few kilograms lighter. He couldn't help but transfer a few more strands of holy power to Shergai. Shergai's words were really soothing. While flattering Wuxia, Shergai released his spirit power to fawn on Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia. Xianxia was one of the most powerful beings in Pangu World, but Shergai didn't think she was that powerful. On the contrary, Princess Zhonglu was so powerful that she had already touched the edge of the divine Tao. Shergai knew very well what kind of attitude he should have towards a future powerful being. Especially, Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia were the wives of his current master. Even if they were slightly weaker, Shergai still had to try his best to please them. Chattering all the way, it had been more than half a year since Wuxia and his companions left Blue Nightmare Palace. Following the blurry memories of Wuxia's previous life, the group trudged through the chaos, searching for traces of the ancient sacred palace. Since Blue Nightmare Palace had such a large area of ruins left behind, how could the 7 most powerful beings in the sacred world not have left some powerful arrangements in the chaos? Perhaps they had left something that could turn the world upside down? Who knew? The ancient sacred palace should be a place where the 7 powerful beings and the other saints kept some information and items. Pangu had also said that the ancient sacred palace had an extraordinary origin. Everything in it was unimaginable, and Pangu had gained many benefits from it. Although Wuxia had already obtained a lot of information from Shergai, he still had to go to the ancient sacred palace. With Shergai by his side, many of Wuxia's questions had been answered. Shergai knew a lot about the process of the destruction of the sacred world and the methods of the 13 world breakers. In particular, the main cultivation method of Blue Nightmare Palace made Wuxia very happy. Shergai had taught Wuxia a whole set of 1,800 runes. These days, Wuxia had been studying these complicated runes under Shergai's guidance. The runes from the sacred world were the core of all the power in the sacred world. To be more precise, from a different perspective, the inscriptions in the saints' world were the genomes of all living beings in the saints' world. The bodies and souls of all living beings in the saints' world were created from the natural matter and energy of the inscriptions. When different runes were put together, they formed countless races with different shapes, powers, and even personalities. So, these runes were like the genomes of the creatures in the sacred world. The only difference was the strength of the runes and the combination of the runes. If Wuxia could combine 1,800 runes, together with sufficient holy energy, he would be able to create the strongest race in Blue Nightmare Palace, the Blue Lynx. It was a creature that looked like a giant lizard, but it had giant wings on its back. Its body was covered in beautiful blue feathers. It was a powerful creature that was good at using the power of light. But in terms of Shergai, with Wuxia's current strength, even if he could understand all the mysteries of these 1,800 runes and integrate them into one, he could only create a single hair of a blue lynx at most. After all, the blue lynx was an extremely powerful race. Their newborn offspring had the strength of the mortal level, and with a little effort, they could break through to the originator level. How could Wuxia, who had just climbed the threshold of the originator level, be qualified to create such a powerful creature? Listening to Sure Guy's grumbling along the way, perhaps because so many years of loneliness had made Sure Guy a little schizophrenic. In short, he had completely become a chatterbox. After searching hard in the chaos, Wuxia and the others finally came to a pale green star in the chaos. This pale green star had left a deep impression in Yuanling's memory. Inside this star was a giant emerald with a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles, and on the outside was a layer of highly toxic liquid that was 30 million miles thick. The highly toxic liquid kept erupting in all directions, forming this poisonous star, which even Chaos Fiend gods dared not to approach. Wuxia vaguely remembered that Yuanling had been near this pale green star, tracking the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs, bypassing a few hidden energy tides, and then was suddenly teleported to the ancient sacred palace. But the memory came to an abrupt end here, because as soon as Yuanling showed up, he was smashed to pieces by hundreds of fiend gods. Glancing around with mixed emotions, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "It should be around here. With our current strength, we can definitely get out of the ancient sacred palace unscathed after entering it. Sure guy. Don't be lazy, just help me with your knowledge." A clear cloud emerged from between Wuxia's brows. Amidst the cloud, he glanced around furtively, smacked his lips, and said with mixed emotions, "I feel like there are some traces of restrictive spells here. But it's not. You know, Master, you're probably tracking the palace left behind by some extremely powerful being. If it is really the work of some extremely powerful being, with our vision and strength, we can never find any trace." Wuxia sneered and said, "But you have to think about it. After the sacred realm is destroyed, who could have the power of an extremely powerful being? If the 7 saints used all their means to conceal the ancient sacred palace, wouldn't the act of leaving the ancient sacred palace behind be a joke, a pure grave, or a memorial, or left for those realm breakers?" Sure Guy smiled as if he was enlightened. Then he said flatteringly, "Master, you are so wise. How about giving me another stream of holy power?" "Oh, thank you, Master. Your generosity is comparable to the greatest source of light in the sacred realm, the sacred source light." In that case, they will definitely leave some traces behind. And if there's any dangerous restrictive spell, it will only target the realm breakers and those who overestimate themselves and enter by mistake. Wuxia's divine consciousness and Sure Guy's divine consciousness merged into one, turning into invisible waves that swept around. Right on one side of the green star, a shadowy figure that looked like a memorial flashed faintly. Wuxia immediately took out a bottle of spirit pills and distributed them to the crowd. One by one, they swallowed the pills, then plunged into the thick, poisonous liquid of the toxic star, heading in the direction of the shadowy figure. Unlike the time when he had to follow the 7 Buddhas and 9 Taoists to find the traces of the ancient sacred palace, this time when Wuxia came here, he found the existence of the entrance directly. Compared to his previous life, his strength was a far cry from his previous life. He was far stronger than he was in his previous life. After struggling in the sticky green, poisonous liquid for a few days, relying on the effect of the panacea to expel the terrible poison, the group of people finally arrived in front of the entrance that Wuxia's divine consciousness had sensed, panting. But as soon as they arrived, Wuxia's face couldn't help but change. What appeared in front of everyone was not just one memorial arch, but 9 identical memorial arches. The 9 simple memorial arches drifted in front of him like mist, like the entrances to hell. However, before Wuxia could decide which entrance to enter, a long, drawn-out roar was heard coming from afar. Everyone hastily looked over, and they saw a giant centipede, several miles long and shaped like a giant dragon, charging furiously towards them while emanating countless streams of green poisonous smoke and flame. This centipede with a dragon's head, a scorpion's tail, and over 100 sharp poisonous claws was still several hundred kilometers away from Wuxia and the others, but they could already smell a pungent stench. The anti-poison panacea that Wuxia had refined using precious materials from Yuan Ling's nether realm had lost its effect. Tu Xiaobai's face suddenly turned pale green. Chapter 1131. Wuqi's expression changed as he looked at the centipede rushing towards them while spewing poisonous flames. The poison prevention pills he gave them were concocted from 17 of the most potent spirit herbs in Yuan Ling's nether realm, each of which had the miraculous effect of repelling all kinds of poisons. These poison prevention pills also represented Yuan Ling's highest achievement in the Tao of Alchemy, and each of them was extremely precious. But Tu Xiaobai, who had taken the pills, was knocked out by the poisonous smoke of the centipede. What was that centipede? In his previous life, Wuqi did not remember encountering this thing when he entered the ancient sacred palace. If it had existed back then, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs would have been poisoned to death long ago, and they would not have had the chance to establish their own sects in Panga world. Zhu Ling's voice resounded faintly. Run. They actually left Lu Hong behind to guard the door. It seems that this green centipede has just hatched, but it is the descendant of the strongest race created by the green centipede saint after all. Although it is innately weak, it is still easy for it to deal with a little person who has just entered the Genesis level. Wuqi was taken aback. Then he grabbed Tu Xiaobai and brought the company as he ran towards the 9 archways that were very close to them. In his previous life, he did not remember there being 9 archways here, and there seemed to be only one passage. But now that the green centipede had hatched, and the door to the ancient sacred palace had changed into these 9 drifting archways, could it be that something had changed in the ancient sacred palace? Before he could think about whether the change was good or bad, Wuqi led the others into the archway closest to them. The green centipede behind them let out a discontented roar, then opened its mouth and spewed out a stinking green flame that barely brushed past their heads. With a thud, Yuan Qing could no longer withstand the terrible toxicity of the flames. He rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Ao Buzin grabbed him by the neck and carried him into the archway. Rushing into the memorial arch, everyone only heard the soft sound of bubbles bursting, and there was no strange feeling of the world spinning. They arrived at a small courtyard with great ease. The courtyard was about 2 miles long and wide, and the fertile soil was covered with strange plum blossoms. The red sun hung high in the sky, but at the same time, snow was falling. The half-foot-long green grass was mostly covered in snow, and only an inch-long thin grass poked its head out. White snow fell on the hundreds of different kinds of plum blossoms in the courtyard. The branches were black and shaped like dragons, with half-inch-long icicles hanging from them. The egg-sized flowers were in full bloom, and the plum blossoms of different colors exuded their fragrance. There were even a few white snowflakes stuck to the stamens of the flowers. Together with the red sun in the sky, it really looked like an immortal's mansion. A 3-foot-wide stream meandered through the middle of the courtyard. Beside the stream were 2 thatched pavilions and a 3-bay thatched cottage. There was an extremely fat, furry creature lying in front of the house. It looked like a dog, but it had the markings of a fierce tiger. It had 3 long tails behind its back. Its body was nearly 2 meters long, and it was wagging its tails. Its eyes were closed as it snored, and the fat on its body was shaking along with its snores. Illusion or what? Wuqi was surprised. He picked a plum blossom off a nearby branch, carefully put it under his nose, and sniffed. The strong aroma made his internal organs clear and smooth, and a cold stream of air rushed straight to his feet, making him shiver and feel very comfortable. If this is truly a relic left in the Holy Realm, there is no such thing as illusion in the Holy Realm. Gathering Spirit gave Wuqi a severe blow. The Holy Realm also has magic seals and magic formations, but illusion. Since we can create things out of nothing, Why do we need those unreal things when we set up magic formations? Everything is real, but there are countless dangers hidden in the truth. In fact, Master, you shouldn't have picked this flower just now. Wuxi's body stiffened, and he hurriedly threw the plum blossom in his hand far away. Gathering Spirit sighed and said, putting aside those top-notch mighty figures, if Patriarch Lan Mang had set up a courtyard like this, just this plum blossom alone could have hidden at least thousands of ways to kill people. Master, you must remember not to use your common sense to judge anything in this place. With a sneer, Gathering Spirit muttered, the flower you threw out just now is very likely to be a thunder fire that can blow up everyone here. The plum blossom on this tree could very well be a life-saving spirit pill. The long grass under the tree could be a sentient animal like us, or even a powerful holy realm warrior. Even the snowflakes in the sky. Who knows what they are? Wuxi was stunned. Next to him, Ao Buzin asked hesitantly, are we just going to stand here and not move? Gathering Spirit sighed and said softly, since we are already in here, how can we not move? Are we going to be imprisoned here until we die? But we have to be careful. We have to be careful. What could be more unlucky than a weakest creator bringing a group of ignorant mortals into a relic left behind by perhaps the 7 strongest saints in the Holy Realm? Sighing again and again, Gathering Spirit cried out in a tone of disbelief and surprise, Master, those people you told me about, can they really return alive from the ancient sacred palace? Are you sure it is their true forms that returned? Are they replicas that the ancient sage's palace condensed again after they were destroyed that retained their memories and personalities? Gathering Spirit's words sent a chill down the spines of Wuxi and the others, especially the last few words he said, which made even Wuxi fall into an indescribable loss. Yes, the Holy Realm has such powerful abilities. Are Pangu, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs, and the 9 Tao patriarchs really the true forms that came to the ancient sacred palace? Perhaps the real Pangu and the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs had already been destroyed by the ancient sacred palace, and what left the ancient sacred palace were just replicas that kept all their physical characteristics. However, a more complicated and tangled question emerged. If all the physical and psychological characteristics of those replicas were the same as the real Pangu, were they the real Pangu or replicas? Standing to one side, Xianxia suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. She shook her head hard and slapped her forehead with a backhand. She gave a low growl, then quickly incanted a long series of evil, incomprehensible spells. After a long while, Wuxia said with a cold voice, don't think about it anymore, or your soul will certainly be severely injured. Just now, I was just thinking about whether I am the original me, or the me created by this damned place, and whether my memory was originally there or created by someone. As a result, my divine soul nearly collapsed. No sooner had Wuxia finished speaking than Lord Xianxia, Catfish, Goldhorn, and the others all coughed up a mouthful of blood at the same time. Lord Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, it's a little too late. I was just thinking about this question just now. Who exactly is standing in this forest of flowers now? Wuxi kept waving his hand to stop Lord Xianxia from continuing. Don't think about these things, he said in a deep voice. You can't think about it. In short, we are who we are and nothing else. Well, just do whatever you want. If we're going to die, let's die together. Gathering Spirit sighed faintly and said, I'm afraid that I won't be able to live or die. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Wuxi sneered and said, just like how you were still trapped in the chaos with a serious injury? How about I throw you back into chaos? As soon as Wuxi's words came out of his mouth, Gathering Spirit shut his mouth immediately. After a while, a tsunami of flattery drowned Wuxi. Fearing that Wuxi would really abandon him, Gathering Spirit used all his skills to flatter Wuxi comfortably. The group of people glanced left and right. The small courtyard was surrounded by high walls, with black tiles and white walls. It looked neat, but it blocked their sight, making them unable to see what was happening outside. No matter how long Wuxia scanned the place with his divine sense, the white walls were just white walls. His divine sense could not penetrate through them, and could only echo in the courtyard, which measured a few miles in both width and length. With a wry smile, Wuxia shook his head and pressed both hands on the top of Tu Xiaobai and Yuan Qing's heads, sucking out the poisonous gas that had invaded their bodies. The heaven-refining cauldron came out slowly, and the frighteningly hot Yuan Ling true flame turned the few wisps of poisonous gas into nothingness. Tu Xiaobai and Yuan Qing slowly woke up, but they looked listless. The few wisps of poisonous gas just now had greatly damaged their vitality, and they could not recover for a long time. He fed them a few pills to restore their energy, then asked them to ride on the back of the nine-tailed beast. After that, he led them out of the flowering forest, across the stream, and came straight to the strange beast, which looked like a dog, had stripes like a tiger, and had 3 tails behind its rump. After circling twice around the strange beast, which was astonishingly fat, weighing at least 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms, Wuxia carefully scanned the body of the sleeping strange beast with his divine sense. After pondering for a while, he grabbed a fist-sized, metal-eating wasp from Yuan Ling's nether realm and gently threw the wasp, whose stinger was an inch long, onto the head of the strange beast. Suddenly, the snoring beast opened his eyes and slapped himself on the head, turning the wasp, whose body was as tough as an ordinary gold immortal item, into minced meat with one slap. The exotic beast muttered a few words and finally managed to get up with great difficulty. He stood on the ground on all fours, his fat belly sticking firmly to his belly, which surprised Wuxia, and he wondered how he would look like when he walked. After taking a few deep breaths, the strange beast rolled his eyes, shook his head, and said, "I've slept for so long, and I was finally woken up. I was just about to go back to sleep and recuperate. Why did you throw bugs on me? And these are the bugs that look so vicious and ruthless. The human heart is not what it used to be." The strange beast threw his head back and yawned, then stared at Wuxia and asked, "What are you doing?" Looking at the strange beast who kept grumbling, Wuxia nodded and said with a smile, "We got lost and came in here by accident. May I ask, Senior, what is this place?" The strange beast grinned, then threw his head back and said with a laugh, "Senior? Someone actually calls me Senior? TSK, but how many years have I been sleeping? It seems reasonable for you to call me Senior." Narrowing his eyes, the strange beast sized up Wuxia and his company for a while, then clicked his tongue and praised, "How did a little creator and a group of mortals come in here? Why didn't you get killed by the green centipede at the entrance?" Wuxia's heart leaped. Judging from the way this fellow said, it was obvious that he knew some of the settings in this place. At least, he even knew about the existence of the green centipede in front of the entrance, so he should know the origin of this little courtyard. But before Wuxia could say anything, the strange beast had already opened his mouth and pointed his fat right claw at his mouth. "Why, meat? I'm full, and I'll answer all your questions." Chapter 1132. 1,000 liters of fruit wine was poured into the strange beast's mouth, and the enraged strange beast immediately became as obedient as a dog. He revealed a brilliant smile and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Wonderful, it's indeed been a long time. Although it's a little thin, it's still a good wine." Keep going. How can you just take a sip of such a good wine? Good wine, good meat, I want to fill my stomach. Theoretically, if Wuxia really wanted to make some wine and meat out of nothing, he should be able to do it, but in fact, he had no idea how to do it. This fellow was a foodie. Nevertheless, the beast's appetite was beyond Wuxia's expectation. When the wine, which could make an ordinary Tao reasoning immortal drunk to death, was poured into his mouth, his expression did not change at all. He just stared at Wuxia as if he was addicted to wine and could not wait to snatch the wine from Wuxia. Narrowing his eyes, Wuxia took out dozens more jars of wine and poured them into the beast's mouth. But the beast just kept gulping down the wine and did not even burp. Therefore, Catfish always carried a large amount of food with her. She had also formed an interstitial world, in which there were countless birds and beasts, and these were her rations at any time. Seeing Wuxia giving her a meaningful glance, Catfish Flood Dragon casually waved her hand and pulled out a gold core realm black tiger demon. Clenching his teeth, Wuxia stared at the beast, motioning Princess Zhang Lu and the others to step back, then reached out his right hand. The beast breathed out a long sigh, narrowed his eyes at Wuxia, and said with a smile, "You are the creator. Can't you give me a good piece of meat?" Wuxia bared his teeth and snarled. Then, another clump of liquid appeared in his palm. Wuxia had poured a jar of 500 kilograms of Yuan Ling 100 fruits wine into the strange beast's mouth, and he did not even let out a burp. Throwing the whale aside, Wuxia looked at the beast and asked with a smile, "What do you think of this piece of meat?" The beast burst into wild laughter, wagging his three tails complacently as he said, good meat, TSK, your wine is just SOSO, but this meat TSK. The beast sucked in a cold breath, then threw his head back and breathed out a long sigh. "Don't expect me to drink this thing. I won't touch it even if you beat me to death. Are you sure you want to give me wine and meat and not poison me?" Wuxia was shocked, and everyone turned to look at the glutton. Perhaps he was not here to eat and drink at all, but just wanted to see the overall strength of Wuxia, the founder of the sect. Perhaps, as long as Wuxia used the power of the creation he created would be, even if it was the worst wine he could make. Wuxia pondered for a long while, staring blankly at the beast. He had indeed studied all kinds of runes left behind by the Blue Nightmare Palace, and he possessed the holy power, becoming the so-called creator. He had even created some ordinary flowers and plants in the Blue Nightmare Palace. However, there were all sorts of restrictions left behind in the Blue Nightmare Palace. 70% of those flowers, plants, bees, and butterflies were created by borrowing the power of the Blue Nightmare Palace ruins. Wuxia smiled embarrassedly. Once again, he activated the holy power, and another clump of wine gathered in his palm. But this time, it was not the aroma of the wine, but a strong smell of oil. Gradually, the color of the wine turned darker and darker, and before long, a sticky substance that looked like oil dripped onto the ground. Meat. After swallowing tens of jars of wine, the beast suddenly cried out. Loud, rumbling noises came from his stomach, showing that he was extremely hungry and needed a lot of meat to fill his stomach. Catfish Flood Dragon's face turned green instantly. She stared blankly at the broken body of the tiger demon in her hand, then casually threw it into the distance. As the beast had said, if one were to carefully consider the matter of eating and swallowing a tiger demon alive, it would be very inconvenient. But Catfish Flood Dragon and her companions were used to eating and drinking like this. In any case, this was what they did when they were demons in Meng Mountains, and no one really cared about the problem. But now, when she was exposed by the beast, Catfish Flood Dragon felt a sour saliva flowing out of her mouth, and she nearly spat it out. A clump of holy power condensed in his palm. Wuxia fused his divine will into it, and countless runes flashed and flashed rapidly in his palm. Gradually, the aroma of wine wafted out of his palm, and before long, a clump of sticky wine the size of a human head appeared out of thin air. But the wine could only exist for a brief moment. A spark flickered across the air, and a loud boom rang out as the wine burst out, sending a violent impact that swept across the entire courtyard. The beast stared blankly at Wuxia and let out a deep roar. After a long while, he gnashed his teeth and said, "Good wine, good meat. If you keep fooling me with this lowly stuff, you will never know what is in this courtyard, and you will never be able to leave this place." Wuxia picked up a wine jar and drank all the remaining wine in it in one gulp. Holding back the sharp pain in his throat, Wuxia laughed dryly and said, "Wine, of course it's wine. Don't you want wine and meat? Is there a problem with drinking wine first and then eating meat?" The strange beast looked at Wuxia with a smile. Wagging his tail, he said slowly, a primordial creator, a primordial creator. Wine and meat are nothing to me. You are a creator. After so many years, I'm really lucky to be able to see a creator when I just woke up. Good wine and meat. Wuxia understood. Immediately, he took out a jar of fruit wine that weighed 1,000 kilograms. It was brewed with the best immortal fruits found in Yuan Ling's nether realm. And during the period when Wuxia was reincarnated, the wine had been fermented in a cellar for a long time, so it tasted extremely fragrant and contained abundant natural energy. The natural energy contained in a mouthful of fruit wine was comparable to a supreme-grade gold immortal pill. Wuxia had tasted all kinds of fine wines in Panga World, but none of them could compare with the fruit wine he brewed himself. A bright gleam flashed across the beast's eyes. He gave the 30-feet-long tiger a glance, shook his head, and said with a sigh, "Can this thing be eaten?" Wuxia remained silent for a moment, then turned to look at Catfish, Goldhorn, and the others. There was a group of foodies around Wuxia, and Catfish was the one with the biggest appetite. Goldhorn, Silverhorn, Goldfeather, and Silverfeather only had an extraordinary interest in the flesh and blood of dragons, but Catfish was not afraid of raw or cooked, of any race, old or young, dead or alive. As long as it was made of flesh and blood, she had a strong interest in devouring it, no matter how strangely shaped it was. The crowd exchanged a glance in horror. With a calm expression, Wuxia fished out another jar of fruit wine and poured it into the beast's mouth. In his previous life, Yuan Ling was a loner, and he did not have many close friends. He spent most of his time in Yuan Ling's nether realm, concocting pills, crafting items, and brewing all kinds of fine wine when he was bored. Countless innate divine wood roots were planted in Yuan Ling's nether realm, and the ingredients for brewing wine were very abundant. In the span of a few eons, Yuan Ling had brewed at least tens of billions of jars of all kinds of fine wine. The beast rested his two front paws on his chin as he lay comfortably on the ground, gave Catfish a sidelong glance, and said with a cold grin, "No matter how hungry I am, I won't eat such a lousy thing. To make a good meat, firstly, the ingredients must be excellent. Secondly, the ingredients must be excellent. Thirdly, the culinary skill must be excellent. Only when all three are the best can I make a good meat." The violent explosion was roughly equivalent to the immortal thunder unleashed by a gold immortal. But the huge courtyard did not change at all, and even the snowflakes falling from the sky did not shake. It was just a few jars of wine, and to Wuxia, it was not a heartache. The beast clicked his tongue, shook his head, and said with a long sigh, "They are raw and not skinned, and their fur is still stuck to them. There might even be feces in their bellies. Good heavens, how can you eat such a thing? What are you going to do with the feces and fur? Spit them out from your mouth." The beast's hair stood up as he looked at Wuxia helplessly and said, "Are you going to prepare wine and meat for me, or are you going to kill me? However, in this courtyard, you can't kill me." Slowly, the beast opened his mouth and said to Wuxia with a smile, "The wine just now doesn't count. Bring me some more wine and meat." Wuxia gave the beast a look, and without saying a word, he fished out a huge dragon whale from his world, measuring about 1,000 feet long. It was a prehistoric beast with a cultivation base of heaven immortal realm. Although it was a prehistoric beast, it was shrouded in immortal energy and did not smell fishy. Instead, it had a strange fragrance of dragon saliva. The beast gave the dragon whale a glance, shook his head, and said with a sigh, "The quality is too low. Too low." Catfish flew into a rage instantly. She transformed her upper body into her dragon form, opened her mouth, and bit off half of the tiger's body. While chewing on the tiger's body, she bellowed furiously, "Why can't I eat it? Didn't I enjoy it very much? How many years have you not eaten fresh meat here? Why are you so picky?" Looking at the beast's wide, open mouth, Wuxia produced a jar of inferior wine brewed by the mortals of the Yu and Panga continent. It was brewed with the tubers of some plants found in the forest, and it tasted spicy. It was said that drinking it was like being punched in the stomach and the pungent smell of wine made one wonder if it was pure alcohol. Of course, Wuxia had tried it before. When the wine was poured on the ground and ignited with a flame, it could indeed burn. In the blink of an eye, 50 kilograms of inferior wine was poured into the beast's mouth. The eyes of the strange beast, whose face was filled with hope, suddenly went wide. His body trembled violently, and all the fat on his body began to tremble violently. His long hair stood straight up as he stared at Wuxia in horror, then let out a shrill howl from his throat. "What did you feed me? Poison?" Chapter 1133. With a loud bang, the head-sized ball of liquefied wine in Wuxi's palm turned into countless balls of lightning fire that poured out in all directions. The terrifying power scared Princess Zhonglu and the others so much that they had to take out more than a dozen Grand Mist treasures to barely protect themselves. One of Jiuwei's long tails was stuck by a ball of lightning fire. It was so hot that Jiuwei trembled and almost burst into tears. The strange beast stared blankly at Wuxia, who was covered in black smoke. After a long time, it stammered, "Are you here to feed me wine and meat, or to kill me? You are the founder, but with your level, no matter who your master is, he will kill you with a kick, lest you bring shame to your master." Smacking its lips, the strange beast rolled its eyes and sneered. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. There is not a trace of usable holy spiritual energy in this courtyard. If you run out of holy energy, there is no way to replenish it. TSK, if you can't feed me, you won't be able to get out." Wuxi's face darkened. He had tried to condense a bit of wine more than 300 times in a row, but it was the first time he had relied on himself to condense an item. He had not succeeded even once, and had consumed about 30% of the holy energy in his body. According to the strange beast, if he really ran out of holy energy and had no way to replenish it, wouldn't he be trapped here until he died? Zhu Ling reminded Wuxia with a low murmur. Sure enough, there was not even a wisp of holy energy found in the holy realm in this courtyard. Holy spiritual energy was the source of energy for all the almighty experts in the holy world. Even the sages had to absorb holy spiritual energy to replenish their own consumption. There was no holy spiritual energy in this courtyard, so if Wuxia ran out of holy energy, he would not be able to replenish his own consumption. As for the huge amount of immortal stones and spirit stones that Wuxia carried with him, although they also contained an extremely large amount of pure energy, they did not contain any holy spiritual energy. Therefore, Wuxia, a mere founder, could not use these immortal stones and spirit stones to convert them into holy energy. The spirit gathering tool was only a saint tool. It could only absorb saint's spirit chi. There was no saint spirit chi in the immortal stones and spirit stones, so it could not provide any help to Wuxia. According to the theory of spiritual gathering, only the 7 supreme experts of the saint's world could break free from the restrictions of the saint's chi. They could extract the saint's chi from the various energies in the world. So no matter where they were, the 7 saints did not have to worry about running out of saint force. While the spirit gathering Luo was nagging at Wuxia, Wuxia had already taken out dozens of fist-sized supreme-grade immortal stones. In front of spirit gathering, Wuxia extracted all the immortal chi from the immortal stone. Amidst the surprised and frightened screams of Zhu Ling, the immortal energy in Wuxi's body slowly transformed into holy energy. The holy power was as pure and sparkling as diamond dust. Impossible. This is something only the 7 supreme saints can do. How could you have such a great divine ability? Spirit gathering tool screamed hoarsely. If he had hands, perhaps he could not help but grab Wuxi's neck and interrogate him. Wuxia was too lazy to pay any attention to spirit gathering tool screams. He himself was still confused about it. What did spirit gathering tool say just now? He was not limited by the saint spirit chi and could use all kinds of energies to replenish his holy energy at any time. Was this an ability that only the 7 supreme saints could have? Then, what was the deal with the Scroll of Stealing? After successfully cultivating the mystic arts in the Scroll of Stealing, one would have the same ability. Furthermore, the Scroll of Stealing could use immortal energy or any other energy to form all kinds of items that have been branded, such as Kunwu swords. The Yellow Emperor Xianyuan had given Wuxia 108 Kunwu swords, but Wuxia had used tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of them to construct formations. The various divine abilities in the Scroll of Stealing already had the embryonic form of the various divine abilities of the Saint Force. It was as if a lighthouse had suddenly lit up in the dark, and Wu Qi felt the fog in front of his eyes suddenly dispersed. Was it really so difficult to form all kinds of fine wines with the Saint Force? Compared to an ancient divine weapon like Kunwu swords, the wine was nothing. He could form Kunwu swords and all kinds of secret treasures at will. So why couldn't he form fine wines? Especially when Wu Qi was still at the early stage of Dao reasoning realm. He could already form a secret treasure like Kunwu swords. And now, he was already a primordial creation realm cultivator. How could he be weaker than Wu Qi at that time? It was because Wu Qi thought too highly of the Saint Force. Wasn't that the truth? He threw his head back and gave a loud laugh. Amidst the surprised and terrified screams of the crowd, he waved his hand casually in the air, unleashing a torrent of holy energy, which transformed into a stream of wine that was tens of feet wide and emanated a strong aroma of wine as it poured down. There were thousands of fine wines in the tens of feet wide spring, and each of them was only as thick as a thumb. It took a water arrow that shot through the air, and the thousands of wines converged into this wine spring. The strange beast opened its mouth wide in astonishment and swallowed the wine spring in one gulp. Beaming with joy, he kept nodding his head. These fine wines were made by Wu Qi using his pure holy energy, and each contained a very strong holy energy. Not to mention the taste. The holy energy itself was enough to make the strange beast very happy. After filling the beast's stomach with a wine spring that was about thousands of miles long, the strange beast finally burped. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Wu Qi and said, "Enough, enough, I'm very full. Meat, where's the meat?" Then he casually drew a line in the air, and large chunks of fresh meat that glinted like diamonds fell from the sky. Yuanling's flame surged out and wrapped up these large chunks of meat. Soon, the meat was grilled until it was tender on the inside and sizzling on the outside. Countless spices and powders drifted down from the sky, while wine and honey were smeared on the grilled meat. After a while, thousands of large chunks of meat were grilled, emitting a strong aroma and a mellow luster. Even without eating, one could tell that this was a supreme delicacy with one's eyes and nose. The strange beast satisfyingly swallowed the last piece of grilled meat. He narrowed his eyes and flatteringly wagged his 3 long tails, then intimately rubbed his giant head on Wu Qi's pants. He praised, "Good wine, good meat. You're a good kid, and I'm lucky too. I thought I would have to wait here for many years to find a suitable candidate, but I didn't think I would be so lucky." Clicking his tongue, the strange beast looked at Wu Qi, grinned, and said, "Welcome to the Holy Palace of 7. There are many opportunities here, but there are also many dangers. You can reach the sky with one step, but you can also die instantly. It all depends on your luck and your power." Wu Qi slapped the strange beast's head and stopped him from boasting. He asked, "This place's real name is Holy Palace of 7? It seems like Holy Palace of 7 has awakened. Why would Holy Palace of 7 wake up now?" The strange beast squinted his eyes. He looked at Wu Qi and quietly said, "It is because 13 Break World people appeared at the same time. When the Holy World was destroyed, most of the 13 Break World people were destroyed. A Yuanling returned to the immortal soul mark to regenerate his body and soul. Now, the Break World people who regenerated their bodies and souls are releasing their presences. That is why Holy Palace of 7 has awakened." Wu Qi's heart sank. The Break World people were 1,000 head, Huan Yin, and Spirit Puppet. Those three had encountered Chaos Demon God, and Pangu and the other Chaos Demon God sealed them up. But the other Breakworld people had not appeared. When the Holy World was destroyed, their bodies and souls were destroyed, too. Was that so? Were they using the power of the immortal soul mark to regenerate their bodies and souls? Now that they had been reborn, were they going to come out and harm people again? Was that why Holy Palace of Seven had suddenly awakened? Was that why all the restrictions were revealed? Why did Holy Palace of Seven exist? What kind of things were stored inside? What secrets were hidden inside? But before Wuxia could ask these questions, the strange beast's three tails began to spin crazily. Gradually, a clump of dark mist enveloped the strange beast, amidst which he let out a few deep growls. About 15 minutes later, when the dark mist faded away, the strange beast was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a black map, measuring 3 feet in both width and length, lay quietly on the ground. A map. Princess Zhang Lu curiously approached. She was shocked and asked, "Wasn't this guy a beast that looked like a dog?" Wuxia was confused. He picked up the map, and a strange beast's face appeared on the black map. He licked his long tongue and sighed. "Who says I have to be a beast? Why can't I be a map? In other words, I look like a beast, but I am actually a map." The strange beast laughed weirdly. Its long tongue pointed at the cottage behind it. It laughed and said, "This looks like a cottage, but it is a wine jar." The cottage shone with starlight. When the light disappeared, there was only a red clay wine jar that was the size of a human head. The strange beast pointed at the rugged plum trees and said, "They look like flowering trees, but they are actually flower people." The flowering trees shuddered a few times, and faint yawns could be heard coming from within their trunks. Then, some old or handsome faces peeked out from the tree trunks. They gave Wuxia and his company a sidelong glance, then closed their eyes and went back to sleep. The strange beast smiled and pointed at the foot-long green grass on the ground. "They look like grass, but they are actually flying knives." The green grass silently rose into the air, and millions of them danced in the air, tearing through the air with cold light. Ao, Buzin, and the others hurriedly took out all kinds of treasures to protect themselves. Zhuling sighed and said, "That's why I said that in the Holy Realm, what you see is not necessarily the truth. There is no absolute truth. Various strange things can happen, but you have to remember that there are no strange things in the Saints' world. All strange things are reasonable." Wuxia shook the map as if he had understood something. He asked in a deep voice, "So this map of yours is the real one?" The strange beast nodded and said, "Of course I am the real one. I am a 9 Palaces road map, the main road map of the 9 outer palaces of the 7 Holies Palace. But whether you can enter the core of the 7 Holies Palace or not will depend on your luck and strength." Following the strange beast's words, 9 fist-sized silver dots appeared on the dark map. Wuxia touched one of the dots with his divine sense. Immediately, a large amount of information swarmed into his mind. The surrounding void gradually dimmed, and the walls around the courtyard gradually disappeared, revealing the dark sky and countless brilliant stars. In those huge stars, there were tens of thousands of corridors and innumerable pavilions connected to each other. Chapter 1134. In the boundless void, one site was filled with dazzling silver stars. Some were near, some were far, some were big, some were small, but all of them were frozen in the void, motionless. However, these stars were arranged in a very complicated pattern in the void. If one stared at them for a long time, one would feel that these stars were moving all over the sky, and one's eyes would be filled with silver ribbons of light, which would often make one feel dizzy and fall to the ground. Ao Buzin stared at the few stars for a long while, then held his head in his arms and fell to the ground, unable to move anymore. He let out a few howls and spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva with difficulty, then shook his head and dared not to take another glance at the surrounding stars. Amidst the boundless starry sky, the courtyard, which was several miles long and wide, floated quietly. Tens of plank paths of different widths extended from the edge of the courtyard, leading to tens of exquisite towers in a distance. The plank paths twisted and turned, giving them a very dangerous look. The widest of them was only 10 feet, and the narrowest was only half a foot, hovering in the bottomless void. Even though Wuxia and the others were all mighty experts, they were still frightened by the sight of it, and felt a chill running down their spines. This is... Wuxia shook the map of the 9 palaces. The strange beast tilted its head, smacked its lips, and said, "This is the star paths of the 9 palaces surrounding the 7 holy palaces, and I am the map that recorded all the star paths. I don't know what is in the 9 palaces, and I don't know what is on the path. I don't know what you will encounter, and I don't know whether you will die or not." After talking for a while, the strange beast laughed and said, "But I do know one thing. If you don't choose a path, you will never be able to leave this place. But it seems that your cultivation base has reached a point where you can live forever, so it won't be a problem for you to stay here for a long time. Besides, there are both men and women among you, so it will be fun to make babies here." Noisy. Wuxia shook the map of the 9 palaces, then gave Princess Xianxia a glance. Princess Xianxia nodded with a smile and stepped forward to stand beside Wuxia. Wuxia glanced at Xianxia again. Xianxia nodded indifferently. A 5-colored cloud wrapped around her body, and she floated up into the air, following closely behind Wuxia. Buzin stood up slowly and patted his chest. "What are you afraid of? Let's go." Lao Tzu didn't believe that Lao Tzu could be cheated here. "Ha ha! How many storms and waves have we weathered? How can we capsize here?" The exotic beast snickered coldly and cast a sidelong glance at Buzin, but didn't say a word. Wuxia pondered for a long while, then brought the group of people to the side of the spacious plank road at the edge of the courtyard. The plank road was about 10 feet wide, built with white mica stones that were as thin as cicadas' wings. About 10 feet in circumference, the mica stones floated in midair with a distance of 70 to 80 feet between each other. Countless mica stones stretched forward in a meandering manner, leading to a small bronze building several hundred miles away, with a 3-story tall roof tile and red pillars. Looking from afar, there was a square several acres wide in front of the building, on which stood a golden statue of a man, about 30 feet tall. Carefully stepping onto the plank road made of mica stones, the group found that the stones were very stable, and they had a slight elasticity when they touched them. When they stepped on them, they felt a cool breeze seeping into their bodies, making them feel comfortable and happy. Standing on the first mica stone, Wuxia held the map in his hand and asked, "What's the difference between choosing different paths?" The exotic beast licked his lips and said indifferently, "I don't know, I really don't know." He paused briefly, then narrowed his eyes, smiled at Wuxia, and said, "Even if I know, I won't tell you. It's not my fault that I can't tell you." The group of people felt helpless. Wuxia forcibly restrained the impulse to throw the map into the boundless void. Carefully stepping on the plank road made of mica stones, the group of people walked towards the building. It was not that Wuxia did not want to fly, but when he walked on the plank road, he found that there was a strange restrictive spell in the surrounding space, which prevented him from using any flying magic. He could only walk on the plank road step by step. Fortunately, Wuxia and his companions all had strong, fleshly bodies. It only took them 10 minutes to cross the several hundred miles of road. Soon, they arrived in front of the building. As soon as they set foot on the square in front of the building, they heard a series of crisp, cracking noises. Behind them, tens of thousands of mica stones cracked at the same time, turning into powder that formed into a huge rune in the air. Before Wuxia and his companions could react, the huge rune transformed into a stream of light and shot straight into the golden statue in the square. A muffled buzz rang out as the golden statue suddenly took a step forward. The statue stood 30 feet tall, clad in a heavy golden armor, and his face was hidden. In his right hand was a heavy sword that was 18 feet long. With just a few steps, he came before Wuxia, swinging the sword down viciously towards Wuxia. Damn it! Wuxia gave a loud cry. Hurriedly, he flicked his fingers, sending out dozens of kunwu swords that shot up into the sky, clashing right into the huge sword. A deafening boom rang out as the kunwu swords shattered one after another, and the golden sword was less than 3 inches away from Wuqi's head. Wuqi grabbed Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia and rolled to the side. Meanwhile, the sword in the statue's hand swept out, slashing viciously at the waists of Wuqi and his companions. What the hell is this? Ao Buzin gave a furious roar. The soul-splitting spear, which had been refined dozens of times in the Blue Nightmare Palace ruins, was much more powerful than a supreme treasure of primordial, and blocked the huge sword with a sharp gleam. Ao Buzin had used the dragon god combat technique, which was unique to dragons. In that instant, the soul-splitting spear thrust forward at least hundreds of thousands of times, each strike as powerful as the collapse of the heavens, condensing all of Ao Buzin's power. Even with Ao Buzin's cultivation base at the peak of the Tao-breaking realm and his strong Zulong body, all his muscles were almost torn apart after using the technique. Hundreds of thousands of strikes in a flash, each strike with all his strength, had exceeded the load on Ao Buzin's body. But then a muffled boom rang out, and the blow Ao Buzin unleashed with all his cultivation base was shattered by the huge sword. The soul-splitting spear bent like a hemp flower, while the muscles on Ao Buzin's hands were torn. He staggered and was thrown hundreds of feet away, falling straight into the endless void outside the square. Lord Xianxia gave a furious roar. He grabbed Ao Buzin's calf and tried his best to drag Ao Buzin back. Catfish had already swung the hammer she had condensed dozens of times, smashing it down at the golden statue with all her strength. At the same time, she opened her mouth and sprayed out a stinking black wave, amidst which were countless fist-sized black vortexes spinning rapidly. These vortexes were the natal thunder flame condensed by Catfish Flood Dragon, formed by fusing her dragon blood essence with the essence of water. Not only were they extremely powerful, they also had a very strong corrosive power. A loud clang rang out as Catfish coughed up a mouthful of blood and retreated. The web between her thumb and index finger was torn, and the wounds extended all the way to her shoulders. His numb hands could no longer hold onto that abnormally heavy hammer. The heavy hammer fell to the ground, but did not make the slightest sound. The ground here seemed to be able to absorb all energy, and even the impact of the hammer's fall was completely absorbed. In a hurry, Wuqi turned around. Seeing that Ao Buzin and Catfish were easily defeated by the statue, he hurriedly threw Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia out, then threw out a rune backhandedly. The rune came from the Blue Nightmare Palace, and it represented the origin power of sand. The earthy yellow rune flashed across Wuqi's eyes, and then a large amount of soil appeared out of thin air around the statue. Layers and layers of sand kept wrapping around the statue. Each grain of sand weighed tens of thousands of kilograms, and the weight of countless grains of sand could not be calculated at all. The rune changed again, transforming from sand to the magnetic and gravity rune derived from the soil. It was many times stronger than the magnetic force Wuqi cultivated in those years. The crowd heard a deep, muffled howl coming from the earthy yellow sand and stones, and the golden statue's movement suddenly became sluggish. It became slower and slower, and gradually a jarring, cracking noise was heard coming from inside its body. The statue struggled with all its strength, trying to rush toward Wuqi, but the magnetic and gravity force kept it firmly in place. The two tremendous forces interacted, and the statue suddenly broke into dozens of pieces. A faint gleam flashed across the 9-palace roadmap, and the strange beast's face appeared once again. He nodded at Wuqi with a smile and said, "Not bad. These mortals around you are not bad. I thought that many people would die here, but only 2 are injured. This is really quite a surprise." Wuxia held on tightly to the Nine Palace roadmap and sneered. This Nine Palace? The strange beast rolled its eyes and laughed. Don't ask me. I don't know anything. Also, don't blame me. I'm just a map. The person who set up the Nine Palace is not me. Continue on. We'll be trapped here until you die. If you want to continue, remember to enter the pavilion and take out everything inside. Of course, for the sake of your wine and meat, let me give you a friendly reminder. The pavilion can also be dangerous. The black gleam slowly dimmed, and the strange beast's face disappeared, leaving only the 9 lumps of silver light on the map. Looking at the broken pieces of the statue on the ground, and then looking at the small building that stood quietly in front of him, Wuxia took a deep breath. To go in or not to go in, how was he to choose? What was in this small building? What was the risk? Just a statue outside the door had easily injured A.O. Buzin and Catfish Flood Dragon. They were both almighty Dao breaking experts, and their powers were incomparably strong. In Pangu world, they were powerful enough to summon the wind and rain. But here, just a statue had injured them severely. What was in the pavilion? Or should they stay in the pavilion and continue on? There were still endless dangers in front of them. Perhaps the things in the pavilion could help them improve their overall strength quickly. Scratching his head in annoyance, Wuxia asked the others with a bitter smile, should we go in or not? A.O. Buzin had been exercising a mystic magic to heal his injuries. Gritting his teeth, he said, fortune comes from danger. Perhaps a girl from the Holy Realm is waiting for me in there. Princess Zhonglu narrowed her eyes and suddenly thrust her palm towards the door of the pavilion. Of course we have to go in. Wouldn't we be taking such a risk for nothing? Raising her pair of long eyebrows, Princess Zhonglu said proudly, I don't believe that this place can really trap me to death. Chapter 1135. Princess Zhonglu pushed her palm forward. The door of the building silently opened, and a bright cyan light poured out from the door. Wuxia walked in the front, carefully stepping over the foot-tall threshold and walking into the building. The first floor of the building was clean and tidy, with a lampstand placed in each corner of the tens of meters squared room. Each lampstand had 9 oil lamps on it. Ji had to know what kind of oil the lamps were made from, but the cyan light emitted was soft and bright, not dazzling at all. Not even the slightest smell of smoke could be sensed from the lamps. In the middle of the room, a feet-squared, thin cloud floated, holding a roughly round-shaped rock. On the rock were extremely tiny mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees. On the rock, there were even people, beasts, birds, and fishes. This was a small world. The rock was no more than 2 feet in diameter and half an inch thin, but it was exquisitely detailed, with all kinds of natural phenomena, such as the rising and falling of the sun, the moon, the stars, the wind, and the rain. The group of people surrounded the thin cloud in surprise, carefully releasing their spirit powers to see the secrets of this rock. This rock was small, but tens of millions of human beings lived on it, just like the ordinary people in Pangu world. These human beings were obviously still in the Stone Age, but they were divided into thousands of different sized forces fighting against each other. Sometimes they swallowed other forces, sometimes they split up. They had been fighting against each other all day long. Time flew fast on the rock. Wuxia and the others had only stood aside for less than 10 minutes, but 3 generations of human beings had already been living in the rock. Tens of thousands of wars had broken out, and hundreds of thousands of their own kind had been killed. During the wars, some intelligent human beings emerged from time to time and became the leaders of different forces, leading their clans to swallow the smaller forces in the surrounding areas. After nearly 100 generations, some human beings had already become strong. They were able to fight lions and tigers, kill flood dragons, and even summon the wind and rain, and summon thunders and fires to attack their enemies. They were worshipped as gods by their people. They led their clans and quickly swallowed the smaller forces in the surrounding areas. Soon, only 3 equally powerful forces were left on the rock. An unavoidable war broke out, and the 3 factions fought until their heads bled. In the end, the leader of one of the factions used a forbidden power, and the plague began to spread everywhere. The people of the three factions were either dead or injured, and only a few lucky ones survived in the deep mountains. Of the tens of millions of humans, only a little more than 10,000 survived. The civilization that had developed to the Bronze Age was instantly destroyed. At this point, the rocks suddenly exploded with dazzling lightning. Thunder fell from the sky, and magma spewed out from the ground. The entire world was destroyed in an instant. Everything started from when they first entered the small building. It was also the Stone Age, with tens of millions of people fighting and killing each other. However, Wuxia and the others noticed that the evolution this time was different from what they had seen before. What is this? After watching the evolution process of the civilization on the rock a dozen times, and every evolution process was completely different, Wuxia could not help but ask, "What is this thing? What do you want to tell us?" A dim light flashed across the Nine Palaces roadmap, and the strange beast appeared. It muttered in a low voice, "Who knows what it is? Let's see if we can take it away. If you can take it away, take it away. This is my kindest reminder." Well, don't you feel that this is a very powerful sacred artifact? Gathering Spirit was also trembling. Wuqi's eyebrows trembled, and Gathering Spirit said in a deep voice, "Master, be careful. This area is a powerful sacred artifact. Unlike me, which is only a pure auxiliary sacred artifact, it seems to have the power to evolve a world. Its power is very complicated, and it is not a pure sacred artifact like me." This is a sacred artifact? A sacred artifact with countless living beings inside? Wuqi was silent for a long time. He said to Princess Zhonglu in a deep voice, "Zixuan, try to see if you can collect it." Before Princess Zhonglu could answer, the strange beast and Gathering Spirit shouted at the same time, "If you don't want to die, don't move." How can a mortal take the sacred artifact? The dignity of a sacred artifact will never allow a mortal to touch it. She will be killed. There is no way she can escape. Princess Zhonglu narrowed her eyes and breathed out a faint sigh. Wuqi had no other choice. He carefully reached out and grabbed the rock, then injected a stream of sacred energy into it. The rock trembled slightly, then suddenly transformed into tens of millions of tiny runes that rushed into Wuqi's body. The small world inside Wuqi's body suddenly disintegrated. Those runes rushed into the chaotic air mass formed by the disintegration of the world. A huge amount of energy flowed through his body, and soon, the disintegrated world formed again. However, the reformed world seemed to be very different from before. But Wuqi couldn't figure out exactly what was different in a short time. Narrowing his eyes, Wuqi carefully communicated with the new world inside his body. He frowned and pondered for a long time, then suddenly snapped his fingers. Along with a crisp sound, a tens of feet long hornless dragon appeared out of thin air, letting out a deep dragon roar. It floated obediently in front of Wuqi, nodding and kowtowing to him. This is the embryo of a world creation. She's so lucky. Zhu Ling clicked his tongue and explained to Wuqi what a world creation was. Just like how the immortals in Pangu world created their own interstitial worlds, the founders of the holy world, the spirit ancestors, the saints, and the seven most powerful beings, all of them would create their own original world creation in their bodies. The world creation was the source of their power, the origin of the species they created. All kinds of cultivation methods in Pangu world were similar to those in the holy world. Therefore, interstitial worlds were similar to world creation. Just like the immortals in Pangu world, not all founders or spirit ancestors could create their own world creation. Only the extremely lucky ones with extremely high cultivation could create their own world creation and enjoy the endless benefits of world creation. After all, world creation was very different from interstitial worlds. Interstitial worlds were far more magical than interstitial worlds. Interstitial worlds could at most be regarded as portable caves. Even if they could accommodate living beings, they would need natural powers from the outside world to maintain their consumption. But world creation was different. A world creation was a world of its own. It could generate its own natural powers and was a truly complete and independent world. Whether in terms of function or energy level, world creation was trillions of times more powerful than interstitial worlds. In the first small building that Wuxia and the others entered, there was an embryo of world creation, and it took the initiative to merge with Wuxia's interstitial world. This was indeed his luck. When the world creation was formed, Wuxia suddenly found that his efficiency in mobilizing and using holy power was much higher. The Qi dragon just now was created by him out of thin air. Without much effort, the Qi dragon naturally appeared according to his will. It seemed that the world creation had created this Qi dragon for him, and he only needed to provide holy power to create it naturally. With a wave of his sleeve, the Qi dragon was sent into the world creation. Wuxia looked at the people around him, and they slowly walked up the stairs in the corner of the room to the second floor. It was still the same 4 lampstands at the 4 corners. Other than that, there was only a thin cloud of smoke in the middle of the room. In the cloud of smoke, a translucent head was faintly discernible. The head, which seemed to be made of smoke, looked like a young girl of 16 or 18 years old. She was very beautiful, but the original beautiful face, coupled with this strange shape, made everyone's heart twitch when they saw her. "Oh, I finally see a living person." As soon as it saw Wuxia and the others, the head laughed. "After waiting for so many years, I finally see people. Ah, a small world creation, a group of insignificant mortals. Oh, these little girls are really beautiful, but it's a pity that they are a little weak." After talking nonsense, the head smiled and asked Wuxia, "World creation, do you know where this place is?" Wuxia nodded and said, "The 9 palaces star path outside, the 7 holy palaces, isn't it?" The head smiled proudly and said, "Yes, it's part of the 9 palaces star path. The fact that you can come to me proves that you are lucky. Then, listen carefully, I will only say it once. If you miss anything, it will be your loss." Wuxia and the others hurriedly looked at the head attentively, lest they miss a word. Seeing that the group of people were so nervous and serious, the head laughed triumphantly a few times, then asked, "There was a realm creation embryo below just now. It is one of the most important treasures that a great sage placed in the outer star path of the 9 palaces. Have you all seen the evolution above?" Wuxia nodded and said in a deep voice, "That world creation embryo has been fused by me." The head tilted its head to look at Wuxia and snorted coldly. "Nonsense! If it wasn't fused by you, do you think that a group of mortals can touch it?" The head mumbled a long string of words again, and then it said a very mysterious thing. It was nothing more than the law of life and death in the reincarnation of heaven and earth. Even the great divines could not escape it. Even if they transcended the mortal world and entered the divine realm, they could not escape death. The secrets of heaven were unpredictable, and they did not know where the slim chance of survival was. In short, her words were full of decadence, like a mental patient who kept repeating that she was going to die, she was going to die, she was going to die, and so on. Wuxia and the others could not help but feel very tired. After talking for a full 24 hours, the head breathed a sigh of relief and asked Wuxia and the others with a smile on his face, "Have you memorized everything?" Xianxia was so angry that her eyes turned green. She shouted sternly, "What's the use of this nonsense? Why do we have to write it down? Are you playing tricks on us?" Not only Xianxia, the others were so angry that their lips even twisted. For 24 hours, this head had been repeating nonsense like, "Destiny is determined by the divine realm. We can't go against a divine realm." She had said this for countless times, and it was so annoying. The head laughed out loud and said, "You can't blame me for this. These words were left by the great saint who created me. If you want to hear the real message, you have to listen to me carefully." It seems that you're all very patient." The others were so angry. This was a complete lie. After laughing for a long while, the head said while gasping for air, "All right, Listen up, I only have one serious thing to say. If you don't want to die, try your best to surpass the 7 most powerful beings. Wuxia was shocked. While he was pondering what this meant, the head had already transformed into a stream of light and drilled into the spot between his eyebrows. A cool stream of power merged with his soul. Wuxia felt refreshed, and his senses were suddenly strengthened by many times. He felt that he had been reborn. In their shock, the group pondered over the skull's last sentence for a long time. In the end, they cautiously went up to the highest floor. On the 3rd floor, a fist-sized spell symbol floated in the middle of the room. It was an exquisite, complicated spell symbol composed of thousands of layers of light patterns, filled with countless mysterious spell symbols. Chapter 1136. After leaving the building, the 3-storied building quietly collapsed right in front of Wuxia. The building transformed into streams of light and merged into Wuqi's body, making his aura even more lively and agile. Although Wuxia didn't know what benefits these streams of light could bring him, he couldn't find any disadvantages at the moment. Therefore, Wuxia didn't care too much about it. The building and the square quietly disappeared. The group of people stood on another plank road, paved with black volcanic rocks, taking a deep breath and looking into the distance. Behind them was a vast expanse of empty space, and the small courtyard several hundred kilometers away was clearly visible. However, there was a powerful flight restriction, so it was impossible for them to fly back to the courtyard. They could only continue walking along a path. However, at the end of this tens of thousands of miles long plank road paved with black volcanic rocks, was a hill floating above a star. The hill was no more than a few miles tall and had a circumference of tens of miles. At the top of the hill was a pagoda. That star was silvery white, covered with a thick layer of red flame. The raging flame silently rose up to the top of the hill, and the strong fire power passed through the hill and reached the pagoda. The entire pagoda was glowing with a bright red light, which made the countless jewels inlaid on the pagoda sparkle and dazzle everyone's eyes. Even from tens of thousands of miles away, one could still see the glint of those jewels, which showed how bright they were. However, the plank road, paved with black volcanic rocks under their feet, made those obviously precious jewels lose their allure. The plank road was made of several feet wide black volcanic rocks, dense and hard. However, in such hard volcanic rocks, there were countless living creatures frozen. There were poisonous snakes with 3 heads and 6 tails, beetles bearing their fangs, scorpions with wings on their backs, and countless other strange poisonous bugs. These poisonous bugs were inlaid in the rocks, looking like fossilized specimens. Through the translucent volcanic rocks, one could clearly see the slender bodies of these bugs and the stiff venom secreted from the corners of their mouths. However, when one used a spiritual power to examine them, one could find that these seemingly dead, poisonous bugs still maintained a strong life force. They were only sleeping in the rocks and weren't really dead. Apart from the volcanic rock they were standing on, all the other rocks in front of them were frozen with one or more different kinds of poisonous insects. Buzin was the first one to step on a volcanic rock in front of them. Once he stepped on it, he heard a loud, sizzling noise. Next, a dense black cloud rose from the volcanic rock, transformed into a mist cover, and wrapped the entire rock up. Looking through the mist, Buzin's body had suddenly shrunk to the size of a soybean. Suddenly, an inch-long venomous snake with 3 heads and 6 tails appeared in front of him. It was breathing poisonous smoke and fire, and it was opening its mouth wide, trying to swallow Buzin. The snake was very powerful. With just a curl of its long tail, it sent Buzin flying far away. The scales on Buzin's chest were smashed, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood from his 7 orifices. While cursing, he pulled out the soul-splitting spear and stabbed it violently at the snake. At the same time, he unleashed an evil supreme treasure of primal, given to him by Wuxia, which he had also refined dozens of times, the 9 female demon mothers' dazzling light banner. As soon as the banner was unleashed, a vast expanse of colorful mist enveloped the entire area. 9 fair-skinned and beautiful female demons were singing and dancing in a mist. Their bodies twisted and wriggled like a nimble snake, leaving behind countless illusions as they entangled the poisonous snake. At the same time, Ao Buzin's soul-splitting spear transformed into bolts of lightning and darted towards the poisonous snake. The poisonous snake was enchanted by the illusions created by the banner. It stood still in a daze for quite a while. In that very moment, Ao Buzin stabbed the poisonous snake thousands of times in a row. Fire sparkles rose from the snake's head, but not a single spear strike managed to penetrate its body. Wuqi's expression changed. Through the dark mist, he could freely sense the power of this poisonous snake. This poisonous snake was not even as powerful as Ao Buzin. At most, it was equivalent to the peak level of Tao reasoning. Normally, not to mention the fact that Ao Buzin had been attacking the poisonous snake with all his strength, the 9 female demon mothers' dazzling light banner was incredibly powerful. After tens of times of refinement, once the banner was unleashed, even a Tao fusing saint in Pangu world would suffer a great loss if he was careless. However, except for the fact that its mind was enchanted, nothing else happened to this poisonous snake. This didn't make sense, and it didn't make sense at all. While Wuqi was still in shock, the poisonous snake suddenly realized what had happened. It raised its head and roared furiously towards the sky. Simultaneously, all 3 of its heads spurted out a black poisonous sand, which landed heavily on Ao Buzin's body. Ao Buzin howled in pain as he was sent flying far away. All of a sudden, his black scales began to rot and fall off, and black pustules emerged on his skin. The poisonous sand burst the pustules, splashing everywhere. Touched by the poisonous sand, Ao Buzin's skin immediately turned into rotten, black chunks of meat. Wuqi was shocked. He desperately shook the map and shouted, "What's going on?" While roaring furiously, he exercised his divine ability and grabbed at the mist barrier. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not touch anything. It was as if the mist barrier and the volcanic rock were just illusions, and he could not grab them at all. Following Wuqi's shout, the strange beast's head slowly emerged from the map. He smacked his lips and sighed. "Do you still remember that rune? If you want to save people, use that rune. That's all I know. It was you who brought me into the small building. That's how I got this information. I don't know anything else." That rune? Wuqi thought of the rune that floated in the air on the 3rd floor of the small building. As soon as they stepped onto the 3rd floor, the rune turned into a beam of light and went into Wuqi's body, not giving him any chance to react. Then, a strong repulsive force drove them out of the small building. The small building and the square both turned into beams of light and went into Wuqi's body. They were forced to stand on this pitch-black plank road. If he wanted to save Ao Buzin, he had to use that rune. Wuqi immediately immersed all his mind into his spiritual ocean. Above his divine soul, the exquisite rune, which was formed by thousands of layers of light patterns, was slowly rotating around the heaven-refining cauldron. When Wuqi's divine sense approached the rune, countless information slowly seeped into his divine soul, and a clear, powerful, and majestic voice quietly rang out in his spiritual ocean. Starting from the basic properties of the holy spiritual energy, the voice taught Wuqi how to transform the holy spiritual energy in a holy energy, how to store the holy energy in his body better, and how to use the holy energy to transform his divine soul and physical body, making them stronger. After that, the voice began to teach Wuqi how to use the holy energy to analyze the composition of a living creature and analyze its weaknesses. According to the knowledge taught by the voice, all created creatures had weaknesses. There was no living creature in this world that was absolutely perfect. It could only be said that they were relatively flawless, but it was impossible for them to have no weaknesses. As long as one had a strong enough cultivation, rich experience, and knowledge, any living creature should have weaknesses. Countless information was quickly absorbed by his divine soul. Suddenly, Wuxia opened his eyes. His primordial Dharma eyes shone with a dazzling light that looked like countless diamond dust reflecting the sunlight. The light was formed by countless tiny runes that could not be seen by the naked eye. The light pierced through the dark mist and landed on the three-headed, six-tailed poisonous python. Just now, Wuxia had absorbed a huge amount of information and knowledge, but it was just a brief moment in the outside world. The poisonous python had poisoned A.O. Buzin with its poisonous sand. Just as it was about to pounce on A.O. Buzin and devour him, Wuxi's gaze suddenly landed on its body. The poisonous python let out a shrill scream, as if it had met its natural enemy. It curled up on the ground in fear, using its six tails to cover its head, shivering and not daring to move. In Wuxi's eyes, the poisonous python had lost its shape and was now just a clump of sticky black light. This clump of black light was extremely weak and small, and there were only 27 tiny runes inside it. These 27 runes were the source of the existence of this poisonous python. These 27 runes, which had different functions and properties, absorbed the natural energy and formed this poisonous python. The weakness of this poisonous python was the place where its three heads were connected. A flickering rune was the core of these 27 runes, and it was through this rune that all the power of the 27 runes were connected into one. This rune was located at the place where the three heads were connected. This was its most important energy core and also its weakest spot. A.O. Buzin. Attack the place where its three heads are connected. Attack with all your might. Wuxia shouted in a deep voice. A.O. Buzin, whose body was oozing pus and was on the verge of death, cursed in a low voice. He staggered to his feet, then threw his head back and shouted, "If Lao Tzu dies, kill Immortal Jadebone and all the other girls, and send them to accompany Lao Tzu. Bah! I, A.O. Buzin, never wear a green hat." Wuxia was stunned, and the eyes of the others all widened. A.O. Buzin roared something that almost made them vomit blood. Then he straightened the soul-splitting spear, transformed into a black bolt of lightning, and thrust it at the place where the three heads were connected. The soul-splitting spear easily pierced through the body of the poisonous python. The python squirmed violently, while beams of bright light kept flowing out of its body and flying into A.O. Buzin's body. A.O. Buzin roared in surprise. "Wonderful! Lao Tzu's body is strong, too strong." In just a few breaths of time, the python had completely merged with A.O. Buzin's body. A.O. Buzin's aura suddenly grew several times stronger, and his cultivation base skyrocketed from the peak of the Tao-breaking realm. Both his magic power and the strength of his fleshly body had been strengthened several times. Wuxia was so surprised that he could not say a word. Looking at the dissipating mist on the stone plank road, and at A.O. Buzin, who was happily stroking his body, which had grown much stronger. The strange beast's head emerged from the roadmap. Shaking his head and wagging his tail, he said, "When he killed this little bug just now, I suddenly learned something. If you can walk all the plank roads outside the 9 palaces, you will become a qualified founder. As for the group of mortals around you, if they can walk all the plank roads with you without dying, they may become founders." Wuxi's eyes lit up. Could it be that the 9 palaces outside the 7 palaces were a training class for founders? Were the runes in his spiritual ocean the most basic training materials? Chapter 1137. On a flat land about 100 miles in circumference, Wuxia was sitting cross-legged, his hands locked into an incantation gesture as he stared at a strange beast in front of him with a blazing gleam in his eyes. The beast looked like a qilin, with no scales on its body but poisonous thorns all over its body. It was about 100 feet long, with a pair of long crimson horns shrouded in poisonous smoke on its head. Its four hooves were treading on flaming clouds, and it moved as fast as lightning, making it difficult to guard against. Wuxia was surrounded by a group of people, cautiously guarding Wuxia, who was concentrating on analyzing the beast's weaknesses. Lord Xianxia was the only one who had transformed into his true form of a flood dragon, holding an illusion-breaking halberd in each of his four claws. His body flickered as he appeared in the void at any time, thrusting countless halberds at the strange beast from all directions. The strange beast ran like a bolt of lightning, dodging Lord Xianxia's attack by a hair's breadth. Lord Xianxia could not hurt the strange beast, but it did not have the chance to attack him either. The gleam in Wuqi's eyes grew stronger, and a terrible pressure emanated from him that no one dared to look directly at him. This was the 15th plankway rock they had stepped into, and also the 15th strange beast they had encountered. Before this, Wuxia had successfully analyzed the weaknesses of 14 strange beasts and thoroughly understood the structure of their bodies and the secrets of runes. Every time he successfully analyzed the structure and weaknesses of these strange beasts, his divine soul would experience a certain change. The holy energy kept fusing with Wuqi's divine soul, and the once chaotic divine soul was gradually fused with a faint silver gleam. It became denser and stronger, and even improved Wuqi's divine sense and other aspects. Now, when Princess Zhonglu and the others faced Wuqia, they had a vague feeling that he was not a human. His lofty and awe-inspiring majesty made them feel uneasy. The 7 sacred palaces left behind by the 7 most powerful saints of the saints' world. No one knew what the various arrangements in there would bring to the people. However, after killing the 14 exotic beasts, the people around Wuxia had obtained a lot of benefits. Although they hadn't broken through, their strength was several times stronger than before. A loud boom rang out as Lord Xianxia, who was hiding in the void with the power of the illusion-breaking halberd, was struck by the horn of the strange beast. His armor shattered, and the horn pierced a full inch deep into his chest. The poison began to corrode his body, turning half of it crimson. Lord Xianxia's body trembled violently, and the blood flowing out of his 7 apertures suddenly burst into raging flames. Although the cultivation base of this Qilin-shaped strange beast was only at the level of a heaven immortal, with the help of the strange restrictive spells here, it was able to fight Lord Xianxia head-on. On top of that, its innate poison was so terrible that Lord Xianxia could not expel it from his body, even with all his might. Wuqi's eyes flashed as he stared at a certain part of the beast's lower body. In his eyes, the gigantic beast was no longer a physical beast, but a ball of burning red and sticky flames. Amidst the flames, there were 42 clusters of red runes flickering. These runes formed the shape of a strange beast. However, in the process of the runes connecting with each other, there was a weak spot on the beast's lower body near the penis, near the sachet that looked like the essence secreted by an elk. With a soft cry, Wuxia contacted Lord Xianxia with his divine sense and told him the beast's weakness. The severely wounded Lord Xianxia let out a long roar and threw away the illusion-breaking halberd. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a strange-shaped flood dragon that was as thick as a fist and 1,000 feet long, shooting toward the strange beast with a stream of watery light. The strange beast had never dreamed of such a strange way of attack. Lord Xianxia had coiled a few times around its body, and the dragon's head was hanging right between its hind legs. Ao Buzin smacked his lips and spat out a mouthful of saliva. "You are so filthy. How could you use this trick?" With blood gushing out of his 7 orifices, Lord Xianxia could not care less about whether it was filthy or not. He opened his mouth and bit down on the sachet with 2 rows of glinting dragon teeth. With the sachet destroyed, the fist-sized sachet in front of the strange beast's yang root was immediately swallowed by Lord Xianxia. The beast's body trembled abruptly. The sachet was the vital point where all its energy essence converged, and it was also the main channel for its magic power to flow. With the sachet destroyed, all its blood essence immediately stopped flowing. The ferocious beast let out a miserable howl, then suddenly exploded into countless beams of red light that rushed into Lord Xianxia's body. Lord Xianxia threw his head back and let out a long roar. A series of explosive noises rang out from all the joints in his body, while waves of black and red water rushed out of his body. Then, he opened his mouth and sprayed out a jet of dragon flame toward the ground. A terrible heat spread in all directions, burning a shallow mark on the dark slate. Wuxia could not help but be shocked. All the slates here were protected by some kind of restrictive spell that he could not identify, and even he could not destroy anything here. The power of Lord Xianxia's dragon flame was really terrible. However, Lord Xianxia seemed to have lost all his strength after spraying out the dragon flame. He swayed his body and transformed back into his human form, then tried to stretch his body. His cultivation base had improved a lot again, but the terrible aura he felt when he sprayed out the dragon flame just now had disappeared. The surrounding dark mist shattered, and everyone returned to their original form. Wuxia rose to his feet and looked back at the empty void behind him, then at the small hill tens of thousands of miles in front of him, as well as the walkway made of hundreds of thousands of black volcanic rocks between him and the hill. He took a deep breath, pointed to the front, and said with a smile, "Let's keep going. Since they have arranged it this way, we'll just go along with them. Let's see how many benefits we can get after we finish walking the path outside the 9 palaces." After regulating their breathing for a while and adjusting their physical condition to the best, no one said a word and stepped onto a black rock in front of them at the same time. The walkway behind them turned into a stream of black light and shot into Wuxia's body without making a sound. Wuxia felt a cool sensation in his body again, and it was still the same strange feeling as if he had obtained something, but he could not tell what it was. A faint black mist came from all directions, turning into a black mist barrier that enveloped everyone. Frozen under the black, translucent volcanic rock was a green toad with 3 long legs, a skinny body, and 9 golden threads on its back. It was so green that it was frightening. It was so green that it looked like it could ooze green juice from its entire body. As soon as the mist barrier was formed, the ground flickered with a bright light, and then 6 toads, about 30 feet long, leaped out from the rocks. This time there were 6 of them. Wuxia gave a soft cry, and Xianxia, Silverhorn, Jinyu, and Silver Feather, together with 2 Xiaobai and Yuanqing, a total of 6 people went up to greet them. The 6 toads let out strange cries as they sprayed out a sticky green mucus from their mouths, which turned into extremely tough threads that stuck together with each other in the wind. Together with the threads they spat out, the 6 toads formed a strange hexagon rune. Suddenly, the air around them began to stir rapidly. Green wind blades flew in all directions, and amidst harsh whistling noises, the wind blades gradually formed a large green screen of light that enveloped Xianxia and the others. Countless wind blades darted out of the rune and smashed down like a storm. Xianxia, Silverhorn, Gold Feather, and Silver Feather returned to their original forms. The 6 dragon pythons of fire and ice joined their heads and tails to form a 4-quadrant heavenly defense formation, which kept spraying out waves of ice, wind, and fire to block the green wind blades. 2 Xiaobai swung the pair of heavy hammers, and relying on her excellent jumping ability, she transformed into a white beam of light and darted around, swinging her hammers at the 6 green toads in a flurry. Meanwhile, Yuanqing returned to his original form of a mighty ape. He gripped the heavy cudgel with both hands and narrowed his eyes at the 6 green toads, who were gasping for breath. His eyes shone brightly as he vigilantly watched every move of the 6 toads, ready to react or give him a fatal blow at any moment. Wuxia nodded silently. After being tempered by the tens of rocks, the people around him had begun to perform a set of reasonable teamwork skills. They could not find any benefits in this place, but when they returned to Panga World, the various teamwork skills they learned here would astonish everyone. Taking a deep breath, he used his divine will to communicate with the complicated rune hovering above his divine soul. A massive amount of information kept rushing into his divine soul, and a strong, scorching gleam shone from his eyes, enveloping all 6 green toads. A long while later, 6 shrill howls could be heard as a strong green light flew into the bodies of Xianxia and the others. The poisonous insects and beasts sealed in the volcanic rocks that formed the plank road were killed one after another, and the powers of the people around Wuxia kept improving. As the volcanic rocks turned into black beams of light and flew into Wuxia's body, Wuxia sensed that his body was going through some magical changes. Working together, they moved forward step by step and gradually came to the end of the tens of thousands of miles long plank road. Wuxia didn't count how many dangers there were. Princess Zhonglu and Xia were almost killed by poisonous insect for quite a few times. Fortunately, Wuxia discovered their weaknesses in time and saved them from death. Wuxia tried his best to figure out the weaknesses of these poisonous insects and beasts, and finally, he kept the people around him safe. Time was meaningless in this place. According to the normal speed of time, it should have taken them at least thousands of years to finish this plank road. However, in this complicated road outside the 9 palaces, time was stagnant. Time was meaningless, and they could only move forward step by step. Finally, they reached the hill floating above the star. They glanced at each other, then stepped onto the hill together. After killing a black human-shaped statue on the square outside the pagoda, they entered the pagoda at the top of the mountain. From there, Wuxia obtained a bottle of spirit pills that could quickly recover his saint energy, a pharmacopoeia that recorded thousands of common herbs in the holy world, and a complicated talisman that was nearly twice as complicated as the previous one. Spirit pills were good stuff, and the pharmacopoeia was even more marvelous. It was a pharmacopoeia that was more profound than the pharmacopoeia that old man Yuanling knew in Wuxi's previous life. It recorded thousands of common herbs, but old man Yuanling had only seen one in the chaotic world, and that herb was none other than the 9 resurrection grass that even the chaos fiend gods had once fought for. After leaving the hill, Wuxia and the others stepped onto another plank road and continued moving forward. Chapter 1138. After they left the small hill, the plank road in front of them was like a huge bamboo leaf grass. The plank road was paved with pieces of jade that were as thin as paper and had a circumference of several tens of feet. Each piece of jade looked like the scales of a bamboo grass, extending from under the feet of the group to a lonely terrace nearly 10,000 miles away. Different from the black volcanic rock plank road in front, this plank road, paved with jade pieces, was engraved with all kinds of herbal patterns. Faint water vapor lingered on these herbal patterns, looking no different from living creatures. They knew that the restrictive spells here were extremely mysterious, and that even if there were any ambushes, they would not be able to see through them. Therefore, Wuxia and the others adjusted their bodies to the best condition, then carefully stepped onto the first plank road. A green light flashed before their eyes, and just like the plank road in front of them, their bodies shrunk quickly. The tens of feet wide jade road now looked like a small piece of land that was thousands of miles wide. The large piece of land was laid flat and was covered with all kinds of flowers and trees. A gentle breeze blew across their faces, and the aroma of herbs filled their nostrils. Wuxia fixed his eyes on the woods and found that many herbs were growing in strange shapes. They were all species that he had never seen in the chaotic world and Panga world. But, according to the medicinal encyclopedia obtained from the pagoda just now, these herbs were the most common ones in the holy world. Before Wuxia could see how many herbs there were, he heard a muffled moan. Tu Xiaobai rolled her eyes and fell to the ground. Countless tiny green blood vessels swelled on her fair face. making her beautiful face look especially scary and ferocious. Her heart was beating nearly 100 times faster than usual. Her heart was beating so fast that it sounded like hundreds of people were clapping their hands at the same time. Even from tens of meters away, one could hear it clearly. If Tu Xiaobai did not have the body of a demon immortal and the cultivation base of a Tao-breaking expert, the rapid heartbeats alone would be enough to kill her. But it was not the rapid heartbeat that killed her. What killed her was the poisonous gas that was gradually spreading in her body. Wuxia sent his divine will into Tu Xiaobai's body, and he could clearly see a pale red poisonous gas spreading through her body. Wherever it went, her bodily functions would suddenly become thousands or even tens of thousands of times faster. It was as if a spark had been thrown into a barrel of gasoline, igniting a raging fire and burning away her life force. The endless life force that could support Tu Xiaobai's immortality was being consumed rapidly. According to Wu Qi's judgment, she could linger at death's door for 13 days at most before she was burned into a pile of ashes. Next to him, Princess Zhang Lu also judged Tu Xiaobai's current situation. She hurriedly took out a few energy-replenishing spirit pills and stuffed them into her mouth. But as soon as the spirit pills entered her mouth, they suddenly burst into flames, burning her lips and damaging her vitality. It did not do her any good at all. Yuan Qing, who had become a disciple of Wu Qi at the same time as Tu Xiaobai and had a deep friendship with him, knelt on the ground in panic and hugged Wu Qi's thigh. "Master, what's wrong with this rabbit demon? How did she become like this?" Wu Qi picked Yuan Qing up and threw him aside, then squatted next to Tu Xiaobai, pressed his finger between her brows, and injected a stream of his saint power into her. But as soon as the saint power entered her body, it burned rapidly. Her life force, which could last for 13 days, was rapidly reduced by the flame. And when Wu Qi realized something was wrong and withdrew the saint power, Tu Xiaobai could only last for 6 days at most. Wu Qi's expression changed. The 9 Palaces roadmap floated up again, and the head of the strange beast flashed on the map. He licked his nose with his long tongue, shook his head, and said, "Once you set foot on this path, there's no turning back. Well, there are 360 spirit herbs in this forest, and 3 of them can be used to make white water powder to save this short-tailed rabbit demon. TSK, hurry up and make the medicine, or we'll have to roast a rabbit for dinner." Yuan Qing flew into a rage when he heard that. He bared his teeth and swung the stick at the strange beast's head. The strange beast giggled, then turned into a beam of black light and disappeared into the map. Yuan Qing smashed the 9 Palaces roadmap onto the ground with his staff. The seemingly soft ground exploded with a terrifying rebounding force, sending Yuan Qing and his family flying hundreds of miles away. They crashed headfirst into a tree and nearly broke their necks. "Stop it," Wu Qi scolded, telling Yuan Qing to calm down. Then he sat down beside Tu Xiaobai and quickly immersed his divine sense into his spiritual ocean, carefully probing the second rune he obtained from the pagoda. Once again, a large amount of information came out. The first rune taught Wu Qi the most basic method of analyzing the weaknesses of various living beings in the Holy Realm, while the second one taught Wu Qi how to analyze the medicinal properties of herbs and extract the required medicinal power from them to make pills. The method of alchemy in the Holy Realm was very different from that in Panga World. When Wu Qi and the others concocted pills, they had to mix all kinds of herbs according to the proportion, put them into the furnace, and quench them with the flames of civil and military. The unnecessary medicinal properties were expelled, and the useful ones were extracted slowly, then combined into pills. Pills made in this way would inevitably contain impurities. Even the immortal pills made by beings like the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs still contained impurities, but the amount of impurities was negligible. However, if the immortal pills made by the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs were made with various innate spiritual herbs, then even the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs could not completely remove the impurities in the innate spiritual herbs, and the impurities in the immortal pills would be a headache. However, alchemy in the Holy Realm was different. In the Holy Realm, the first step was to analyze the medicinal properties of the herbs, understand what part of the medicinal power of the herbs was needed, and then directly condense the medicinal power out of thin air and smelt it into a pill. As a result, all the great experts of the saints' world refined pills empty-handed. As long as they successfully refined any pill the first time, they would be able to refine a second time, a third time in the most perfect way possible, and the effects of the pill would not change at all. The second rune taught Wuxia the most basic method of analyzing the properties of medicinal ingredients. And the first one was the method of analyzing the properties of all 360 spirit herbs. At the same time, there was also a method of extracting the various medicinal powers that one needed from the herbs. However, this method of extracting medicinal properties was not easy because other than some extremely rare pure and extreme spiritual herbs, the medicinal powers of the other herbs were heterogeneous. The useful medicinal powers were mixed with other medicinal properties. Other than the method of analyzing medicinal properties taught in the rune, the medicine encyclopedia obtained from the pagoda also had the recipe of the white water powder. However, the recipe of the white water powder only had the names of the 3 spiritual herbs needed, and it did not indicate what the 3 spiritual herbs looked like. The medicine encyclopedia only indicated that these 3 spiritual herbs all had a single cold water attribute, but they were slightly mixed with some impurities. If it were any other ordinary creator, when faced with Wuxia's current problem, he would be worrying about how to find the 3 spirit herbs of cold water element from among the 360 spirit herbs, and how to extract the useful medicinal strength from them and fuse them into pills. However, there was a fundamental difference between Wuxia and those ordinary founders. When he obtained the method to analyze the medicinal properties from the inscriptions and the formula for the white water powder from the medicine encyclopedia, he immediately used his divine sense to cover the surrounding forest and quickly found 360 different kinds of spirit herbs. With a thought, he uprooted 10 of the 360 spiritual herbs with his divine will. The chi-seeking divine ability found in Scroll of Stealing was activated, and the first thread of innate thievery energy mixed into his divine will. It quickly scanned through all 360 spiritual herbs, and among them, 49 were cold element spiritual herbs. After that, he easily picked out 3 cold element spiritual herbs, which contained an abundant amount of water element energy. With a flip of his palm, the thievery energy rushed into 30 spiritual herbs, and quickly extracted the cold element energy from them. The tricolored cold element energy wheeled in Wuxia's palm. Then 3 fist-sized water droplets quickly fused into one, turning into a white water vapor that emanated pure water energy. This was the white water powder recorded in the medicine encyclopedia, a spirit medicine that could expel the fire poison in Tu Xiaobai's body. As soon as the spirit medicine was formed, it immediately turned into a cloud of dust that was thousands of times finer than the tip of a needle and sprinkled onto Tu Xiaobai's body, making it look like a handful of medicinal powder had been sprinkled on her. Tu Xiaobai's body was burning hot, and the capillaries under her skin bulged like earthworms. She let out a moan, and the fire energy in her body quickly dissipated. Her scorching skin returned to its cool state, and her flushed face returned to its usual fair complexion. When the fire poison in Tu Xiaobai's body was completely cured, Yuan Qing, who was not flying away just now, came running back with a big stick in his hand. Seeing that Tu Xiaobai had fully recovered, Yuan Qing cried out in horror, "Master is indeed a peerless divine ability. How did she recover in such a short time?" The strange beast in the 9 Halls roadmap also revealed himself in horror. He stared at Wuxia and cried out, "How is this possible? You are just the weakest founder. So how could you master such an exquisite technique of extraction so quickly? Strange. You are indeed very strange." Wuxia did not say a word. His mind was completely immersed in the thread of thievery energy. The thievery energy, which was usually hidden in his body, was now hovering around the heaven refining cauldron, absorbing the bright light emitted by the two runes. As the light fused into the cauldron, the thievery energy seemed to be fusing with Wuxia in a real sense. Wuxia seemed to have thought of something, but he dared not be sure. He shook his head, grabbed the 9 Palaces map, and said with a cold grin, "The next path is a test of my skill in pill concoction, isn't it? In other words, as long as we set foot on a plank path, the people around me will be in great danger." Before his voice could fade away, the green light screen around them dissipated, and the flowers, plants, and trees all turned into streams of green light and entered Tu Xiaobai's body. Suddenly, Tu Xiaobai's eyes shone with a green light as she cried out in surprise. "How can I see so far away? My eyesight seems to be more than 10 times better than before." The strange bee smiled at the dumbfounded Wuxia, then shook his head and said, "There are great risks, but there are also great benefits. In short, as long as you are a qualified founder, the people around you will not die. If you make a mistake, of course, they will die. But as long as you can concoct the right antidote every time, not only will they be fine, but they will also benefit greatly." The corner of Wuqi's mouth twitched a little. This dark green plank road was really treacherous, and every step he took could take his life. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.